And then what?
Hello, testing, testing. Okay. As you know, last minute things happen. You know, we're just getting everything sorted, but I could not be more excited to kick things off for you today with a little Zebu live, baby. Woo! Yeah. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? If you haven't seen the BitConnect video, look it up. It's a pretty fun speech about a pyramid scheme. Luckily, I'm not here to introduce you to a scam today. I am opening up London's biggest and most exciting Web3 conference of the year. Thank you, give it up. We're here, we made it, wag me. Thank you all that supported us, that came out, really appreciate it. Essentially, I'm gonna kick things off for you today by giving a little spiel on why Web3. So, my name is Ashton Barger, one of the hosts and organizers of this conference, and I cannot be more excited to open it up for you. So, essentially, if there's one thing this industry loves, it's buzzwords. So I thought, might as well break it down for you. Back in 1989, the first version of the internet, also called Web 1, was created in a way of the goal of having really open and decentralized means of sharing information with anyone all around the world. And with that, this was categorized with static web pages, with little to no interaction between users, mostly referred to as read-only. Most of the value came from the users and the viewers of this first internet. 2004 gave rise to Web 2 with the new integration of social media platforms. And essentially, users can now read and write to the internet. And with that, this mainly consisted of siloed, centralized services where a lot of the value capture was taken by large corporations like Google, Amazon, Facebook, and the like. And then in 2014, Gavin Wood coined the term Web3. It wasn't until really 2020 that it became more mainstream and people started hearing about it. Now Web3 is hard to define at the moment because it means really different things to different people. And in short, it's the vision of a new, better internet where users can now read, write, and own. And so with this, it's typically categorized as being decentralized, permissionless, trustless, and having native crypto payments. With Web3, the value is returned to the users. So why does Web3 matter? Essentially, Web3 enables true digital ownership of assets in an unprecedented way. With Web 2, users have to trust that the managers of the platform that they're using won't change up the rules on them. With the typical game, your items and collectibles and everything you've done are siloed to that one platform. So if you leave or get banned or your account gets deleted, all of that time and effort and money that you put in gets lost. And so essentially with Web3, your data is now tied directly to the blockchain. It lives there in perpetuity. And if you choose to leave the platform, now your assets, content, and history can be taken with you. Now, no one can take away your ownership. Web3 has huge potential with disruption in things like DAOs, digital identity, crypto payments, and countless other applications. And so, why Web3 sucks, or why the media and public opinion like to hate on it a little bit. Firstly, interacting with networks involves high fees and initial investment, alienating a significant majority of the population. Then, when they do join in, they're riddled with rug pulls, scams, and hacks that compromise their trust. And so the technical barrier is also astronomically high, and users need to understand complex documents and navigate rather confusing interfaces. Lastly, it's incredibly difficult to upend centralized systems and infrastructure that took years to build. So why Web3 is the future? Web3 is a young and evolving ecosystem. In the last year, crypto has seen adoption and buy-in from some of the biggest enterprises and governments in the world. DeFi has seen massive improvements in infrastructure, and NFTs onboarded some of the world's biggest cultural, music, gaming, and sports icons to the space. Recent Metaverse headlines feature massive companies like Meta, for example, fully investing in the technology, showing that it is something that's going to stay. DAOs have ushered in new ways of organizing life, communities, and work. Only last week, there was the long-awaited Ethereum merge, which massively diminished the environmental impact and makes it so almost anyone can participate in the network. As we create better infrastructure, the future looks bright. The early pioneers of this space will not only be rewarded in the long term, but they get to contribute to a new revolution of the internet. Although it will take time and a lot of effort, it can and will be done. So why are we here at a Web3 conference called Zebu Live? We put this event together to showcase some of the most experienced leaders in the industry building projects and companies that will take this sector to the next level. We wanted to bring together the people of Web3 to talk about how we can achieve mainstream adoption together. Zebu Live has brought together 160 speakers, 1,400 attendees, and thousands more streaming all over the world to dive into some of Web3's biggest questions and challenges and connect with those working to build a better internet. For those wondering what Zebu means, it stands for always bullish and zero BS. It's also worth a search on Google because it's an African bull, sort of why we chose it. This conference is put on by Zebu Digital. It's a Web3 marketing agency that aims to essentially highlight the most exciting projects in the space, help them with design and social and really getting off the ground to make meaningful impact in the space. Please thank anyone wearing a Zebu Live t-shirt, because as I can speak to myself, it is not an easy task to put something like this together. So please thank them for all their effort. I've worked with a phenomenal team over the past 9 months, and it's been a crazy journey. But we're only on year 2 of a 5-year-plus journey to become London's biggest and really the world's biggest, hopefully, conference, focusing on Web3 and the disruption that will come with it. And we hope you join us again next time. I'm extremely bullish on the speakers and the lineup for you. Today, our focus is on the cutting edge of Web3, so NFTs, Metaverse, DAOs, gaming, and much, much more. Matt Hancock from UK Parliament headlines the day at 11:45. Obviously be there for that. To end the day, we have an after party put on by Decentralized. Doors open at 7:30. Attendees can get in with a badge, and there will be incredible DJs there to see. Tomorrow is focused on crypto, DeFi, regulation, and adoption, featuring Stephen Bartlett to close out the conference, and you don't want to miss it. Afterwards, we have the official after party at Coco, put on by Luno, Dancing Seahorse, and Swapsicle. We have incredible DJs, DJ Madlib, Jansen's, and many, many more, along with free drinks from 7 to 9. So please do there, and stay as long as you like. It closes at 4 a.m., so it's sure to be a rager. For those in person, please be sure to check out everything the venue has to offer. We have a map out there if you go in those doors over there. In the bottom foyer, we have the DLT space, which has speed networking sessions throughout the day. There's 2 a day. You can go on Eventbrite, and you can actually register for these. So there's a founder and investor one later today, and then there's one at 11:30 starting down there as well. We also have the NFT gallery put on by Ethereal Collective and Moments of Space Meditation Lounge. On the first floor, we have dancing Seahorse. Their exhibition is incredible. Make sure you go see it. And then we also have the Alpha stage with more interactive panels and workshops later in the day. In case you missed it outside, how could you? We have an awesome press bin out there with interviews being conducted by journalists throughout the day. Make sure to check out the Swapsicle booth and get your popsicles. And for those tuning in virtually, definitely check out our space in the Nemesis Metaverse. Thank you so much to Kudos and Blue Marble for making this conference carbon neutral, an incredibly awesome goal that I'm really excited about. Also shout out to Near Protocol and BCB Group for being huge early supporters of us throughout the event. This event could not have happened without the London and UK communities that rallied behind us and the top media outlets around the world that have been covering us. Finally, thanks to all of you for being here, taking the time out, putting in the effort to be here. We really, really appreciate it. And with that, have a good conference. And if you don't enjoy, the door is right over there. But seriously, do give us feedback so we can improve next year. We really appreciate it. Without further ado, I'm going to give it up to our incredible headline sponsor, Dancing Seahorse. Darren Herft and the team are here to present on Music Meeting Web3. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
How's that? Oh, just drop that down a bit. I've got a pretty loud voice, so all good. Thanks, gents. Welcome, everybody. My name's Darren Herft. I'm the founder, one of the founders and head of strategy for Dancing Seahorse. I'd first of all like to offer you all a warm welcome on behalf of certainly Zebu, but also our company, Dancing Seahorse. So I'm going to share with you this morning a little bit about our company. And hopefully I will try and do that in a way where we don't just share what we do, but maybe share why we've done it. So hopefully you can pick up some things from how we've gone about it that might be good for you to maybe utilise in the projects that you're involved with, or maybe not do it the way that we've gone about it. So before we get moving, I'd like to maybe just get a bit of feedback from everyone here in the room. Hopefully I think there's a bunch of people coming in as well, but just to get a bit of an idea why you're here over the next 2 days. So might just a quick raise of hands, I guess. Who's here, I guess, from a company representing a corporate or a business that you work for? A quick raise of hands. All right, so quite a lot of you, so amazing. Any of you here that would say, look, you're more sort of developers, Web3, tech, crypto natives? Any of you here in the room? A few of you, okay. Anyone, I guess, in marketing roles, just so I can get a bit of an idea? Okay, a few marketing people here as well. All right, so, and any investors here? Anyone would say that you're an investor? One or two of you here, a few of you here that are investing in the space as well. So I'm sure there's other demographics represented in the room, but it's always great to see. Fabulous to see a whole bunch of you from, I guess, corporates. I know that we do a lot of work with brands here in the UK, but also in other parts of the world. We've done a lot of work with brands in the music industry over the last 15 years. And we know that brands, I guess, are in a space right now of really trying to break down and understand what Web3 means from a business, brand, corporate perspective. And certainly in the area that we specialise, which is music, specifically how brands can get involved with from a Web3 NFT space in regards to music. That's certainly an area that we're spending some time in, so we'll share some thoughts with you there as well. Now, I do have some slides. I don't have a clicker. I've got a clicker, okay. Yep, we're getting organised. Look at us. Thanks, Ash. Much appreciated. I'm going to run through, I've only got like about 6 slides, and as I said, I'm going to try and share with you a little bit about what we do, but hopefully some things you can learn, and even from your roles, whether it be marketing or other roles that you're taking on board, maybe 1 or 2 things about how we've gone about it and why we've gone about it. So just to kick off with, I guess, our main focus, why are we involved in the NFT space? Why have we decided to launch an NFT that is encompassing the music industry, the music space? So as it says there, Dancing Seahorse is discovering opportunities for music artists and the music industry. Certainly very dear to our heart is that the role of a music artist. We've spent a lot of time over the last 15 years involved in projects that have been there to help the creative people in the music industry. And what we see with, we're creating with an NFT and the ability to utilise some incredible technologies that blockchain, Web3, NFT bring to the table, we think there are more opportunities now to help the fabric of the music industry, which is the music artists. And that's something we're very excited about and something as a company we're very focused on. I think it's also super important when you're going into the NFT space, at least for our company, for the founders and developers and creators of what we're creating, that there is a real underlying substance and value to what we are about, what our project is about. Why are we doing what we're doing? It's not just the case of saying, let's create an NFT. Okay? And there are some people that have created some amazing NFTs for different reasons to what we do that have been highly successful so far to date. But from our perspective, it was about, okay, what really is the substance of why we would utilise NFTs, the blockchain Web3, to bring real value and substance to the music industry. And that was key to our, I guess, our strategy when we sat down and started planning Dancing Seahorse. There are 3 tiers to our project, if you like. I'm not going to go into all the detail of it, but the reason for the tiers, and I'm probably going to drop back from that slide because I don't so much want to talk about our drop. I'm not here to talk about, you know, our company and how we're launching and these things like that, but more so to talk about the 3 tiers and why there are 3 tiers. From our perspective, we've created 3 tiers, with each tier has an absolute relevance to what we're trying to do with different stakeholders in our business and in our industry. The first tier is very much for, if you like, investors in the music industry. All right, so investors that want to invest, they've invested for 10, 20, 30 years, whatever it might be, in the music industry, and they're interested in what's going on with music and Web3. And there is a market around the world for people that want to invest in that space. Our legend NFT, our top tier NFT, is specifically for investors. It's not to say that anybody else can't purchase. There are only 444 legend NFTs, and we've really created that for long-term investors looking to be involved in the business from a long-term period, a long-term point of view. The second tier we are calling premium. There are 8,888 premium NFTs that we will launch at the end of next month. All right, our legend mint and drop is occurring right now. I might touch on that a little bit more at the end, but just more so to share with you what we're doing more so than anything else. But the premium drop is specifically focused on, if you like, more the crypto native. I know there's some of you here in the room already based on the little chat we had earlier. So more the crypto natives that actually love music. They may not love music, it could just be that they want to grab one of our NFTs in the premium space, but probably more so the crypto natives that actually have a passion, they really are crypto native oriented people that love music. Our second tier will be very focused, I guess on graphic, and that sort of group that we believe really have been the pioneers of this industry as far as what's going on with NFT in particular, Web3, the NFT area. A lot of drives come through that, and we're thankful to some of you that are here today and other people around the world that have made that happen. It allows companies like us and people like us to utilise this incredible technology to help build businesses and add value. So that second tier is for that area. The third tier is probably the most important aspect of the music industry, which is the music fan. And to create an NFT that was so exclusive that only investors could get access to, or maybe so exclusive that only the crypto native people that have got a bit of crypto in their wallet these days may be able to access, we felt that as a strategy, as a company, wouldn't incorporate the actual fabric of music, and that is the actual music fan. And our third tier is really targeted on the fans around the world that make the music industry, that support the artists, support the industry. We want to make sure that those fans have a way of accessing our NFT and all the incredible utility that will come with the NFT through that third tier. And we're doing that in a pretty interesting way where it'll be released in 40 different cities around the world. There'll be 3,000 NFTs in each of those cities, and it'll give those NFT holders that are music fans access to very specific boutique utility in the city that they're in. Okay, it may not give them everything that the premium shareholders get on a global basis, or certainly the legend holders get on a global basis, but it'll give music fans incredible opportunity to engage with the utility. I'm going to share a little bit about the utility with you in a moment. So that's a quick introduction. I'm going to now introduce two of our executives as well to come and share a little bit about what they do, and more importantly, I guess why they've got involved with our project, what they see as being important to the success of, first of all, an NFT project, in particular when it relates to the music space. So, guys, I'm not sure if how well prepared you are up there. Hopefully you're all mic'd up and ready to go, but just give me a quick, if we're good. No, yes, no, I'll just yell out when you're ready. Okay, so I'm going to introduce Alex and Chris. Alex is a long-term business partner of mine from Los Angeles. He's got a very deep background in the music industry, and we're going to talk about utility in the moment, our specific utility. And as what the guys down, and I'll introduce them formally, we've really, for us, we've focused on utility as a key part of our NFT. Now, for some NFTs out there today, the creative might be the most important thing. Okay, and for us, creative actually has been a really important driver of what we do. Right? I'm not saying that creative's the be-all and end-all for every NFT, and it might for other NFTs be irrelevant. But for us, because we associate with A, the music industry, B, some of the biggest music artists in the world, and they will be holding our NFT, and some big artists already are holding our NFT in the legend drop, we needed to make sure that the creative side of what we're building aligns with music artists around the world, the creative side of the industry, and make sure that it reflects and aligns from a brand point of view with what we're trying to achieve in the music industry with creative people. So it's been a big driver for us. But equally, or perhaps even more important, has been that of utility. We want to bring absolute incredible utility, experiences in the music industry that you may never have experienced before. You may not get access to, and we may be the only way to get access to these things. And we're going to show you a few examples of those in the next 5 minutes as well. So on that note, let's introduce Alex and Chris. Let's give them a big round, warm of applause, everyone. Welcome, guys. So what I thought I might do is, if it's okay, just to say hello and maybe just 2 minutes of background on what you guys have been up to. Alex, if you don't mind, as CEO of our company living in Los Angeles, I know you've got an incredible background in the music industry. Maybe just 2 minutes just quickly to say hello and just share some of your experiences and background in the music industry.
Of course. Well, I'm not sure if you guys can hear me, so I'll just...
Hang on, we might need to...
Testing.
Are you good? Why don't we start with you, Chris?
Okay,
We're going to ditch Alex for a moment. We're going to move straight to our creative side, and we'll come back. Alex, sorry about that. So Chris is the head of a creative agency here in London called Nifty that we've worked really closely with. We had no past association before we met Chris to assist us working on our NFTs. A little bit of background. Our team, myself partly, but some other people in our team, we researched 50 creative agencies across the US and the UK. So 50 agencies. We came down to 3. We shortlisted 3. We interviewed the 3, and we engaged Chris and his team at Nifty to help us to bring to life, if you like, the NFT to align with music artists. So that's our background with Chris. I'm going to hand over to you. Maybe just to say hello and just share like 2 minutes just on your background, if that's all right, please.
Sure, thank you, Darren. What a lovely intro. So I'm Chris, Creative Director and Web3 Strategist of Dancing Seahorse. A little bit of info on my background. I've run a creative agency in London over for the last 5 years, and 2 years ago we set up Nifty as like a Web3 strategy. We set that up because we knew the technology was going to change every single industry in the future moving forward. So we started there, and I have to say in the last sort of year we've been really disappointed with the level of projects that have come out. I know the market's had a dip and there's been a lot of rug pulls, but we've been consulting on many projects for big brands, celebrities and investment firms, and we've actually turned down probably over 50 projects. And we've turned them down because they never shared our vision of the future of Web3 and it not just being a moneymaker. So when we first met Darren, it was probably our 50th meeting that week of different people wanting an intro. And the first thing I said is, well, what are you going to offer your holders? What's your kind of key, unique selling point? And that's when Alex started talking through the utility and instantly just blew me away. I'm sure Alex will come onto it in a minute, but this is kind of, the way I see it, Dancing Seals is a first-class members club to music experiences. And Alex's connections within the music industry, we're already signing up big artists galore, talking to big event promoters out there. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. They already have a club. So there was so much going on to get excited about from the start.
So Chris, thank you for that introduction. We might pop back in a moment when we show some of our creative and maybe just get you to share a couple of points that have been, just really key to you on, I guess, releasing what we think is incredible creative from the Dancing Seahorse perspective. So thanks for that. So Alex, how are we going with Alex? Are you on?
Yeah, it sounds like I'm on now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Over to you,
great. Alex.
Just to maybe just share 2-3 minutes background on your experience in the music industry.
Of course.
Be fabulous.
Pleasure to be with all of you today. This is really exciting. So I got started in the music business about 18 years ago. I've had the pleasure of working as an agent and also as a lawyer. I've been able to represent and work with some pretty big names in the industry. People like Adele, Deadmau5, Peter Gabriel, The Weeknd, Celine Dion on the artist side, and then on the more corporate side, I've been able to work with companies like Fox, Bento Box, MRCI, Sonar Canada. So it's been a pretty exciting ride, but the reason why I was so excited to be able to get involved with this project was that over the years. I noticed that I was able to get access to certain experiences that are just very, very difficult to get access to if you haven't been working in the industry for a long time. And this is a real opportunity for us to be able to bring fans a lot closer to these experiences and provide that utility. That's the amazing thing about NFTs, is that this can now be a membership club essentially for people who want to get more and more involved with music and be a part of these experiences. So really excited to discuss more. Cool.
Thanks, Alex. I'm going to maybe just ask you guys a couple of other quick questions if you can just stay up here. I'm just going to flick through. So Alex and the guys, or Chris, just touched on a venue that we have in Los Angeles, which is very close to Alex's home in West Hollywood, Beverly Hills. It's called the Dancing Seahorse Club, obviously. It's built on the world famous Hollywood Boulevard. And it's a venue that we only open around once a month. So we've just signed, as a part of Dancing Seahorse launching, we've just signed some events for Dancing Seahorse. So Alex, the first artist that will play at the venue for just token holders will be?
It's going to be Polo G.
Polo G. So hopefully, I mean, you may or may not have heard of Polo G, but he's a very sharp rising artist in the US today. And then I think we've got maybe the Migos guys not far behind that. Takeoff, Offset, that we've obviously done a lot of work with in the past. So maybe just share as well your background with signing some artists that you've signed, whether that be at drays or festivals or concerts, just some of the artists there you've signed as well.
Well, yeah, we've had amazing artists in this venue already. Rick Ross, Iggy Azalea, Bella Thorne, Juicy J, and we are excited to continue this. This is going to be a really exclusive experience for our token holders. There are only 200 people. It's only a 200 capacity venue, so it's very, very rare to be able to see artists like this and be part of that exclusive audience. So we're pretty excited.
So it's our club. There's a couple of our Seahorses, so that shows you a little bit about the artwork. So Chris, I'm going to get maybe hand back to you if that's okay, just to share with everyone, just for those that are not involved, maybe aware of all the detail that goes into the creating of a 3D image NFT. Maybe just to share and sort of like even, refer to a couple of the images up above, just to give everyone a bit of background what's involved to actually come up with something like what you see on the screen there.
Yeah, well, it's been quite a crazy 5 months. I don't think many of our team have slept too much since we met Darren and the team. But yeah, what we love about Web3 and NFTs, and I think VFriends is a great example, is the artwork isn't actually important in terms of the utility and the token that you hold within the smart contract. But because this is in the music industry and the culture shifts that go on over there, we really wanted a really strong creative. So what we set out to do for our first 444 collection is something that has never been done before in the NFT space. We actually hand designed all 444 3D Seahorses. We made over 800 custom 3D traits. Everyone has its own unique crown. But because of how the NFT community works and what's expected, the reason why I say this never been done before is we actually created all the traits within their own rarity as well. So we generated a whole sheet of 444 Seahorses with all the traits and the rarity, and then we hand art directed every single one. So that's why you can probably understand the team hasn't slept too much.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And there's probably a twofold benefit to that. First of all, there is just the creative aspect of the artwork. And I think, the world is sort of moving to understand the value of NFT artwork. Secondly is the 800 traits that you spoke about, individual 800 traits that are wrapped up in the different Seahorses. It gives us an opportunity to do some interesting, cool things in the future with that, even from a utility point of view. It may be everybody gets access to the same thing, but it might be certain traits give you different utility. So, yeah, and hopefully, guys, you can see the quality of the artwork that's gone into the Seahorses on screen. We'll chat a little bit about the actual music side and the utility. So, what we're specifically looking at doing, and we've started launching some of these events already, is things like getting access to the artist. So, for example, if an artist was playing here in London at the O2 Arena, it may well be that legend or premium holders get access, first of all, to tickets, VIP tickets, maybe a very exclusive activation, but also things like backstage passes, green room access, which is where the artist is hanging out for 4 or 5 hours before the show. So you can actually come into the green room. We've already been doing this in LA and in the US with some major artists. And it's giving token holders or utility holders or fans in the music industry we work with experiences they may not have been able to get access to. It could be after parties, it could be VIP merch, a whole range of different things from a music utility point of view. So Alex, if I could get you again to touch on, just briefly, some of the events we've got coming up already for the Legend Seahorse holders, and when we launch Premium, maybe like 3 or 4 events that we've already organised where there'll be an incredibly upmarket dancing Seahorse activation inside these concerts and festivals.
Yeah, of course. So we have VIP activations happening, first of all, at Bad Bunny and Diplo on September 30th. It's at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. We have a VIP activation happening at Jack Harlow at the Barclays Center in New York on October 7th. We have, like we explained earlier, we have Polo G coming to our venue on November 4th. On November 16th, we have an activation for Post Malone, also in Los Angeles at Crypto.com Arena. We're working on an activation for Gucci Mane in December in Las Vegas. And this is something that we just intend to continue rolling out on a regular basis, making us really the first NFT project ever to have this many activations.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and I think, I know, obviously, I'm Australian, I know we've just signed Elton John.
That's right.
Elton John, a really big activation in Sydney.
That's correct.
For the tour that's happening there early next year, and a bunch of other artists in Australia. There's other artists in Europe. There'll be artists here in UK. But some of those names, so Bad Bunny, I don't know if all of you know of Bad Bunny, but September 30, so literally next week at SoFi, where they had the Super Bowl, the new Super Bowl stadium in Inglewood, Los Angeles, will host a concert where in the football field, if you wanted to go to this concert, the minimum price per ticket is $1,000 US, okay, to go and watch an artist called Bad Bunny. Then the whole stadium's sold out. It's sold out 2 nights in a row, and we've got a really VIP premium activation for that event where our legend Seahorse holders or token holders are already getting access to be at that event in sort of 10 days' time. But again, other artists like Post Malone at Crypto.com, which used to be Staples, now rebranded Crypto.com, Jack Harlow in New York, who's booming, and Gucci obviously in Dre's at Vegas. So there's just some samples, but we'll be rolling out an incredible amount of utility with the world's biggest music artists. Another area that we're really excited about as we sort of look to sort of come and wrap things up is the ability to help young music artists, the ability to help emerging artists, and the ability, we think, for NFT technology to provide opportunities for young creative people, for emerging music artists around the world, to perhaps give their careers some oxygen they may not have been able to get access to otherwise. So we see the technology of an NFT really creating change to give young music artists these opportunities. They may well now be able to put together some funding through an NFT to maybe get them into a recording studio. And we have ability to help these artists to do that. It might be to help them to get a track out, to get some marketing, to get a song on Spotify, to get some airtime on the radio. It could be the difference between a young artist producing music and being heard, or never getting to that step. And that's something as a company we're really passionate about and excited about. So it's not just helping artists at the top end or engaging with artists at the very high end. It certainly is that, and there's incredible exclusive opportunity there, but it's also about helping grassroots music. And that's something that as a company at Dancing Seahorse, and I know Alex with your history and Chris getting involved with what you're doing, something we're all very passionate about at Dancing Seahorse, which is adding value to the creative side of the emerging music artist. So a couple of last points to wrap up on. We'll be launching a very unique marketplace exclusively for music NFTs. So keep your eye out for that in the next 6 weeks or so. You'll see a who's who of the world's big artists that will be represented on our marketplace. We love what marketplaces have done, but we think for the music industry, a very niche, exclusive music experience around what you want to do with music NFTs and all the different things that can be done with it. Music NFTs will be showcased in about 6 weeks when we launch that marketplace. And we've got, and finally, a crypto coin, our own coin. It's called Rock Coin, ROKK. That'll attach to everything we're doing in the music space, and that'll involve working with the big concert promoters, the big artists, venues, emerging artists, and fans to have, a coin that can really integrate and align, fans of the music industry. So I'm getting a bit of a wind-up, so I think that's our time. But before we jump off stage, Chris and Alex, I know you guys have got a panel that you're on. When is that on, that panel, guys?
3:50 today.
It's 3:50 today. Is it here or is it in the other room? Or
it's to be found out.
Yeah, so 3:50. But Chris and Alex will be on a panel. If you want to go and ask any questions about the music industry, the NFT, what they've created, the creative side, please come along to that panel. And finally, our last slide. If you haven't followed us on our Discord, please do so. So you can get a screenshot of that, and get access and follow us on Discord. And also, we've got a booth here, which is upstairs next to the other conference room. Come and say hello. We'll be sponsoring an event tomorrow night at Coco, and we'd love to see you there. But come along and say hello to our team, and hopefully we can hear a little bit more about what all of you guys do as well. So thanks very much, and have a great conference.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I coming through? Cool. Hi, I'm Akiba from CryptoSlate. In the Web2 world, I'm also known as Liam. I'm a journalist and producer. I'm actually part of the exodus from Web2 into Web3. I ran a marketing agency for 15 years, but now I write full-time with CryptoSlate. Who reads Crypto Slate daily? Come on. Oh, everyone. Brilliant. Okay, cool. So if you want to check out anything that I write, you can find it at cryptoslate.com. If you've never read this site before, I urge you in the break, check it out. There's some amazing alpha in terms of market reports, what's moving the market, as well as kind of obviously your daily news and what have you. So next up, we have a panel for you on NFTs. It's entitled Beyond the Hype, Where Are NFTs Heading? The moderator is going to be Sunlight. The panel is going to be including speakers from Unique Network, Zebu Digital, Algae Ventures, and Eterna Capital. So I think we're going to be like, are we close to ready? A few more minutes? A few more minutes before we go? Okay, so we're going to be coming on stage shortly. One thing I wanted to ask, because I always find this fascinating at conferences like this, by raise of hands, how many people have checked the price of Bitcoin today? Like, not as many as you think. I think it's absolutely fascinating that at industry events, the price isn't a factor. Like, we're here building for the long term. And I think of all the panels and of all the speakers that I've seen over the years at different Web3 events, the fact that price isn't determining kind of what we're doing and what we're building, I think is something that for anyone sort of watching at home is absolutely critical. It's about the long term. And in order to get to the long term, we need to be sharing information and talking. And with that, I would like to introduce the next panel who can share some amazing information for you about NFTs and where they are heading. If you guys are ready, I'll welcome you to the stage. A round of applause. Woo!
All right, we're going to sit here.
Testing.
Make it.
Testing.
All right, you're there.
Can everyone hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2. Is that good?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So thanks everyone for coming. So I'm your host Sunlight from Globe, and today we're talking about the future of NFTs and what's going to happen beyond the hype. So we've got some fantastic panelists on today. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Sure, I can start. Hello everyone. My name is Andrea Bonaceto. I'm one of the founding partners of Eterna Capital, which is a venture capital fund investing in early stage companies in the blockchain space. I'm also an artist and an NFT creator, and yeah, that's pretty much about me.
Thank you. Alex?
Does my mic work?
No.
No, I don't think. How about you go ahead and my mic works?
Okay, can you please fix the mic? Its number. What does the number say? 1. Okay.
Yeah, you guys go ahead.
All right.
Oh,
Hi
1,
everyone.
2. Does it work?
No. No. Now mine doesn't work.
Yours doesn't work?
Does it work? No.
No.
Okay. Can I shout? Will that work? Is yours working?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
No, those are not working.
Number 4, number 1,
Number 6.
number 6.
4 and 6.
Almost there.
I mean, it's a good time to Google us and skip the introduction.
Yep. We can do that. Okay.
Shout.
Okay, we'll shout. All right. Hi everyone. Yeah, you can hear me, right? Can you guys in the back hear me? Okay. There we go. Almost there. I'm Alex Mitrovic, CEO, founder of Unique Network NFT chain on Polkadot, the next generation NFT chain. Simple as that.
Hi, I'm Stephen. I'm the senior NFT exec actually at Zebu. I project lead our internal NFT project on the blockchain called Near Future, and I help and advise and consult as we work with our different clients as they go to release on Web3.
Hi everyone. Oh, my mic works. Yes.
Yeah, it works.
I'm Alexandra. Most people know me as Alexandra Art. I head partnerships at Join, the co-creation platform for Web3 communities, and I'm also a curator, writer, and sometimes a speaker.
At the forefront of gaming and arts lately. So what are your thoughts on the NFT community ecosystem as it stands?
I feel like it's being very much filled with the profile picture genre. Like a lot of the time, it's a new thing, so we're very early as a whole. I like to consider it, we're kind of in that wild west of Web3, where everyone was able to come in, release something, and just because it was an image on the blockchain, it was interesting and had some sort of value. And then started driving that. As we've now gone into 2022, there's been a little bit more emphasis on the harder utility behind these projects, introducing different access features, whether that's access to new tools, access to private communities, access to DAOs, all of these different sort of ways. But it's still, at the moment, been centered around these profile picture communities where if you look on OpenSea or Magic Eden and you see what is ranking the highest and what is getting the most volume, it is these larger communities that are just trying to play the cultural sort of game, introducing NFTs into the ecosystem.
I think also, if you compare it to last year, we saw that there were several platforms which became really popular really quickly, but they weren't really tailored to individual interests. So a lot of what I'm seeing, like more from the traditional art side of things, is we see new marketplaces, new communities, new outlets. If you look at even like the Tezos blockchain, you see so many different platforms that are offering tools for artists depending on their genre. So you have photography, you have generative arts, you have 3D animation design. And people are really connecting, and I think building more meaningful connections through that. You have more like site-specific events tailored to this, and I think it's just a matter of time for organic growth to take place.
What I think? Okay. Can you hear me? Hello?
Just shout.
Can you hear me? No. It was working before. Now it works. Hello, hello. Okay, I can try to talk loud. Does it work now?
Yeah, it works.
Okay, anyway, I'll share my 2 cents as well. I think that is a very interesting period for the whole NFT space, and all the industries you mentioned, definitely they see very big impact from NFTs, but it's also a stage where we realize that a lot that happened in the past was noise and hype, and we need to really focus on really see NFTs as a means to an end more than the end itself. I'm personally very excited because it's a place where you see who are the people that are going to stay in the industry in the long term, and the ones that they were just in for a quick buck, they are probably already gone, or they will be going very soon. Hello? Now? Yeah. Okay, perfect. I mean, I'll let the others maybe say something.
Yeah, so I'll just put in my 2 cents. We have the NFT trading of collectibles is kind of gone, mostly. And that's a very good thing because it actually allows people who are doing really interesting projects to be visible. Okay, there's much less noise about money, about flipping things and so on. There's much more focus on content and things that people are doing that are much deeper. So the quality cycle starts now, and there is a lot of it happening. It started all with the hype in 2021, I guess, mostly, but what we are seeing is there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of very innovative ways people are coming up to use NFTs for different things, and we are seeing a lot of those starting to come out on the market. It's going to be quiet kind of period, but still a very high quality period. So if you're in it for the experiences and for real innovation, now is the best time to build and kind of and start working with people on actual stuff.
Absolutely, thank you. So I'm kind of getting the vibe on stage here that you guys think PFPs are over. Is that true? No. But the first cycle is the second cycle is over. There's going to be a third and fourth and fifth, and it's crypto is volatile.
Yeah, the whole purpose of like a profile picture collection is built around the community. So it's built around bringing people together. Most of the time, the project has to have some sort of angle that they're going after. It's like World of Women, they're bringing women into Web3. That's the community that they're going after. And so that's the main sort of thing that they will still be able to do. They will still be able to say, hey, we want to bring together a group of people. This profile picture is then going to represent what we stand for, and by wearing this, you would then stand for our values. So I can still see that being part of the game, and especially with DAOs being able to, because it's essentially a signal. And when you wear it as your profile picture, you're signaling to everyone, hey, look at me, I've got this amazing NFT. If it's worth a lot, you then get that extra sort of like signaling bonus. And so I think that's still going to be part of it because we're humans and we like to be able to say, okay, cool, look at what I've been able to do. Your purchasing behavior is the perfect way to represent your preferences. So that would be still the kind of thing, but yeah, as you were saying, there's a whole wide world of things that we are yet to explore and that people are now building, especially in the bear market. In order to stand out, you've got to be able to give something new to the market rather than just releasing a whole new like profile picture collection saying, yes, I'm starting a community.
I personally, gone again.
Maybe I'll just quickly add while they're fixing. I'm sure many of you have NFTs. Like, how many people have a PFP? Can you just raise your hand if you have a PFP NFT? Okay, maybe like 25, 30%. But I'm sure more of you have any sort of NFT. And can you just think about the amount of times that your friends have asked you, oh, which NFT should I buy, so I can make some, quick buck. And let's be honest, like last year, what we saw, it was the incredible success. First, like there was a distant memory of CryptoPunks, then we saw hash masks, then we saw Bored Apes, and then more and more profile pictures started flocking the market, but a lot of people were speculating on that. And I think that, as Alex was mentioning, like that hype is over, and now if there are profile picture projects, those that I know of, it's actually people that are trying to even like not even market it. Like they're trying to spread the word organically through the communities and see how they can unlock the creative potential, the technological potential, like the narrative storytelling, projects that are building communities in the sense that there's a sense of participation. So like even enjoying, like we have a lot of projects that are like, okay, how do we introduce like this narrative, or how do we introduce like a competition for our artists? And I think we're going to see more of that, and I think we're going to see more of technology being used in a creative way. So I hope so.
Oh yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Does it work?
The big mic does.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Nice. So what I think, as the other said, is that the hype cycle for PFPs is gone. But I'm personally very interested on PFP projects that are also bridging the gap with the real world. Like an example is, for instance, Connect.
Just louder.
I know, guys. Right? I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you can fix the mic.
Yeah. Maybe there's another mic we can use.
Any other mics? Okay.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, maybe you can talk into mine. Let's share it.
Okay. Cool. Finally, I can speak. Can you hear me well now? Good. Yeah, we can pass this along, maybe, if that's the only one that works. So I've been speaking like for a few minutes and no one heard anything of what I said pretty much. That's fine. Okay, so like in a second I'm trying to say what I was about to say, what I want to say. So I think we all agree that the hype cycle for PFPs is gone, and I think more broadly for NFTs as well. On PFPs, I'm quite interested on projects that are actually bridging the gap with the real world. And as well, there are big corporates involved, like I give an example like Nike with Artifact, with CloneX. I think it's a very interesting experiment of seeing how you can actually own an NFT that then gives you access to some like NFT like clothes that then you can redeem in the real world. I think it's very interesting to see this. I feel that the majority of PFPs, this of course like it's not investment advice or anything, but I think that they're gonna disappear. But then you will still have those iconic projects like CryptoPunks and Bored Apes that they did build some extraordinary communities. But for the ones that will have to come next, it won't be enough just to mint a nice picture of an ape and then hype it. You'll need to have something like more profound. And as I said, even large brands in the fashion industry
and in other industries as well will try to come along. It will be interesting to see how they actually do it.
No, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So you guys kind of touched upon some of the potential industries that can use NFTs, like creative industry and retail. So can you guys go into depth about what future industries that NFTs can make an impact in?
Okay, well, the colleagues are...
Can you, sorry, yeah, you just keep it.
Yeah, did you hear the question, though, while fixing it?
No, I don't think I heard the question. Could you repeat the question? But I fixed the mic, though.
All
So
right.
my question was, what meaningful impacts NFTs can make in what industries?
Well, the meaningful impact, there's very, very little of it, but there is a little bit of it in a lot of different places, okay? What we have now is kind of, in the last year, I have talked to more than 200 NFT projects. They're all doing different things, okay? And I've come to the conclusion that actually there's so many things happening in the NFT space that nobody can follow it all. It's just coming up. And because of that, you have things happening in the music industry, in the digital fashion industry, in ticketing, in climate change things we're doing in every aspect of human activity. You're seeing a lot of people trying to figure out something interesting with NFTs, and a lot of people actually doing some innovative things. A lot of it is going to be dead end, but that doesn't matter. People keep coming at it. That tsunami is now irreversible.
Yeah, maybe I can add, it's hard to pinpoint one thing because there's tons of creativity, but for us, working on Relief earlier this year when the war in Ukraine started, we managed to get the Web3 community together and raise $1.5 million through the NFT sale within a day. That doesn't happen every day across charity and fundraising, and I'm really grateful for the team, but I'm also grateful for the Web3 community itself, where people went to Twitter, they started talking about it, they're like, how can we help? And all the 60 artists that just volunteered to donate their work and donate 100% of the proceeds to Ukraine, that was really impactful for me, and I think companies like the Giving Block are helping onboard more charities. So charity is one component, but I wouldn't discredit that there are many other aspects.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing about charities as well and not-for-profits is through DAOs and through different governance structures, you're able to decentralize how decisions are made within the company. So a lot of the time, people don't want to donate to a charity because they are worried where the funds are going to go and how that's going to get spread. But what if you, as the donator, is then empowered to decide where everything is able to go? And if you see an interesting endeavor that you want that charity to take, you're empowered to vote and bring together people to focus on that initiative because you believe it's going to give the value. So there's a lot of really cool things that you're able to do with an NFT and different even token and staking mechanisms to be able to enable these governance sort of structures. I think another interesting part, and definitely industry that's going to be heavily affected by NFTs coming in, is the gaming world. Being able to give ownership back to the players rather than it stay within the actual company itself, democratizes the experience and then adds a whole new layer onto it where they're able to then be trading and selling and all these different items that they're able to find within the game and take it into the outside world as a powerful way to encourage a more positive sort of impact gaming can create, because you can learn so much from just even the economics of trading with one another, and then how people will display different sort of value preferences when they are looking at what legendary sword to buy and why one is more than the other.
Hello, perfect. First of all, congratulations for fixing the mic. Explain. Can you hear me well? Okay, cool. In my opinion, it's easier to ask the question from another perspective, which industries are not impacted by NFTs in the long term. I think it's difficult to give an answer to that. I don't know if there'll be any that won't be impacted, because we are in a situation where we are gradually moving towards a more and more digital society. we see things like the Metaverse that are taking place. Of course, there's a lot of hype and there is a lot of stuff that they don't make any sense. But I think for people that have been long enough in crypto over a few cycles, they have seen that over and over again. These are like massive micro trends that are gonna change many things and are gonna impact pretty much every industry. So yeah, it's a very, I think, exciting period to be alive, but also a period where you need to be careful on what you do within the space, because there is so much noise and sometimes it's difficult to navigate.
Awesome, thank you. So to go back to what you said, Stephen, about gaming. So we've already seen a successful gaming platform. I won't name what it is, but it's seen a massive downfall since its peak. So my question is, how can NFTs enable a sustainable, note the wording here, sustainable gaming ecosystem?
So I think the reason why you can see projects who have been built through the last few years having a big rise and then potentially falling a bit down is because they were designed in the wrong sort of manner. They were designed to utilize NFTs and play-to-earn mechanics rather than designed to create an amazing game, and then the NFTs just kind of support it and add the other sort of aspect to it. So I think the way to make it sustainable is by changing up how you're designing the game. You design the game first, the fun element, the gameplay loops, the reason why somebody wants to be in your world or go to your games, and then from there the blockchain is just then, in any different capacity, is just adding the extra little bit of layer to it. So that switch of dynamic and that design, I think that's what's going to be key to the sustainability of it.
Absolutely. Gaming industry is I think the industry that takes the blockchain wrong every turn they take. Okay, been around for a while, and everybody. From the early days of blockchain, people are talking about how gaming is going to turn it into mass market thing and so on. But gaming industry has mostly done things wrong from the very beginning. And to this day, you have very few blockchain games that are actual games. All of it is mostly, a game of musical chairs where people kind of, are in it for the money, not in it for the entertainment part. There are a few great exceptions. I think to this day, Sandbox with their voxel and ability to do user-generated content for it is the best model because it engages people into the community to create stuff, and it is a doorway to successful games. But not even just native blockchain games. There are big gaming companies that are getting into the space, and most of them are getting it wrong as well. Okay, so there's a lot of backlash from regular gamers. We don't want NFTs. It ruins this and that and so on. So it is a tough road for the gaming industry, but it's going to get there. And my view is going to get there through the Metaverse angle, where you create virtual worlds and you start making the ecosystem where you actually have those assets being useful into something more than one game. Okay, we are yet to see that happen in real life. We're still a few years away from gaming becoming a thing.
I'm just going to build on Alexander's point, and don't miss our panel about the Metaverse at 2:30. So basically, yeah, there are several things. First of all, it's the play-to-earn concept. So a lot of people that were playing the blockchain games, it's not really professional gamers, it's people that want to earn money. And that's a different culture. Second of all, it has to be fun. Like, a good game, AAA game, takes, 2, 3, 5 years to build. So obviously, we're not there yet. And the games that we saw right now, it's either an existing game that says, oh, you can buy an NFT, which is completely not connected to the game itself, or it hasn't been built yet. And I know many people here today, some of the speakers in the coming panels, they are working on really exciting gaming projects, but again, it takes time, it takes, it also takes people that are building during this environment. And I think, as we talked about before, the noise is gone, and it's quiet, but it's not quiet behind the scenes. And I really appreciate everyone coming here today, because we're still sort of living and saying the same narratives and theses that we heard last year or we heard in a headline, but actually, like, there's so much building taking place that if you just come and attend different meetups, if you read more specified articles, then there's so much more going on. But anyway, so building upon my points, play to earn, it takes time to build. And the third point is it has to be a seamless experience. So for most people, it may be really hard to onboard this space. And I think what worked with digital art and NFTs was that you had platforms like Maker's Place, like Nifty Gateway, where you could buy an NFT without even like buying crypto. And I think that for games to succeed, we have to see really smooth onboarding, and that also takes time and investment.
On this topic, I remember a tweet from, a tweet from Xcopy that was basically saying, okay, you know, we talk about play to earn, but if the game is shit, it's basically work. You know, you don't play. And this, I think, the key element that, you know, everyone I feel mentioned, like right now in the blockchain space, the vast majority of games and even metaverse experiences are quite bad. They're not at par with like professional games. So I feel you will have mainstream adoptions of NFTs within the gaming industry when you will have like NFT-powered game to achieve that level of standard. At the moment, we're not yet there, but I think that we'll gradually go there. About the metaverse, I definitely see a lot of overlappings between gaming and the metaverse. One key component, though, would also be a technological development from an hardware standpoint, because I don't know if you ever tried to access Somnium, for instance, Metaverse, but I mean, you need to be quite a pro in terms of the kind of specs you have in your computer. You can also have, you know, VR that now, you know, they're also not that cheap. So, and are also, you know, if you have tried it after like an hour or so that you are with a headset, it's quite bulky, it's not that comfortable. So I think we need, you know, step forward on that front as well.
Awesome, thanks guys. So Alex, you actually touched upon, you know, onboarding, and NFTs, they're not a new concept. So why are there still skeptics out there, and how can NFTs incentivize like more widespread use of blockchain?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me that question, because with any new technology, there's skepticism, and I think, you know, it's not like there isn't financial fraud. Like, there is fraud, but obviously, like, with this new technology, we saw a lot of scams in the space, a lot of uncertainty, and probably because the sales were going faster than the security component. So I had a really interesting interview with Fons from Token Proof, and something that they're building is essentially you log in your NFT once, but then you can use what you own to access different things, whether it's like in real life events or online merch orders. And what they were talking about is there is still a long process, because you first need to onboard Web2 brands that are then going to continue offering the service to their customers. And as we know in the traditional industry, things move much faster than on Twitter. So I think security will be a major component.
And I think it's the wider education as well, where a lot of people don't even understand what the blockchain is or what that technology is going. And there's usually a lot of headline readers as well. A lot of people, if they're not in the space, but the way they would see NFTs is they've just seen a big headline of a 16-year-old earns $2 million flipping JPEGs online. And then they think, oh, is that all it is? It's just these random pictures that are going around, and I can just save as, and then now it's mine. That's just the lack of education. That's just the lack of understanding that there's a whole infrastructure and technology built underneath, which is what verifies all of this. So in order to be able to bring on the next wave of people, I think this is the wider education of what the actual blockchain is, and just being educate the billions of this new thing that's coming into the world.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to educate anybody in that. Blockchain is too complicated for 90-something% of the people who are not technical and so on. We just need to give them useful things to do with it. That's that's the key. So NFTs are very good at that, because people, they can see them. Okay, it's not something that's code. It's not something that's money. They can see them. We just need to take out all the complex blockchain stuff around user interaction, and that's it. And you can have the benefits of NFTs and blockchain without people needing to work with it.
NFT.
No, works.
It works? Perfect.
Yep, just talk louder.
Basically, my opinion on this is that let's analyze how NFTs actually came to fame, right? They actually came to fame. Okay, let me change it. I don't know, that mic doesn't like me. I don't know how it works for you and it doesn't work for me. But so what I was saying is that if we analyze how NFTs really, came to fame, it's true that they were around, before, like years before. But actually, we're in a phase like through COVID where people couldn't meet, and people wanted, to basically find a way, to share. They couldn't go like to art fairs. There wasn't that human component. So it's like NFTs artificially got fast-tracked in adoption because there was something like crazy going on in the world. Generation Z and the young people, it's obvious for them. We need to maybe explain them why a physical, card should have a value that actually is deteriorating through time, whereas, a digital one, it's not. Now, we are going, in a post-COVID, hopefully, society. People are still going around, so you still have that dimension of saying, we fast-track the adoption of something that probably without a pandemic would have taken a few years to develop. And now, it just, will take time. But I see it as something that is inevitable because new generations are already very familiar with the concept of NFTs. But of course, for existing, let's say, for the legacy generations, it's something that it needs to be explained, and sometimes it's counterintuitive. But I'm personally not worried about the long-term trajectory of NFTs.
Right, and that is a wrap. Thank you so much to my awesome panelists. So yeah, there we go. Thank you for your insight.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Any questions from the audience, or are we good?
Yeah,
Any questions? No raised hands? Future of NFTs? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Hey, hello. Okay, thank you very much, guys. That was absolutely fascinating. I've been accumulating NFTs myself during the bear market, so it was really, really great to hear kind of what the future might look like and where we can go from there. I just want to say quickly, for anyone that does think that Web3 gaming for NFTs is still in its infancy, go check out PokerStarter Gaming and Xplog. There are so many Unreal Engine games that you can play right now. My personal favorite's Big Time, so if anyone wants to go run a dungeon, hit me up on Lens and let's go play. In the meantime, we are going to take a 5-minute break to sort out some of the issues we've been having with the audio. So bear with us, get a coffee if you want to. I'll come back on stage and let everyone know when we're going up. We're going to switch it off, turn it back on again. That should fix everything. So bear with us, we'll be with us in a few more minutes. People from Factory DAO, Forbes, MakerDAO, Zebu Digital, and DAO Leadership. It's going to be moderated by Mickey Elson. So if I could welcome to the stage, let's have a round of applause. Woo!
Hey everyone, how is your Zebu going? That well, excellent. So the eagle-eyed amongst you might have noticed that I'm not actually Mickey Elson, but I work with him at ArtSec DAO, which is a Phygital art gallery in Hackney. I work there in their events coordination, and I also work for FryDAO, so that's why they've got me here. So I'm just going to let the panel go down, introduce themselves, where they work, and a little bit about what they do.
I hope you all hear me okay. My name's Rajiv. I'm based in London. I lead the growth team at MakerDAO. We provide the governance for the Maker protocol, which is the longest standing and I believe largest lending protocol out there. We're also behind the DAI stablecoin that some of you may know.
My name's Cam Dillon. I'm an international finance lawyer. I have been for about over 13 years. Recent years I've run an independent legal practice and I focused on the digital assets crypto space. I hold various roles, head of legal at Zebu, and general counsel at Clearpool.
Hi, I'm Grace Rahmani. I'm excited to be here. And I've been working on DAO leadership and writing and consulting with DAOs for about 4 years, and we're going to be, right now we're announcing that we're working on something called Priceless DAO. And we're working on new infrastructure for the world, really, non-monetary infrastructure, and how do we create new, more just structures that preserve human dignity and the environment. So that's what Priceless is all about.
Hi everyone. So my name's Nick, and yeah, I build DAOs. I'm building a DAO platform called Factory DAO, which basically has the goal of creating a kind of modular DAO framework. Everything that you need to launch a DAO, launching tokens, explicitly around decentralized governance as well. So our big focus on us is NFT governance and building the sort of next iteration of DAO infrastructure.
Hey everyone. Happy to see so many people gathered here today. My name is Nikita Tsikaluk. I'm an early advocate of the Web3 space, wearing different hats. I'm a brand consultant around NFTs and DAOs projects, as well as I'm writing for Forbes, as you can see from there, covering some of the trending topics in Web3 space, which we're going to discuss here today.
Amazing, thank you everyone. So I think maybe this is a question for Dr. Nick about building DAOs. Why build a DAO? What's the importance and how does that impact the future?
Yeah, this is why should you build a DAO? There was a paper this week that Vitalik wrote, which is, give a few different points. If you're doing something that requires censorship resistance, so a lot of the DeFi space is essentially handling lots of money without necessarily a particular legal form. It requires censorship resistance. People like MakerDAO, for example, they're issuing a token that is designed to be censorship resistant, and a DAO is a mechanism for making that possible. So it's a kind of decentralized structure. Everyone runs it. It decentralizes the power around those things. So if you've got an organization that needs that. But one of the other things that Vitalik said, which I thought was quite interesting, is if you have plural governance. So you're trying to build an organization that's not top-down. So normal organizations use chains of authority, managerial structures where everyone tells everyone what to do. A DAO is a different paradigm, which is about bottom-up self-organization, total personal autonomy. If you're trying to create an organization where everyone is their own person and isn't being told what to do, and you want it to be bottom-up, and the goal is to decentralize power to everyone, then you do a DAO.
I think that covers it very, very well. And I think one of the things I find really interesting is the Forbes aspect from Nikita. How is Forbes and how are DAOs connected? Like, what have you been noticing and writing about? Like, what's the big interest?
Yeah, I do believe the biggest interest for me personally around DAOs is the fact that we're moving from one entity to many smaller participants. So it's not one manager or a core team who is actually deciding what are the next steps of this media company, this financial entity, but actually it's participants as employees, customers who for the first time in human history has the chance to decide what are the next steps of the brand and how would we want to see this space built for us, for people. Because at the end of the day, this Web3 space is still extremely early. It's going to take it tens of different adjustments before we see it in the final form. And it's important to start building it right from the beginning for people, for us, not just for the sake of having something.
For us, maybe Grace can do this on leadership, is how does leadership work in a DAO? If it's decentralized and maybe flatter than a normal hierarchy, how does leadership come into a DAO and how does that work?
I'm not going to answer that question because this is a panel on the future of work. And I think it's really important that we look at how far we've come with DAOs, what we've done for work, which these two gentlemen have spoken about really well. We've created flatter hierarchies, and that means we all need to take personal responsibilities. But we need to look at what the future of work is. And what DAOs have become is these really great funding mechanisms where people can be self-inspired to do something. And that's the future of work, except that we really need to be very clear about what work means in the future. And right now we're talking about like work, and we've devalued things like replanting our forests and recovering our watersheds. We're in the middle of a drought here. People are going to go hungry, and it's serious. The future of work is rebuilding the watersheds. This winter, we're all facing energy shortages. The future of work is going to all of our neighbors' houses and making sure at least one room can be heated with the budget that that neighbor has. The future of work is creating meaningful things that inspire us, that connect us to our neighbors, and to restore the planet. And if we don't start taking this technology, instead of just moving little digits of money around, it's great. We can move digits of money around to people who are rebuilding our agriculture, rebuilding our forests, and rebuilding human dignity. And that's the future of work. Because if it's not the future of work, there is no future. And so to me, it's really about taking leadership and saying, we can reorient this money in the Web3 space to what's meaningful to us as human beings and for our survival. So.
Yeah, they're brilliant. So maybe we take this opportunity, like what inspires, like if we go down the panel, what inspires you to work and what inspires you to change the future of work?
Well, with DAOs, I think it was touched upon. We're sort of trailing, we're blazing a new trail here. And I think we're in the first iteration. We've discovered some things that work. We're actually learning a lot of things that don't work. And as an industry, I think, we all fighting for the vision where we want to get to, which is this much better future. And at Maker, where we're dealing with, I guess, the boring bits of moving financial money around, something we do believe very strongly in is sponsoring clean money initiatives, exactly so that we tap the power of DeFi to make the world a better place. So we're investing in things like clean energy. But it's going to be a hell of a journey, and I would always emphasize just how early we are in that. What inspired me to sort of join the space is it's a privilege to be part of that journey and to have the opportunity to blaze this path. But it is tough. It does come with a lot of challenges, and I think when you're living it, and certainly at Maker we've had the opportunity to work with regulated institutions. We're definitely feeling that shift in terms of participants in the space. And we're learning, the model does need to adopt if we're going to carry it on down this path. But yeah, it's the opportunity to be part of the journey that's the true inspiration.
So I think DAOs have got a huge potential to change kind of the landscape of the future of work, in that it does put responsibility into the hands of the participants and the individuals. And with that responsibility of being able to shape how something happens, how an organization works, also do come risks and challenges. And I think from the legal standpoint, there's some work to be done, certainly under English law, to make sure that those participants are protected. And so I think there's a strong path to be trodden in terms of DAOs and how people work in the future. But I do think legal protections for those individuals will be a key part of that and the growth of it.
So maybe touching on that, the legality surrounding DAOs, like my limited knowledge about DAOs is that the legality is very tricky and it's so new that it's quite a grey area. Is that right, or is there some precedence?
I definitely think it's a grey area where we are today, and I think one of the key tensions between a DAO, which inherently is meant to be decentralized and have no central authority, and legalization, which legal entity can serve a DAO and in order to give it protection. Because I think a lot in this space, DAOs are sort of inherently run outside of a legal structure or a legal wrapper, but I think that does expose the participants to potential liabilities. There's questions around who should hold assets, for example. How can, so I think there's a lot of work to be done around it, and I think it is a grey space. I can mainly speak to English law, but I think that's probably applicable to other jurisdictions as well. And there is definitely work happening around that at the moment to see whether, there can be some kind of legal entity that would honour decentralised governance whilst offering some kind of protection and legal recognition.
You're working with
Yeah. So this conversation about legality of DAOs is so the DAO legal nexus is going to be one of the biggest conversations in the space over the next 2 to 3 years. The reality of it is that DAOs are decentralized structures that might not necessarily marry up with any legal form that exists already. So new legal form may need to be created. There's potential regulatory attacks on DAOs. For example, if a nation state decides that anyone in a DAO is formed a general partnership and everyone is individually liable, and then start trying to prosecute individual members within a DAO, that would be, nation states have decided this is illegal now, which could happen, right? So we could be in a point where nation states just decide we want this to stop and directly start attacking DAO members in order to make, to send a message, right? Stop what you're doing, right? If that happens, then DAOs don't stop. They just get more illegal. So pseudonymous participants, no particular jurisdiction, you don't know who's inside them or what's happening. It all goes a bit underground and dark. Or nation states decide to say, we want you to do your Web3 DAO business in our nation. We want some revenue from it, so we're going to make it easy for you to pay your taxes. We're going to create those legal wrappers that allow part of your DAO to have legal form. So that's what it is. It's going to be, there's two different directions in which we will go. Probably both will exist simultaneously. Some DAO form require you to give your, so if you do a DAO Wyoming wrapper, they want to be able to shut you down at any point. And I'm not convinced you are still a DAO if you give that power to a nation state. Don't think you have any A in DAO if you do that. So this is the conversation. And I think it's very possible to see some very progressive nation states. I'm hoping the UK is going to be one of them. We say, right, set your DAOs up here. We're going to work collaboratively with DAO operators and infrastructure providers. That's the best of all worlds. So that's what we want, and working with people with legal expertise is basically where it's going to be at for the next 3 years, I think.
I'm quite a bit less optimistic than you, and that has to do, we're in the biggest bear market I've ever been in. And we've seen governments say, oh, you know what? Tornado cash is illegal, and then arresting, and as for arresting the person who programmed it, and he programmed it when it was still legal, right? Like, something you did last year was legal, and now we're going to pass a law and put you in jail Because when you were doing it, it was perfectly legal. And so I think the chance that nation states are going to give legitimacy to DAO is close to zero. There will be some rogue states and islands and et cetera. But at the end of the day, we're talking about, like, it's interesting, we're talking about being legal, but we're not talking about the legitimacy of our governments and the legitimacy of these laws. I mean, KYC, what happened to privacy and innocent until proven guilty? Why am I guilty of money laundering just by having a bank account? Why do I have to give the government the right to look at every transaction that I make? When did that become legitimate? Isn't that what this industry is about? And we're just bending the knee. We're watching protocols bend the knee. And the reason we did it is because none of us own our own cloud servers. None of us own our own electricity generators. None of us own our own food. And that's the biggest mistake we've made as an industry. And that's really what I've been working on, is like, you know, the priceless DAO is about what's priceless in life. Having our own freedoms and having our ability to take care of one another and not bending the knee every time the government changes the regulations. I've been in this industry. I've watched lawyers sit down with my clients and say, if you do this, it passes the Howey test, no. 18 months pass and the regulators are knocking on their door. And then the lawyers, no offense, make another $100,000 getting them out of the hole. These governments don't have legitimacy to take my privacy away from me. And I don't think that we should just keep compromising with them. That's why Bitcoin and Ethereum keep going down, because every time we compromise, we have less legitimacy as an industry.
Actually, I really agree. I just wanted to add that I actually really agree with what Rajiv and Nick just mentioned about us testing the water of DAOs. I had the privilege to share the stage at East Osho a couple of weeks ago with another representative of MakerDAO, with Nadia Alvarez. And MakerDAO is the oldest, the biggest DAO there. And the way how she approached it as a head of growth, actually, is that it's a test. Like, we are in this market where we're just testing things out. If it works, perfectly fine. If it doesn't work, we're gonna adjust, we're gonna add something, but it's a part of the journey to fail. So answering the question, what will the end framework, the end result, the end structure coming from the government side, coming from the DAO side itself, perhaps we cannot answer it yet. We can come up with some ideal case scenarios for all of us coming from different backgrounds. It most probably will be a different story, but it's still too early to say what it's going to look in 10 years from now. And I do believe that's also the beauty of the space, us testing out it now with all these different tools, realizing what are the needs, the wants of general users. So yeah.
I mean, I think what the industry is really craving for is clarity. You know, like if everything, the problem is right now, everything is subject to interpretation. So depending on who you speak to, you can interpret differently what's correct and what's not correct. I mean, I can tell you the appetite we're seeing from institutions and, you know, big institutions who want to get involved in DeFi is huge, but they're asking the same questions. Like, we need clarity to understand what can we do and what can we not do. And, you know, we all want to come together to collectively get to this better place. And I think as an industry, we're just going to keep testing those boundaries in a responsible manner and try to define correct frameworks that we can work within.
How do we do that? Like, there's a lot of talk about legality, especially around assets, and Grace has made some excellent points about just humanity in general, but how do we as individuals make that change or impact or influence it in any way?
Well, we have to stop operating as individuals. It's not natural, it's not normal. I mean, I've had this experience about half of you have had, where I had this thing that was me, and then it became another person, and it was like literally in me, and then it was like not, and it was like a totally separate person. And so that experience makes you realize that we are not individuals, and we need to start coming back to community. We're looking at communities that are based on actually owning the land, growing on the land, or hosting the web servers on the land, or the solar panels on the land, so that there's an integration between the community you belong to, the meaningful work, like we talked about, and being part of this DAO that operates with other DAOs like it, so that people are not operating as individuals, because united we stand, divided we fall. And then that's one of the mistakes of the monetary system, is like, if I've got enough money, I can hire a mover, I can hire a babysitter, I can put granny in a old folks home. If we stop operating as individuals and we start operating as groups and communities and holding each other's hand, it won't be so scary and lonely. And freedom isn't free. It comes at a cost, and we need to have each other's backs, because some of us are already paying the price. Some of us already have gone to jail. And we need to start operating as a community and not as an individual, and find projects that you believe in, support people you believe in, and don't be so concerned about the number in your bank account. Be concerned about where your food supply is coming from, where your electricity is coming from, and who you can trust.
So, do we see maybe offices and companies in the future becoming DAOs? How will it affect not like the Web2 world now? Will you go into an office and all of you are part of a DAO? Will it affect how you actually day-to-day work, or will it be how you work as a community within that office, do you think? That's an open question to anyone.
I think my background's in governance, right? And decentralized governance is not a new thing. So I'm sort of building decentralized organizational structures. They've been around for a long time. There's a long legacy for these things. But what DAOs do is allow that to go onto the open internet. So it allows you to do decentralized organization at scale. And I think there'll be DAOs that there's no reason why they can't scale to millions of people. They can laterally scale in ways that brick and mortar institutions can't. They can be governed in the way that centralized hierarchies don't scale. They just have to make those central actors more powerful. So a lot of companies will have, if they want to do it, will have to get used to this idea of giving power away to people and letting them be autonomous and not necessarily knowing the outcome. Some progressive places might experiment with that. I don't think we'll see large centralized companies just turn into DAOs all of a sudden. I do think we'll see companies exploring DAO components for international workers, and there's a lot of people who don't want to trade their time for a contractual obligation to turn up 9 to 5 for 3 years. There's a lot of talent lying around who just want to be autonomous individuals who'll turn up and do some casual work, pick up some money and disappear, maybe not even, no contracts, no legal form, just come and do some work. And I think that's an incredibly large talent pool. So I think we'll see companies doing that because it makes financial sense for them to do so. So that, yes, when all of that will happen, when it makes sense. The kind of institutional narrative, a lot of the point of this is to do it without institutions. So I kind of get a bit of like institutional adoption. I'm like, I don't care about institutional adoption. We don't want institutional adoption. The point is to build extra institutional governance and extra, like doing things in a radically new way and rebuild the way governance is done, do organizations in a different way. So yeah, let's do it differently and go in a different direction. If people want to do it, then good for them, but it's up to them.
So I would envision things like project-based DAOs that do a project, people join, and then the DAO dies off. Yeah. This whole idea of a company living forever and growing doesn't make sense. Like, oh, let's build the bridge, build the DAO, and when the bridge is built, we all go off our separate ways. I don't think we need corporate structures to build bridges, or I can envision this a different way.
That's an interesting point that you mentioned there, Nick, around kind of individuals doing casual work and that being a massive talent pool. And you might remember that said there was this time period where 0-hour contracts became massive. And actually it was doing a disservice to that talent pool. Yes. And I think what DAOs can do is actually shift that narrative to put a little bit more of the power in the hands of that talent pool to say, I can come to the table and do this, and actually I get something in return for it.
I see the 1 million people in this country on 0 hours contracts as being the target audience for DAOs in the next few years. I think we'll have over 1 million people in this country working for a DAO, and that's whether the government have decided they want to enable that or not, right? And it will essentially be up to those people if they pay tax or not. Now, they have to, right? But will they know who they are, and do they know how to, is the next sort. So the adoption is going to happen to those people and casual work online, and that being more plentiful. So we talked about like, are people going to be able to keep the lights on this winter? If you could go to a DAO and earn a few $100 to making memes for some internet culture organization, then, and that allows you to keep the lights on in this country, then, you know, that's where we get the next wave of adoption, is providing work opportunities for millions of people all over the world.
I think one paradigm shift, I mean, I'm already seeing and living in the DAO landscape, and it actually surprised me, is how many people who work for DAOs, they don't do so exclusively. You know, it's not like a work contract where you're working for a company. You can contribute to multiple DAOs, and actually many people in the industry do just that. So, I mean, which is already a huge paradigm shift, right? You're not restricting yourself to, I work for a single employer. You contribute for a cause that you're either a specialist in or strongly believe in, and you provide that as a service to multiple DAOs, and yeah.
Yeah, DAO's a side gig machine. Like, everyone will have a side gig in a DAO soon.
Will DAOs impact, let's say we are doing side gigs and working in multiple DAOs, will it be, instead of maybe you're an executive so you get paid way more, do you think there's a way for DAOs to do it on like input and merit base? Is there a current way of doing that?
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm really concerned about this idea of merit-based, and also this idea of being a talent pool. I don't like being called a talent pool. I don't think any of you like being called a resource or a talent pool or being incentivized. Like, I'm not a tool that something is supposed to manipulate. And I worry a lot about equality. I mean, I think about if you're a DAO and you're doing gig work and you've got to get your salary approved every 3 months by your peers, like how much politics is involved in that? And the proposals are in English or whatever, and what if you're some mother in Malaysia who's pregnant for the third time in 5 years, and you have to ask for your maternity leave from your peers all over the world in the English language and explain about your culture is like, that's a blessing to the earth to have a third child, and they're like, why are you taking maternity leave? You should be making memes. And I don't know what to say.
Whether, maybe I'm being too optimistic, but whether DAOs can be a vehicle for people to choose when and how and if they want to make a contribution, and then to be rewarded for it, rather than the traditional system that we've seen historically, which is this 9 to 5, you're tied into this, and actually, you're, regardless of what's going on for you personally and your other priorities, actually, this is what you need to do all of the time. And I think it's nice to have, there's like a flexibility, I think, that comes with DAOs that perhaps could serve different communities.
But what I'm pointing at is that having a child and raising them is a contribution. And nobody should have to vote on whether you should be rewarded for that behavior.
I really love what Grace just mentioned, the word equality. For me personally, DAOs is all about equality. It's about contributing not just from financial standpoint, but also team culture development. Let's put it like this. Right now, all these traditional businesses, they have the hierarchy system. You have tens of managers above you to whom you need to report. So basically, you being at some entry level, let's say the first couple of years, you have almost no decision-making power. I'm not saying that all the big brands need to adjust and start using DAOs later on. I cannot even see, but let's start with some smaller startups, scale-ups, who are looking for faster, most innovative ways to make those right decisions, raise money, and in this way give this equal voting right, equal decision-making power to all participants, regardless whether you're the founder of the brand or you're just an intern, a creative marketing director who entered a couple of months ago, but you have something to add. And you don't need to wait weeks in this queue of management decisions to actually get some kind of feedback coming back and forth. You can make the decision right now. And that's how I see the equality coming to smaller entities and then potentially growing to bigger companies. Because right now we need some use cases. Let's be honest, there is not that many successful DAOs. There's a lot of projects who are stating that they're DAOs. And instead of this three letters DAO in their names, there is nothing around, about DAOs into them. So we need some use cases of different team structures, of different company sizes to actually show these big brands, thousands of people working them, how it works. Because right now they're scared. They're just simply scared of the whole blockchain, of the whole Web3 technology ecosystem. And DAOs is just one of these directions which they have no idea what the heck it is.
That concept of equality, can it really be achieved? And if so, is that to the extent that smart contracts are appropriately coded? And then are you shifting the power and responsibility to developers and the people that employ those developers or engage those developers? So I think there are a few more questions to be answered around whether that idea of quality can be truly achieved.
It's actually a kind of technical problem. So, like, the way most DAO governance works at the moment is the richest people run everything because it's one token, one vote. So the next sort of era of this, so we've built DAOs where everyone's got one NFT each and everyone has the same voting power. So you can build perfectly egalitarian governance structures in a DAO. We've done a few of them. But then you can do reputation-based systems. So to answer your point, Matt, around meritocratic governance, you can do it. So the next sort of era is non-financial governance power in DAOs, which allows you to, it's a blank slate to build any governance paradigm that you can imagine, weighting people for their knowledge in certain disciplines, their history of participation over time. All of that is possible now. So I think we're going to see genuinely exciting new organizational structures emerge over the next year or so.
Yeah, the next year, we got Zebu 23 to look forward to. But I think this has been amazing. I've learned so much. It's interesting being by far the stupidest on the panel. But I think maybe if we go down and just say what we're looking forward to in the next iteration of DAOs, perhaps.
Yeah, I think we've talked a little bit about the decision making. And look, it comes with pros and cons, right? When you spread out that decision making capability, make it more equalitarian, for lack of a better word. It can come with a high cost. And I think there's a lot to innovate here. So actually at Maker, as we've hit a certain scale, we've learned some things that work and some things that don't work. And there's a lot of discussion in our community now about a new structure that actually almost splits out into specialist DAOs. And the idea is just to facilitate the decision making. So yeah, to me, I really look forward to carrying on the innovation that we're seeing in the industry, both from a governance perspective, but also from the underlying tech.
And Cam, in a short few words, what are you looking forward to most?
I'm looking forward to, I think DAOs have the potential to create a truly democratic way of working, and that excites me.
Zebu, DAO Wen, and Grace.
I think somebody asked me about Web3 adoption, and I said, when nobody tells me they can't pay their rent in crypto, then we'll know we made it. So I'm really looking forward to the land-based DAOs that are coming up, including our own, but there's a lot of people creating communities and physical land-based DAOs, creating their own electricity. So us as an industry actually owning an ecosystem that can support us.
I'm looking forward to there being 1,000 DAOs a day. So there's going to be a point where anyone can launch one instantly in 5 minutes with any amount of people, whether it's 5 people or 5,000, and you can do it online without talking to anyone. And there's 1,000 people doing it a day, maybe more. There'll be the point where this takes off is going to be incredible. I'm looking forward to that.
Yep, that's basically what we just meant is Vic's web page that we have right now for web page development. That's basically the top point of adoption for Web2 world. For us, being able to create this different frameworks of DAOs in a matter of minutes, that is the future. And I'm extremely fascinated about the use of NFTs into it. Holding NFTs as a long-term holder from consumer standpoint or as a reward system for employees based on their contribution, something that we discussed before, and having the voting power based on the involvement into the system.
Amazing. Thank you, all of you, for joining us. Thank you for Zebu for having us, and thank you for listening, guys. Hope you enjoy Zebu.
Okay, everyone. So that was absolutely fantastic, really interesting. I'm a big fan of the DAO ecosystem. I was actually talking to a guy from Coin Bureau recently, and he mentioned to me that he thought DAOs could be an existential threat to politicians globally in the future. However, next up, we have one politician who is not afraid to be jumping into crypto. He needs little introduction, but it's my job to give it a go anyway. So Matt Hancock's been a member of the UK Parliament since 2010, led various arms of the government throughout his time, including Secretary of State for Digital Culture, Media and Sport. In April, he welcomed Binance CEO CZ to the Houses of Parliament, managed to get a selfie with him. And CZ said that Matt is an expert in crypto with a forward-thinking mindset, pushing forward crypto adoption. And Matt himself said, he stated that the UK needs to embrace crypto or be left behind. And personally, I couldn't agree more. We were once the financial center of the world, and in my view, if we want to be again, we need to adopt crypto. And with that said, I would like to welcome Matt to the stage.
Thanks very much for that intro, and thanks very much for the invite to this conference. And it's a fantastic moment to be having this conference, and I'm incredibly grateful to be invited. And the reason is this, that for me, this is an absolutely critical time for the UK in particular, in terms of getting right our attitude to digital assets, to crypto, and to the underlying blockchain technology on which they're built. And the reason I wanted to come to see you today is because I need your help in making this argument. So over the last year or so, having had a long career on the edges of fintech, having worked at the Bank of England, having been in charge of policy, digital policy within government, I then had 3 years out as Health Secretary, and I've come back now to look at what is happening and how we can build our future prosperity as a country. And I have a fervent belief that we only build a prosperous country if we allow people who want to build the future to get on and build it. And when I came out of government, having been Health Secretary, and looked around at the area that I'd spent most of my career looking at and responsible for policy for, I found that there were barriers. There were barriers in place. There wasn't the enthusiasm certainly within government and regulators, that there needs to be to build the future. But there was a fantastic market, a huge amount of people who were driving this agenda hard, but barriers were being put in their place. Or more accurately, barriers were being put in your place. And so I started speaking up for crypto. The first time that I spoke up, I went into a debate in Parliament, and I found that every voice was saying, well, I'm not sure about this crypto thing. Can we stop it? Wouldn't it be better if it happened elsewhere? And I just stood up and said, we have to embrace the future. And it was, you just heard the quote back then. And that went viral. The next thing that happened to me, I knew that I'd hit a chord because I was crossing the road on Westminster Bridge outside Parliament, and there was a cyclist who was, coming rapidly towards me, and he clocked me and clocked who I was, and he stared at me and took his hand off the handlebar and looked at me like this. And I thought, oh, yeah, this could go one way or the other. And he said, as he got closer, he said, Hancock, sort out crypto. And at that point, I knew that somebody had noticed. And so since then, I've been trying to make the argument. And politics has been a turbulent place over the last year. And obviously, over the last couple of weeks, it's been a turbulent place. The Queen, though, was a supporter of digital assets. Did you know that? She supported the British Blockchain Association, and she put out a supportive statement a couple of years ago. Well, now the key is to use the opportunity of a new government here to have a fresh start in the attitude and approach to digital assets, to cryptocurrencies, and to the use of the underlying blockchain technology. And I come to report good news. I was called into the Treasury this week by the new Chancellor. He said, I know that you've been talking about this stuff. We know that we've got to get on with it. I want to move as fast as we reasonably can, and I want to hear from you, and I want to hear from the industry. And so I had a very good conversation. The door is undoubtedly open to making sure that the UK is the place to build. I'm glad I brought my mum along for a bit of cheering. The door is open to making the UK the best place to build. And I'm going to go through, this is why I've got this thing, I'm going to go through a couple of areas where I think we need to make progress. But there's two things that underpin what needs to happen here. The first is that we cannot do it without you. There is no way that we can build an environment, a regime, an ecosystem for digital assets unless we hear from you about what is needed. What are the barriers to you growing your business here? For those in international businesses, which is most, what are the barriers to you getting investment here? You know, we know that we have huge, long-term, substantial benefits of being in the UK, right? We have the English legal system, which has underpinned international finance for decades. But it hasn't done that on its own by accident. It's done it because it's been designed to be a progressive, liberal, essentially open system on which you can base the legals for financial instruments. We know that we have a huge amount of talent here. And we have in London in particular the combination of digital capability and finance capability that means that you can build disruption. We have an attitude which is that we do not actively look to support the incumbents, we actively look to support the disruptors, because that's how the future of prosperity is built. And we are open to trading with the world, which is important, because one of my arguments at the political level is we've got to get on with this, because if we don't do it here, it'll just happen elsewhere. You can't stop this train, so let's get on it. So that's the first thing. We need you. And the second thing is that we need to move fast. We need to move with urgency, right? I hear enough from you to know that there are decisions being made now about what should be made where, what should be built where. There are companies that should be growing but are spending too much time with a wet towel over their head working on regulations that weren't designed for them and in fact were designed before the technology they're working on was even a concept. There are far too many people having to spend their time negotiating the world that I inhabit and the pace at which the world of government and regulators works instead of getting on and building. So the second thing, which is absolutely critical, is urgency. So given that we need you and we need engagement to get this right, and given that there is urgency, what should we do? So my model, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, my model is that we need to build in the UK the playbook that we have used in the past to get new businesses, new industries to grow from here. So in the 80s, with the Eurobond market, the swaps market, and other financial instruments essentially built around derivatives, we not only built an infrastructure, we actively went out around the world and said, do business in the UK. It is the best place to build a business. In the 90s, we did the same with asset-backed markets, and in particular, the repo market. The authorities lent in. And they had an attitude which is you get on with it. And so long as you're not harming anybody else in the process, then you get on with it. And by the way, a bit of market competition and some firms failing is not a bad thing. That is how the system works, and that's how we build. So we've got a model of how we can get this right from the past. What do we need to do right now? This is when I have to look at my notes to make sure I get the details right. Okay, the first thing is making sure that when financial products are built, the regulatory system that is in place, the framework, not only, well, I'll put it this way, has clarity. Because often what people are looking for is simply the answer to the question so they can get on and build. So the first thing I want to talk about is clarity. Here I think the Swiss have got it right, where the Swiss have looked at their existing rulebook and they've matched it over and they've said, these are the principles that apply to traditional assets. This is what your particular new technology looks like. This is, under the existing rulebook, this is what maps across. So having that clarity and having an answer to the question, what are the guide rails, what is the rulebook, that is step one. But for me, that is not enough, because that implies that you take the existing rulebook and you apply it to crypto. But we don't want to apply the existing rulebook to crypto. We want you to be able to build with far fewer barriers in the way. So the second thing we need to do is to make sure that the regime is far more liberal. Now, for me, a high-quality market operates when you have high-quality information and you allow failure, but everybody knows the rules of the game. So, for instance, I'd be frankly tougher on advertising, right? The way to protect consumers is not to increase financial exclusion by telling them they can't invest in something. That is outrageous. Why should you allow rich people to invest in crypto, but not people who don't have much in their bank account? Okay, well, both of you are going to get a star afterwards. This is going well, isn't it? So I'm glad two people agree with that point, but I think it's important, right? Caveat emptor, let people invest their own money. But the crucial piece to that is getting the information right, making sure the information is fair. And if that means warnings, fine. Actually, when the FCA recently, 6 months or so ago, said, if you invest in crypto, be prepared to lose your shirt, I thought that was a good thing, because that gives them the permission to then allow people to make investments of their own, knowing that, like with equities and a whole series of other investments, you may lose everything. There's a load of businesses that go bust every year that you can invest all your life savings in. It's just unwise to do so. So on the principle of caveat emptor, we need to remove a whole load of the restrictions on investment that are in place. So that's the second thing, clarity, a clearer, simpler rule book. And then the third thing is execution of regulation. I cannot tell you how many times I've been approached by a company that's doing something totally reasonable. It might be new, it might be novel, it might be interesting, and they have been blocked by the FCA from doing it. There have been investigations launched that didn't need to be launched, and there have been huge barriers put in place to people getting licenses to practice here in the UK. The fact it's almost impossible to get a bank account if you say that you're in crypto is ridiculous. These things come from the execution of regulation in practice. We've got to make it faster, smarter, and far more out of your way so that you can build. But for this, I need your help as well. Because then when the regulator allows a load of stuff to happen and some of it goes wrong, none of us have got to point our finger at them. It is not the regulator's fault if a business goes bust. It, in fact, is a sign of health in the market. And this brings me to my final point that I'm going to end on. My final point is this. Over the past 6 months, we have had a tough time in the markets in crypto. I choose not to invest in crypto at all. And the reason I do that is so that when journalists ask me, I can say, I don't invest in crypto. I'm not doing this off my own book. It gives me the great advantage when I come to conferences like this that I'm the only person who hasn't lost loads of money in the last few months as well. I can't even remember the point I was going to make, but I wanted to get that joke in there. But the critical thing about, this is the point, the critical thing about the experience of the last 6 months is I think the market turbulence has shown the resilience of digital assets, not the flaws in digital assets. Sure, it's shaken out some of the weaker players. Sure, we've all realized that when you promise somebody that you'll get one-to-one back in a stable coin, then you need to be absolutely certain that you can pay that one-to-one back. Otherwise, it's not a stable coin at all. That's an age-old principle of finance, but it's as true in digital assets as it is in any other. But of course, there are lessons, individual lessons, that have been learned, and the market is maturing. But mark my words, this last 6 months has shown that digital assets are here to stay. They're a resilient, growing, and increasingly important part of the infrastructure in the UK and around the world. Anybody who thinks that they're going away is completely wrong. The finance sector will be disrupted as aggressively as every other sector has over the last decade. Whether it's the media with the revolution through social media, whether it's retail and the online buying revolution, finance will be disrupted as much as any other. And you are in the vanguard. You are the disruptors who are making this happen. And it will lead to a better, more decentralized, more faithful, and I hope more human finance sector in the future. We have to be on the side of the future. Not only you who are building, but the country as a whole. If we don't get this right, others will simply go straight past us in the fast lane. It is happening. It is resilient. It is going to revolutionize finance, large and small. You are making it happen. I am your voice. I need your help in making sure that voice is heard loud and clear. When I say things that are wrong, I want you to tell me about that as well. But let's get out there and let's make it happen. The door is open. We've got to charge through it together. Thank you very much. So in the spirit of telling me where I've got things wrong, the organisers have kindly suggested that there might be time for 2 or 3 questions. There's a roving mic that's going around. So if you've got a question, stick up your hand. There's a gentleman here in the blue shirt, and then the guy in the, is that a Hawaiian type shirt? You know, It's from Dubai. Okay. We need to eat their lunch as well.
Thank you very much, Matt. That was really interesting. You talked about a few things, changes in potential legislation, changes in regulation. What would be the top 3 things? What were the first few steps that we should be taking on either side of that legislative debate or the regulatory debate?
Yeah, okay, great. So the number one thing I'd say is actual regulatory practice on the ground, right? Within the existing framework, we need regulators to be front foot, positive, open, risk on, instead of the opposite of all those things. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that I think we should, is that the government and regulators should publish clarity over how the existing rules translate into crypto. The third thing, which will take a bit longer, is that we need a new rule book that is simplified and removes a whole load of the constraints that aren't necessary in a digital asset world. That is a much more sophisticated piece of work. That will need legislation, but there's a bill going through Parliament right now that enables it, and that bill, called the Financial Services and Markets Bill, that needs strengthening during its passage of Parliament, through Parliament. So they're the first 3 things that I'd do, but actually before any of them, what I'd do is I'd want to know the answers to those questions from everybody in this room. And it's only by listening to you that I can properly articulate what you need in the when I'm having these conversations with policymakers. Sir? Yeah. It's coming. You missed the bit where he's nice about my speech, but anyway.
Thank you for the great speech. So my question is, would UK government play a more significant role in the Web3 space, as let's say US does right now, as Colorado decided to take the taxes in Bitcoin just recently, and some other deeds that could be performed? Or is it something that in this space is planned already?
Yeah, great question. So look, I'm up for symbolic positive things that the government themselves can do, like taking payments in cryptocurrency. The government has done some of this. You know, I first got involved in using blockchain in government in 2016 when we put international aid contracts onto blockchain for transparency purposes, so that you could see where the cash goes all the way. This was fiat cash, but you could see through the smart contracts. You didn't just give it to the government of Malawi, but then you followed it down to the farmer, for example. And so the government should be doing the symbolic, using, eating its own dog food, so to speak, using the technology, absolutely. But I would be cautious about how far the government gets into actually delivering the technology, right? I'm cautious on CBDCs. I mean, what I want is a flourishing market for high-quality stablecoins based in the UK, probably in all currencies, fiat and crypto, and I want a regime that allows for that and supports that. I don't necessarily want. I'm not spectacularly against it either, but this is not what government does well. And believe you me, having driven some tech projects in government, I'd far rather you did it. Yes, on the front row, and then the lady in the green jacket.
Hello, Roshi Sharma. I manage a crypto-focused legal practice called Lawbeam. Mr. Hancock, that was a superb speech. That was really, really excellent. My question to you is, how can we feed back to you? You've asked us as an industry, how can we gain access to you or your office?
Okay, so my email address is on the internet, although be very careful when you put my name into the internet, all sorts of stuff comes up. Did I just say that out loud? Yeah. Sorry, that was what I was supposed to be thinking at that point. But anyway, but I'm also supporting and co-founding an organization called the Digital Economy Institute, the DEI, which we just put out a paper about stablecoins, actually. The aim of the DEI is to be a pro-digital asset campaigning think tank that allows people like me who want to make these arguments, and especially politicians who may be instinctively supportive but may not have the experience, the support to be able to make these arguments. So by all means, email me directly, but the DEI is the institution that I use as my think tank, and has done some. It's been going for about 6 months. It's doing some really good work. Final question. No, we'll take two more. The lady in green, and then the lady in the black T-shirt over there.
Great to meet you, Matt. My background's actually medicine, so I'm a mental health medically trained doctor, and I'm very into Web3, and particularly getting Web3 into the mental health space. When I talk to people about mental health, everyone can relate. As soon as I talk a bit more about crypto, obviously that sort of negative press and publicity comes into it. How much do you think the sort of outreach, and particularly with your influence, is going to impact on how we get through that message to people in future?
Yeah, okay, well, it's a great question, and a bit broader than the pure digital asset space, which I've mostly been speaking about. I think it's incredibly important, especially because of what we learned during Web 2 about the impact, and, Millie Dowler's the inquiry is currently, in the news at the moment. I'd say two things. The first is there's a broader piece about getting the UK to love crypto, and I think we are making progress there. Actually, our biggest ally has been Vladimir Zelensky. When he said, I need crypto to be able to get cash in fast to support the war effort, he did more than anybody else to help people like me to make the positive argument. But there's a broader Web3 point, and I think we need to learn about what went badly in Web 2. But we also need to make sure that Web3, the Metaverse, the broader revolution that's going on, is open, transparent, based on open standards, and not a walled garden from one company. And I think that there is a danger that one company in particular will try to own the whole space and use the argument, especially child safety type arguments, to say, well, here's a protected space. The danger is they become the AOL of Web3, and that would be a disaster. That would kill it. And they've already sunk billions, tens of billions of dollars into this. So I think we have to be careful to get the online space safe, but not do that in a way that kills its openness and decentralized nature. The final question.
Thank you. You spoke a lot about regulation, which is really interesting. Thank you for that. But as I'm sure you're aware, another key concern for crypto businesses is tax.
Yes, I knew somebody had raised that.
And so many businesses are making their decisions about where to base themselves based on tax regimes.
Yes.
And that's why places like Dubai are flourishing. And obviously it's difficult to compete with the kind of tax rates they have over there. So do you have any thoughts on whether a special tax regime could be brought in for crypto and crypto-based businesses?
Yes, so I should have mentioned tax. If I'd actually read the speech in my pocket, I would have, tax was like 0.7 or something, but I thought it would be far better to just tell you what I really think. Of course tax is important, and it's, again, it's about clarity. It's about how the existing rules work, and then it's about having a set of rules that are specifically designed for crypto. My view is that HMRC have so far taken a revenue maximizing approach based on the existing rule book and applying it in a sledgehammer way. What we need to do is take a growth maximizing view where revenues in the future will be far greater if we support the growth of digital assets industry here in the UK. If you're looking for an example of where there is a dynamic impact of tax rates, i.e. low tax rates lead to higher future revenues, this is it. And so we need to have a much, much smarter and lower tax regime. It is an important argument. People, to be honest with you, people say to me, the regulatory barriers are the bigger ones, but but the tax argument is important, and there are some individual, particularly there's some individual projects that get caught in an unintended consequence of some tax law dreamt up 20 years ago, and that needs to be sorted. And HMRC needs to take a proactive, open, pro-growth policy attitude rather than just a pure revenue maximizing attitude within the existing rule book. So thank you very much for that piece of feedback. That's exactly what the sorts of things, questions I want to get, thoughts I want to hear. If you've got specifics on tax changes that you want to recommend, then do get in touch, and I'd be very happy to look at that. I hope you don't have to talk about regulation for the rest of the conference. I hope you can talk about more exciting things like actually building stuff. And I am very grateful for your support, but I'm here because I need your views. I need you to tell me what I need to do to make your life easier so that we can grow crypto, make the UK love crypto, and make sure that the digital assets ecosystem in the UK is the strongest in the world, because that is what I want to do. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Matt. It's great to hear someone in government talking so passionate about crypto in the UK. One of the things that's really interesting, you mentioned about competition. I can see a few faces in the audience from the UK that have left to go to Portugal and Dubai. So Matt, if you're listening, there's some people here that I think you should start with. Next up, we have something that I'm super excited about. We have Matt Hawkins from Kudos. He's going to be talking about Metaverse and scaling Web3 applications. He founded C4L, which is one of the fastest growing ISPs in 2000, scaled in order to handle over 1% of UK's internet traffic. He now runs Kudos for working on decentralized cloud computing, and I couldn't be happier to welcome Matt to the stage. Round of applause, come on! Woo!
Thanks. So we've heard a lot today about NFTs, we've heard about DAOs. What you've got to consider is some of the risks. You've heard regulatory risks as well. But if we're building metaverses, we're building Web3 applications, we're building blockchains, there's a lot of risks that people aren't necessarily aware of. And those are the ones that we really need to start considering. So if we look at metaverses first, metaverses, as you know, are virtual worlds, virtual environments, and they are now replicating, some of them are replicating the real world versus the virtual world. So you've got houses, cars, countries, all being replicated in it. Huge amounts of information, huge amounts of data. We've then got digital twins, and this is where you're kind of creating a real world copy of something in the virtual world, but high quality, high density graphics, millions of polygons, and that's a huge amount of data that you've now got to share and stream. And then also we have the real-world simulations where you need to consider things like airflow, gravity, fluid dynamics, which is water simulations. So you've now got huge amounts of computation. And if you look, Meta said that when we're building metaverses, they need to be within 20 milliseconds of where your servers are on the actual network. And that's actually not very far at all. So to give you an idea, if you've been here this morning, you've already had 5 coffees, you're probably feeling like this right now, buzzing, wide awake, and you're blinking really quickly. That's about 100 milliseconds you blink at. So 5 times fast, or 5 times slower than actually how quickly you need to have your servers. If you've just had your Zebu lunch, which looks like a few people have gone to go do already, you're probably feeling like this afterwards. And then it's 20 times slower. So it's really quick latency that we need to be between where we're building our servers on these networks. Now, NVIDIA said that over the next 6 years, 50% of internet traffic is going to be running in 3D environments, which is a huge change from where we are today. And to make that equal on everyone's machines, it means that we need graphics cards all around the world rendering this, so everybody's getting the same immersive experience. And we can't do that today. We don't have that much computation. So we've got huge changes that need to be happening over the next couple of years. And then also from Intel, they've said that we need 1,000 times more computing capacity than we have today to be able to do these immersive metaverses. So we've got huge challenges ahead. But that's just metaverses. If you're building environments in these metaverses, you need to take these into account and take these into considerations, that your edge nodes need to be within 20 milliseconds. Your nodes themselves shouldn't be with single providers. They should be with multiple providers all around the world that give you diversity, but also, which I'll cover in a minute, why they shouldn't be primarily in US locations as well, or US service providers, because it's now becoming a real big regulatory risk. So blockchains themselves, they should be distributed, they should be diverse, and they should be decentralized. But that's actually not often the case. And people don't realize this when they look at the infrastructure underneath. So Messari did a report recently. Over 50% of Ethereum is running purely in Amazon AWS. That's a huge risk that all of this infrastructure is running purely in those environments. If you then look at other blockchains, and it's not just Ethereum, Solana, for example, which is a good low-cost, fast transaction network, 72% of that is running in exactly the same locations and service providers that Ethereum is. So we've got this problem across the industry. And then also the SEC actually have a case with a YouTuber called Ian Bellina at the moment, and they are trying to claim that Ethereum is run in the US, so they can put it under their laws. So 43% of nodes are running in Ethereum, actually in America, and they're trying to use that as the case, which is a real risk for anyone that's building their applications, their metaverses, their blockchains that are running primarily in the US. And because we're kind of in this flux in the middle where it's not yet been decided which way we're going, it's a real risk for us as an industry. So as an industry in general, we need to be building outside of America, building with lots of different service providers and distributing our infrastructure to protect ourselves as an industry. And when you build on these platforms, blockchains, when you choose a blockchain, you kind of need to choose decentralization, security, and scalability. You kind of can't have all of these at once, so you need to choose your platforms and your blockchains based on typically 2 of these, and one of these is going to be sacrificed a bit. But the advantage now is that because of bridges and smart contract connectivities between different chains, you can choose the best of both. You can choose a low-cost, fast transaction blockchain to build on top of, and then if you need to scale computation or if you need to access other communities, you can then build a multi-cloud or a multi-chain solution, which actually communicates between all of them. So you get access to wider communities, you get access to the best elements of what you're building in applications today, and that's how kind of internet building applications has gone for many years in the past. But you're seeing that the risks really are about running on, if you run on a centralized blockchain, especially one that is based in the US or as a US team, that's a real risk at the moment. And if you're running on blockchains that are primarily run across the US, that's still a really big risk. So we need to be working with these chains and convincing them to be running on different providers around the world. A little bit about Kudos. So we are an infrastructure blockchain. We actually connect up hundreds and thousands of service providers all around the world that can provide their computing capacity, can provide their renewable energy mining farm capacity into the network so that anyone has got access to infrastructure. Doesn't matter what country, what location, which providers, you can distribute out evenly, so it's safe for your security, it's safe from a regulatory perspective, and you can run pretty much anywhere in the world. The blockchain is live. We've had about 750,000 users sign up to our monetization software and using our platforms. But the actual compute element of our platform goes live next month. And then we've got about $100 million worth of infrastructure around the world initially next quarter being committed to our platform so that people building these applications and metaverses and blockchains can use all of that to scale their own infrastructure. We're also launching next quarter the fact that you can rent capacity on these platforms and these networks. We're actually merging infrastructure and DeFi so that you can own capacity on these networks. So we're enabling wrapping of this infrastructure, and you can own it as an NFT. That's how we're technically doing it, which means you can essentially buy that capacity, and then you earn a yield off that capacity. So it means that we can do real asset-bearing yield NFTs. They can give you returns over 3-5 years, but then you can trade those as the market goes up, as the market goes down, as revenues increase, you can trade those in the market. So it brings liquidity into the infrastructure market. But also we're opening it up so that developers and builders of metaverses and NFTs can integrate it into their platforms and actually create their own yield-bearing services for their customers that have got real utility behind them. So if you use the QR code here, it will take you to a landing page, and we're doing kind of a promotion for the first 1,000 developers that integrate infrastructure into their dApps and applications, where we'll be giving Kudos, which is the token of our blockchain, to those. So we'd like to work with suppliers of infrastructure, builders of infrastructure on the network. So that is it. So yeah, thank you, and I hope you have a good rest of the show. Cheers.
It's off. Thank you very much. Give me a round of applause there. So we've got one more speech, and then we're going to break for lunch. So we've got about 10 minutes, and I'd love to introduce to you to the stage Adam from Calls 9. He's been building Web2 for the last 10 years, moving over to Web3 now, and he's here to tell you a little bit about what he is up to in Web3 and where he sees things going. So can we have a large round of applause for Adam?
Okay. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? I stand between you and lunch, which I know is a great responsibility, and I hopefully will make this very worth your while. I'll just get the clicker. Thank you. Yeah. There we go. So, controversially, should every product be a Web3 product? Why am I asking this question, and I guess what's my background? So I've been running a software development company for the last 10 years, and obviously that's predominantly Web2. Over the last few years, we've been specializing in Web3, and one of the things that we found interesting is actually trying to help people understand where to use Web3, where does it add the most value, how do you fit it into a product, is it the right thing for you? So what I'm going to try and do today is give you a sense of our framework that we use. Hopefully that will guide you in your own decisions, whether you're building a Web3 native product or whether you're building a Web2 product with some Web3 features. So just to get us all aligned, I think there is some really obvious use cases where Web3 is the right solution. I think we can all agree that finance certainly is, and Just a show of hands, how many people hold crypto or are involved in DeFi, just out of interest? Okay, that's reassuring. Okay, very good. So finance, I think we all agree, decentralization in Web3 has lots of benefits, and it's a very logical place for us to start. Art and entertainment, I think, also is a very obvious candidate for Web3. Not just NFTs, but renting assets, trading assets with each other, the distributed gaming world, the play-to-earn economy, all the things that make sense around NFTs, I think, are also logical places for Web3 to add value. For everything else, though, I think it's worth a conversation to understand, actually, where can it add the most value for a business or for a product? So for me, coming at it from a decade's worth of experience in software development, it's got to add value and it's got to add utility. We're not interested in Web3 for hype's sake, and we want to make sure that the people that use it are using it for the right reasons. So the framework that we've developed has these components to it, which I'm going to walk you through now. We're obviously on a relatively tight timescale, so if you'd like any more information about this, just catch me afterwards and I'll happily share the deck and share some more insights. But essentially, we'll talk through the functional differentiation, the economic drivers, how you can build brand advocacy, and one of the areas that I think is kind of overlooked at the moment, which is how you can build business resilience using Web3 as well. So, starting with functional differentiation, some of this might be obvious, but I just want to stress, actually, looking at Web3 as a functional improvement on Web2 is really important. One of the key areas is obviously around identity and ownership. Now, verifying identity in a Web2 world, we essentially do this through middlemen providers. And this might be signing in with Google, it might be signing in with Facebook. You've got to rely on those identities to give you the information you need. And actually, there are lots of reasons why sometimes that's quite problematic. In a Web3 world, you don't necessarily need to do that. You can build true identity verification that uses the blockchain to give you much greater certainty over the people that are using your product, and that has lots of trust-based benefits to it as well. In terms of the next two items, hopefully these are fairly obvious, but I think explaining the contrast between the two is helpful. So moving from a world where we have to trust that you own something through to a world where you truly own something, I think this is still something that as an industry we're struggling to communicate, and I think lots of people, when we hear about NFTs and we hear about other terminology and nomenclature, I think they just get stuck on it. If you say it's a way of truly understanding if you own an asset, I think it cuts through a lot more. And whether that's real estate, whether it's law, or whether it's commerce, it's something we absolutely need, and it's where Web3 can add a lot of value. And the last item is could be true versus actually true. There are lots of things in our lives where we really need to know that the data is bang on the money. Obvious examples including healthcare, but it also expands out into our economic, into our political system as well. It was interesting listening to Matt Hancock speak earlier. I think Web3 can transform how government operates, and I think as a foundation and a bedrock of trust and transparency, in 10, 15 years' time, I think most democracies around the world will be using some component of Web3. So this is the functional reasons for using it. There are obviously lots of economic reasons, and I think everybody in the crowd probably gets this, but for people that are watching this stream, crypto and Web3 are not the same thing, and they are not mutually exclusive. Yes, crypto is an important part of Web3, but you can have all the things I'm talking about without it. If you are going to use crypto, though, I think it's about saying, what's the purpose of it? And it, again, moving us away from cash-based payments to crypto-based payments increases the size of the market, increases your customer base, lets you differentiate through new product offerings. It's super exciting, and we're really just scratching the surface of what's possible. In terms of moving from one-off revenue to recurring revenue, lots of businesses we work with see that transaction cycle with their consumers as a one-time purchase. Well, using NFTs, rentable tokens, and some of the other standards that are being developed, you can actually turn that into a lifetime value, where every time assets and products move around, the originating company actually gains the benefit from that. And that takes us into what I would say is moving from static to dynamic markets. One of the things that is a product of tokenization that's not really talked about, I think, as much, is that everything becomes tradable. Everything becomes a market. And in the real world, that already makes lots of sense. All the physical things that you own have places that you can take them to if you want to trade them and move them on. And eventually that will be the same with Web3. So thinking about your product and your business in these terms, I think, is really powerful. These are the economic drivers. One of the really important things, though, is brand advocacy. I think that Web3 is a unique moment in time where you can capture the hearts and minds of your customers, your users, the general populace, whoever's interacting with your product or service. I think the move that Patagonia have made in the last few weeks is amazing. I think it's an absolute game changer, and that's what corporate responsibility looks like. And the only critique I have on that very, very grand gesture is that it's been deployed as a trust and not as a DAO. I think in the future, for consumers to really buy into things, they won't have to believe in these legal structures that are being superimposed, but through a DAO where they have collective ownership over the shareholding, the voting, the governance, everything's taken care of. And I just think that's brand advocacy taken to an absolutely new height and a new level. So that's about turning followers into community, feedback into participation, and moving from a commercial relationship into aligned interests. I think one of the things that's interesting in the post-COVID era is that we don't want to be treated purely commercially by the brands that we're interacting with. We want to have a meaningful relationship with them. We want to feel involved in the direction of the products, like our voice is heard. And crypto and Web3 through DAOs gives us a unique opportunity to do that. So from a brand advocacy perspective, this is where you can build real value and utility with Web3. And then the last part of the framework maybe isn't as sexy and exciting as the other ones, but I think it is absolutely fundamental. And my mission is to drive mass adoption of Web3. And business resilience is something that is dramatically overlooked. Moving from a world where all of your data is centrally stored to a world where your data is distributed and decentralized massively, massively helps with business resilience. Web3 as a backup platform, if you like, as a disaster recovery mechanism. There are lots of edge case scenarios that need to be solved for that to become a true commercial reality, but it's undeniably where the industry's heading, and anybody building products at scale should really be thinking about it. Moving from manual decision-making to automatic decision-making. Some of the most important decisions that businesses and companies need to make, and I'd go further and say governments as well, should be codified, should be automatically executed, and should not be reliant on humans to bring them to life, to trigger them. Again, with smart contracts and dApps, this is a truly unique opportunity to do that, to think about the most important things in our products and our services and in our communities, and automate them, encode them, and enshrine them on the blockchain so they can be executed as and when we need them. And then lastly, I say lastly, you could do a whole talk on this last point. In a normal software development world, we have a constant battle and a fight and a struggle to maintain security. It is an almost never-ending activity. And I know that this will probably draw a bit of heat given some of the recent news about hacks, but the blockchain is ostensibly secure by default. Some of the issues that you see in terms of hacks and security are around companies not following best practice and the industry learning how to communicate use cases to the general public. But we know that in principle, it can and should be significantly more secure than a standard software development environment. So foundationally, even if you don't buy into tokenomics, you don't feel like you're trading NFTs, brand advocacy is not important for you. By the way, if it's not important for you, I think your company's probably going to be dead in 3 years. But business resilience should be, right? It should be something which is important to all of us. And I think it's absolutely something to take note of in terms of the utility of Web3. So these are just some of the benefits. This is just the beginning of a framework. And I think what's important is to stress that this is coming from over 10 years of running Calls9, my business, but over 20 years of actually building, deploying, and maintaining software at scale. And Web3, however you want to abstract it away, it's software. It's interacting with consumers, it's interacting with clients, it's interacting with the general public. The experience they have, the differentiated functionality, how you bring it together to build new market economics, build an amazing brand, a unique experience that only Web3 can create through that participatory effect, and then upgrading the business resilience of your company and your products. This is truly a very unique moment in time, and the people that get this right are, I think, the ones that really will be trailblazing in the years ahead. So to return to the opening question, should every product be a Web3 product? I think the reality of it is that in pure terms, no. But where we're going to end up is that every product will either be or contain Web3. So there are Web3 native products, and there are some amazing builders and founders here today who are really pushing the boundaries with dApps, DAOs, and all sorts of amazing technology. But for most people, what you want to be doing is saying, this is a foundational technology that probably needs to be in my product or service for functional, economic, brand, or resilience reasons. How do I do that? How do I integrate that into my technology so that I'm not missing out on these unique opportunities? We specialize in helping people get that right, and it is an art form as much as it is computer science. And our unique experience comes from that 10 plus years of working in the space. And we're here really today to make connections in the industry, to reach out to people, and to help them start to make this transition either to building a Web3 native product or to take their Web2 product and bring it into the modern era. So feel free to reach out to us through Telegram or WhatsApp. We're outside in the exhibition booth, and I don't know if I have time for questions, but if I do, I'm happy to answer any. So thank you for listening.
You can do questions. We've got time for a few questions if you fancy it.
Do we? Does anybody have any questions? Hi.
One issue that we're having currently is to move the Web2 player base to Web3. We are having lots of user experience difficulties, I would say, because even though the crypto natives are okay with the situation, the Web2 gamers are not. They are asking us, like, why I need a wallet, why I need to press so many buttons, why I cannot do one-click registration, or etc. So how you see this transition and how you think is going to be like a good way to move Web2 players who are not crypto natives into start to accept crypto features in their games?
Sure. So the question's really about the user experience for the Web2 users who and when you say clicking buttons, it's connecting wallets, and is it getting all of the usual Web3 things set up in a way? I don't know if I did that or not, but I'll put that there. So I think initially there's probably two sets of things, right? You have to ask yourselves the hard question of why are you even doing it in the first place? You know, what value is that adding to the user base? And you might not want to say that right now, but knowing what that is, I then communicate that back to the users. The users need to understand why something is happening. I feel like, I've been building software for long enough that I remember there being no e-commerce, and then I remember e-commerce. And I remember when e-commerce first happened, everyone was like, wait a second, you're telling me that I'm going to go to a website, I'm going to put in my credit card details, I don't see the merchant, I don't know who they are, and I'm going to trust that it all happens. And we were like, yeah. And people were like, no. That is kind of where we are with this. So there's a communication piece, right? Users need to understand why you're doing it. In terms of the user experience, there are things you can do to streamline that onboarding. And I know we've got people from businesses like Consensus here who, obviously with MetaMask, are working on trying to improve that user experience. And that's a gap that needs closing. It's going to close, I believe, in the next 12 to 18 months because there's so much focus on it. But in the short term, the brand advocacy's got to come with you, telling the users why it's got utility, why it's important for the game, and just putting their minds at ease. And then I would build almost like fail-safes back into it so that as you transition, it's not a degenerative experience if they say they're not opting in or they're not connecting their wallet. You know, having a little bit of an on-ramp to get those users over is another strategy. And we've done that with a number of different businesses. So I could happily talk to you about that in more detail afterwards, if that's helpful.
Thank you. I think we'll end it there and give the guests a quick chance to grab some lunch because we are running very late today. But Adam, thanks so much for giving us some insights there. Can we have a huge round of applause from Adam from Cause 9? So we are running a little bit late. We're going to take a quick break for 15 minutes. So head out there, grab some lunch, grab a coffee. We're going to be kicking off back here at 2 o'clock. So thanks very much, and we'll see you then.
Hi, we are Netty.
Hi, we are Netty, a blockchain software development boutique from Poland. We like hard work, but we also value a good atmosphere and relationships, both within our teams and with our customers. We mainly work with DeFi projects. One of them is DeFica, a liquidity marketplace for institutions. Thanks to the blockchain-based platform, investors will be able to support projects of their choice on the best possible financial terms. Let's find out what the founder of the DeFica project says about cooperation with Netty.
The Netty team was a crucial part of the project from the very beginning. We took off at Avalanche Summit. We haven't considered another technology partner ever since. Credibility, commitment, knowledge and professionalism. Unique perks in today's realities.
Cargo Protocol is another project we are proud of. Fundamentally, it's a portfolio and liquidity manager which gives users of treasuries greater control over their assets. Behind the scene, it is an LP manager and rebalancer for Uniswap v3, allowing users to create strategies in DeFi. With multiple wallet integrations, it also makes DeFi accessible to all. All of those features add incredible value to Celo ecosystem. Factory DAO is one of our first blockchain clients. We have built for them an entire ecosystem of products to help create an organization based on the mechanism and idea of DAO. So, we have made a voting system, a yielding system, another system for building liquidity, a system for minting tokens, a system for distribution of tokens, a blockchain-based auction system. There will be probably a few more.
Do you have an idea for a cool project in your head? Get in touch! The easiest way is through our website, where you can book a free consultation. Check us out! Give us a chance to get to know each other better.
Blimey, this works. Hello, my name is Johnny Fry. I'm your MC this afternoon, and delighted that we've got a real variety of different companies, different topics that we're going to be covering this afternoon. And kicking off, first of all, we've got a lady called Paula, who is an expert at moderating. So any of you thinking about doing any moderating, please listen carefully because she's really good. But she's actually a digital Web3 ballerina. And she's come all dressed in her outfit. If you haven't clicked on her LinkedIn website, then I suggest you do, because it's quite cool, because half the time it flips between her face and her avatar. So Paula, if you can bring your panel on, and they'll explain. And she's going to be talking about the Metaverse. Fashion enters the Metaverse. So I'll hand you over to Paula. Thank you.
Testing. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming out today. So our panel is going to be on Fashion Enters the Metaverse, and my name is Paul Marie. So basically, I am committed to uniting fashion, sustainability, and technology. So my job is basically to understand what kind of Web3 protocols I can use in building out sustainable fashion supply chains. Because we all know in Web3 that our customers and our creators are all about stakeholdership. So with post-COVID and rapid digital transformation, a lot of the fashion brands and the retail brands are actually looking at which kind of Web3 protocols are going to A, add value, or B, solve a problem. So I'd like to introduce you to my panel tonight, or this afternoon. So we start off with Joseph.
Hi, hello. Thank you, Paula, and thank you, Zebu, for having us. I'm Victoire. I'm a Web3 fashion investor, advisor in different projects. I invested in projects such as The Fabricant, Carbon XYZ, UNXD, Astra, and I'm also a collector, a digital fashion collector, and I enjoy this, and hope I will be able to bring more light on the subject.
Hi everyone, I'm Ashmi Sangvi. I'm the CEO and founder of Mad Global. We are an innovation-focused creative production agency. I started the agency back in 2009, coming from a career that kicked off in media and publishing at Condé Nast International, and then at the British Fashion Council and Net-a-Porter. At Mad Global, we work across a variety of different projects, really at the intersection of fashion and technology. We do a lot of projects, IRL, URL as well. We just had an event during London Fashion Week, which was an immersive event for digital fashion and art. And I really believe in the space moving forward by communities coming together to have shared immersive experiences. Thanks.
Got one. Hi everyone, my name is Robbie Cochran. I'm a co-founder of Chain Guardians and Cryptoverse. Chain Guardians being one of the kind of earlier GameFi projects or platforms which integrates NFTs and interoperability across different types of experiences, gamified experiences, driving value back to the users in different ways, including play and earn opportunities. And Cryptoverse is a metaverse infrastructure protocol, essentially enabling content creators, including consumers and businesses, brands, rights owners, and so on, to build digital experiences inside the metaverse. And yeah, that's me.
Hi, my name's Justin Edwards. I'm the CEO of Verse Digital. So Verse Digital is a company that helps brands enter the metaverse space through consultancy, education in Web3, blockchain, metaverse, etc. We're a team of 3D modelers and gameplay programmers, predominantly from the games industry. And we help a lot of brands enter the Web3 kind of metaverse space by holding their hand through the process and activating them into the virtual world. My background is from the games industry, so I've been building virtual worlds for many years. Started on RuneScape, Abakin Life, and more recently I was previously the COO at Decentralization.
Hi guys, my name is Marta. I run several social media accounts under Metaverse, mainly Twitter and YouTube. I come from retail background, spent about 16 years of my life working in shops. I fell in love at some point with cryptocurrency, and I lived in a world of charts, mainly lines, falling wedges. Eventually, the whole world opened up for me. I realized crypto isn't just a token price going up or down. Learned a lot, met a lot of people, and decided to stay around and share my knowledge and basically use social media as a way and means of trying to spread the word what actually cryptocurrency is about.
And actually, Martha, that's great because, you know, Martha is really dedicated to onboarding non-crypto natives because the crypto is quite scary and, you know, we're trying to bring people into the space. So it's really important that education is top of the agenda. So we're just going to move on. I'm going to talk to, Justin about Metaverse Fashion Week in Decentraland. Can you tell us a little bit about that? I know that happened in March last year.
Yeah, sure. So we launched the first ever Metaverse fashion show. I think it was about February this year. We had about 50 brands from the fashion industry that entered that space. It was headlined by Dolce & Gabbana, Tommy Hilfiger, Dumbus, many brands. We created the virtual cat show. Dolce & Gabbana took advantage of that by actually creating models that were cats, wearing digital wearables that Dolce & Gabbana had personally designed. So they designed 20 wearables. They were available to buy as NFTs in the marketplace. So they were the first to sort of headline and kick that off. But we had Q&A sessions. Tommy Hilfiger stood up and did a talk.
Yes, it was absolutely fantastic. In fact, my students were logging in and they all downloaded their MetaMasks and they got their 3D wearables, and so it was a very exciting time for us as well. And Ashumi, can you tell us a little bit about XR, VR, working with brands, building these digital immersive experiences around 3D e-commerce, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so we've been actually using immersive tech, and that was our first entry point into how we got into the Web3 Metaverse side of the projects that we do at Mad Global. Initially, we started really using augmented reality because, you know, I'm a big proponent of it. It's the easiest sort of access point. Of course, the filters across different social media channels already gives a very quick ROI, so to speak, on engagement and what the brands can get out of it in return. But there's also a lot more developed experiences that we've built for fashion experiences that we did prototypes for Moncler, for Pangaea, for J.W. Anderson, to showcase what photorealistic models could look like with 3D environments. And we have a prototype app that we built in 2020 to showcase some of these experiences, which, you know, I think with augmented reality and some of these immersive technologies, you really have to experience them firsthand. Because, you know, I mean, a lot of times we kind of talk about them, but unless you experience what that feels like on your own device, it's very hard to really imagine.
Absolutely.
What that could be like. So I think for us, it's always been about sort of pushing the boundaries on photorealistic, immersive content, but also something that's easily shareable, obviously going to be wearable, and then something that you can also shop from, so shoppable. So, you know, it's also kind of looking at what the brand wants to do and how these experiences sit across the funnel from the stories that they're trying to tell.
Yeah, and if you go back to metaverses, I mean, historically, to be fair, it's really about 3D e-commerce, right? So, you know, when we're building out these metaverse platforms, you know, the first thing you have to start off with is pretty much digital twinning and 3D wearables. Now, I know, Vicky, you're a fan of collecting NFTs and 3D wearables. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, one thing you mentioned, actually, that's really true. It has to be wearable. And the thing is, with digital fashion today, is you have different use case because you have, or you will dress your avatar on Decentraland. You have, or you will just pump yourself on a Zoom call or just like with a filter, with augmented reality. And then you have the amazing NFT that you can buy and ask the designer to render for your picture. So regarding of these different use cases, you will not wear it the same way, you will not enjoy the same way, you will collect it in a different way. Personally, I love all these different items for what they're bringing, but I think the challenge for digital fashion is being able to be cross-platform and have the best utility in your digital fashion closet. So that's a good challenge.
Absolutely, because I suppose in fashion retail supply chain we use NFTs historically for provenance, ownership and authenticity, and we've noticed quite recently now with NFTs, 3D wearables and shopping for avatars, virtual try-ons. These are all helping in the consumer buyer behavior process of retail. Robbie, can you tell us a little bit about your cryptoverse and interoperability around 3D wearables on different metaverses?
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you who don't know what interoperability means, what we're talking about here is the ability to use, for example, an asset, i.e. in this case quite often NFTs, and for that to have kind of use case not just in one platform, but in several platforms. And I think that is the ultimate value proposition for owners of NFTs, is the ability to use those assets interoperably across different platforms. So say, for example, if you were to buy a wearable NFT in Decentraland, then you would be able to also use that wearable NFT in, let's say, Sandbox, which is another popular metaverse platform, or Cryptoverse as being a much newer one. So we're not quite at the same kind of product level as them two yet. But the main challenges come right down to the fact that there are different programming languages, and the way that the avatars are programmed often dictates how you can basically apply those avatars, those wearables to the avatars. And these are the challenges with interoperability, because if a platform creates a wearable and they sell that wearable, let's say Decentraland does so, why would Sandbox have an incentive to then make that wearable activate onto their avatars? There's quite a significant amount of development work that goes into that. So there's a little bit of kind of insight there into, say, some of the industry challenges to realize maybe what the ultimate use cases are for digital wearables and NFTs from a consumer level. Of course, it's the good thing to do, because you're driving the value back to the NFT owners, which is ultimately what Web3 should be about and what NFTs should be about. So we're approaching it in Cryptoverse where we are trying to make avatars scalable in such a way that it will enable users who own NFTs from these different platforms to also utilize them on Cryptoverse. How that is being done is a much longer kind of technical piece, but I think ultimately that is what all decentralized metaverse platforms should really be striving towards as the end goal.
And that's quite interesting, actually, because I also buy 3D wearable NFTs, and my students would say, "Oh, Miss, why are you buying more 3D wearable NFTs?" And I'm like, well, I want to use them as collateral to get a loan to buy a second home. So we know DeFi, and I don't know if you're familiar with Sex and the City, Carrie Bradshaw, she often said, "I like to see my money where I can see it, hanging in my closet." Well, I've actually changed that to my virtual closet, because if you think about it, 3D wearable NFTs are buyable, sellable, tradable assets. So, as we move forward in the fashion industry, getting our customers to buy these 3D wearables, they do have currency and they can be used as collateral. Maybe Robert and Justin, can you go on to tell us a little bit about DeFi, or are you familiar with these 3D wearables and how they're bought and sold? Maybe you can familiarize us with that process.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I think that's what's great about the metaverse space, is that it's an opportunity for anyone and everyone to get involved, whether you're a big company or you're just an independent 3D artist. You can make money from developing your own assets and selling them as NFTs in the marketplace. I think that's a really cool thing.
And I think there's a great opportunity for creators as well. I mean, we know that NFTs offer new monetization and IP opportunities for creators, because in Web3, it's about stakeholdership, and stakeholders are customers, they're academics, they're creatives, they're all working together to build, a sustainable fashion supply chain and company. Speaking of other Web3 protocols, I'm very interested in DAOs at the moment as well. So maybe Vicky, can you tell us a little bit about DAOs, and I'll tell you my idea for my use case.
All right, okay. So I'm also part of Red DAO. So DAOs are decentralized autonomous organization. It's actually like if you were forming a club or a group of people that decided through a governance to act together. So in the case of Red DAO, we are like an investment DAO. So what we have decided as a DAO is to collect together pieces or invest together in projects. So we just everyone put a bit of money when you enter, and then with the pool of money the DAO has, you decide, you vote if you want the DAO to buy this piece or these NFTs, or if you want to support this artist. Events, sometimes we also sponsor events. We did an amazing event in Venice Biennale last year. It was an amazing big exhibition of digital fashion. And now things progressing, we're also investing in projects, in digital fashion startups, entrepreneurs. So we started really as collectors, like digital fashion NFT collectors, but now we are scaling with the industry of digital fashion, and we decide as a group with a common wallet to invest in different projects or collectibles. And I think the power to do that is because when you have a larger wallet, you can do bigger things, and the union of being together give us more strength to being able to have a bigger power to support the artists we like. And also that's a way for us to also push the industry to grow.
I absolutely think Zara supply chain would benefit greatly from a DAO. I definitely think in the future, okay, we're Zara customers, but we're going to be Zara stakeholders, and we'll be voting for online or on-demand fashion supply chains via consensus mechanisms. So I think out of all the Web3 protocols, my fave, the most disruptive one and the most democratic one would probably be DAOs. How do you guys feel? What would be your favorite Web3 protocol that fashion brands are using? Ashumi?
I actually agree. I think, I love what Red DAO are doing. I've been kind of supporting them. I know a lot of the other investors who are also part of Red. They also supported Proof of People, which was another event that we were partners with over the summer after NFT NYC. And it is important to push the space forward by collectively investing in projects that also have resonance with communities. So I think definitely I would say DAOs as well.
Mm-hmm. How about yourself, Marthia? What's your most favorite Web3 protocol that used by fashion brands?
At the minute, it has to be
NFTs.
Yeah,
yeah, because you're a big, and you also like to collect NFTs. Which brands do you think is doing the best in NFT collections? What would be your favorite?
Where to start? Fashion, definitely. I'm a big supporter of that project anyway, and anybody that isn't aware of it, Vulcan Forge, those guys have built amazing. They only recently have partnered up with DKNY. And I actually love the fact that it was their first brand they partnered with, because I love their clothes. Yeah, and I think it just obviously opens a lot of doors. And just being, one of the first brands to get there and dabble in Metaverse and NFTs, it is going to open a lot more opportunities, and fashion industry is going to finally start seeing the opportunities that come with NFTs and Metaverse.
Fantastic. Robbie, gamification. If I rock up in, Chain Guardians or in another blockchain game, will I get paid, to make cute fashion outfits? And can you tell me about your plans for fashion and gamification?
Yeah, so I think one of the, biggest draws for fashion into the metaverse is the ability to also add use case and utility, because I think one of the major kind of troubles or challenges for many projects that launch NFTs, we've all seen, or you've probably all seen the PFP projects, where 10,000 of these are following, what happened with Bored Ape, many of which are lacking like fundamental utility. So the challenge is that with fashion, obviously a lot of the kind of value is intrinsic to how I feel when I am wearing this like virtual wearable. But there's opportunities there as well to tie it to like gamification as well. So, for example, in Cryptoverse, one of the things that we're looking to do is, it's okay, you may have like, I'm just spitballing brands here, Nike trainers, great, they look awesome and we're super excited about that. But what else can they bring? Well, okay, if you have these Nike futuristic trainers inside the metaverse, maybe I can have a plus 10% walk speed in the metaverse as well. Or maybe they can change into, like boosters and you're like hovering on the ground. So there's kind of an infinite amount of opportunity in the gamification of the fashion brands that are coming into the metaverse, because ultimately it's like, the imagination's the limit.
Excellent. Justin, what would be your favorite, which brand do you think has the most clout in the metaverse at the moment or in Web3? Who's like the most visible traditional fashion brand, do you think, at the moment?
I think the Fabricant are doing a lot of great stuff in the metaverse space at the moment, to be honest. Just saw the other day that they've done a release in Decentraland with Women of Web3. They have their fashion show at the moment running in the space. I think the people in the fashion industry that are innovating the most in this space are the ones that are getting the more sort of brand awareness out of the activations, because it's reaching the press. I think like what you were saying, the excitement there for me is also the future of AI within the fashion industry. I saw this week someone launched a prototype which is basically an AI-driven clothing outfit, which is a pair of shoes, and it basically detects where you're going in the metaverse. So if you're going into a nightclub, your shoes would turn into kind of a smart pair, or if you're going into, a planetary sci-fi experience, it could turn into moon boots, and I think that kind of innovative, exciting updates within the fashion industry is
it's a great example, I suppose. So if the Fabricant is a digitally native fashion brand or crypto brand, and then World of Women is an NFT collection, and then them coming together to create new products and services. And then, of course, when Nike bought over Artifact, Nike, they make, runners and apparel, but actually they're kind of more like a tech company. I mean, I think they're doing amazing things in the space. Ashumi and Vicky, would you like to add to that? Like, what brands do you think have the most clout in the metaverse and Web3 at the moment?
I have always actually loved what Gucci have done because they're very, I think it's always, obviously historically with fashion brands, and the ones that have always done very well have been ones that have the strongest narrative and storytelling. And I love their N10KTF project. I love what they did with Gucci Vault. So they've always been the ones that have stuck out to me the most.
Yes, I do agree with Ashumi, but also I think that as a collector, I do prefer what digital native designers are doing, like Steffi Fang or Morchen, and there is lots of really talented designers that are their own. But if I should say about like a project, obviously Artifact is a really good one because they understood what that is about community, and they didn't do only things with Nike. So no, they are not with Nike, but they did like an amazing launch with Ferocious last year. That was like brilliant. Otherwise, I think what's doing the Prada group with the Aura blockchain is also a good example of another use case of blockchain for fashion, with the transparency in the supply chain, the fact that you have you can scan the clothes you're buying when you're buying like Miu Miu or anything from the Prada group. So there is different use case, different style, and lots of things that are going in the good direction.
Yeah, so what we're basically saying is that fashion and retail love Web3. We're very excited about developing new use cases. Actually, I'm a lecturer as well, so I know when I go to class, my students always ask me, Miss, is that handbag original? Show us your NFT. So we know that there's going to be lots of great use cases coming through with Web3. Just to finish up, anyone like to add anything? What are the challenges that, in Web3 at the moment, or what opportunities? Anyone to add anything, maybe Justin?
Yeah, I could add something to that. I think the challenges with fashion entering the metaverse space in particular, or it's the same for any brand, is more around the sort of technical limitations of the current Web3 metaverses. And so one of the things to be aware of when you're entering this space is that the performance is not what you'd expect or you'd be familiar with in the Web2 space. And so, the community is forgiving of it because they're used to it, but new players coming into that space maybe aren't expecting for their machine to crash so much as it does. And you used to need quite a big gaming rig to run the metaverse space, but now the technology in the space is moving so quickly. Downloadable clients are available, which means now it runs on a middleware kind of i5. So I think that's something to be aware of, for sure.
Yeah, the infrastructure is changing, hardware and software is becoming more intelligent and more progressive, and yeah, I definitely think within the next 5 to 10 years, everybody's going to own their own digital assets and participate in DeFi and participate in building these new decentralized communities around fashion supply chains. Guys, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you so much, guys, and we'll see you next time.
Paula, thank you very much indeed. Bloody hell, what a nightmare. You're going to have to get a new wardrobe in your metaverse as well as your actual wardrobe in your bedroom. But really interesting. I think, just joking apart, I think what's interesting, if you look at what's happening in the metaverse, the initial perception is that it's all about gaming and it's not really relevant. But I think it's worth bearing in mind, if you look at some of the studies being carried out by consulting companies like McKinsey, they reckon it's going to have a value added, something in excess of the GDP of Japan, i.e. $5 trillion a year by 2030. So sticking with the subject, we've actually got a presentation by Delis from Astra. And Delis is a Web3 product and protocol specialist. But I think what's more interesting is his experience with the sort of user experience, the UX. And he's going to talk a little bit about what he's been working on, something called Phygital. I have to be honest, I've never heard of this word. I've been told it's something to do with digital coming into the physical world or physical world coming into digital world. But Denzel, if you can come and explain more, or perhaps he's gone to the avatar world. Are you coming down? I think he's a bit shy. I think he's in his metaverse at the moment. But before we go on, has anyone got any queries or questions that they had about the previous panel, or does anyone... Well, just show of hands. How many of you believe that fashion, for example, in the metaverse is going to be a big thing in the next, say, 5 years? Just quick show of hands. Okay, and that's, I'd say, it's about 30% of you. How many of you at the moment have actually been onto a metaverse in some shape or form? Okay, so about the same. And how many of you think that this is just a lot of hot air, but you've come here to actually try and understand what's going on? Okay. All right. Well, come on, Denzel, you've got to help me out. Otherwise, I'm going to resort into talking about one of the sound engineers up there, who, interestingly, he sat and listened to you. Tom sat up there, and he just said, I don't understand what they're talking about. And I found that quite an interesting comment, and unfortunately, only all too common. Because a lot of people here at the event are very knowledgeable in their topic, and we talk in this sort of weird and wonderful language about metaverse, and we talk about UX experiences, and we talk about SBTs, soulbound tokens, and SSI, self-sovereign identity, and it's complete and utter gobbledygook. But what is interesting, I've been involved in this space since 2016, but we're now seeing more and more well-known brands and companies. And whilst we've actually been on stage since lunchtime, H&M, for example, have just announced a complete new strategy for their digital representation and talking about how they're going to be coming and using things like the metaverse. We've all heard of Gucci and Nike and what they're doing, but these are real companies committing real money to this space. And arguably, what we're going to see is a blending of the, if you like, the real world with the digital world, and therefore creating almost out of thin air a new economy. And a similar example of that has got to be the mobile phone industry. If you go back 30 years, not many people, or certainly 40 years, not many people had a mobile phone. And those that did, it was literally the size of a house brick, and then you had to have, 4 or 5, like a car battery, to keep it charged up and topped up. And people said, it's never going to catch on. Well, I should imagine every single one of you in the room have got a mobile phone in your pocket or what have you. So I think the potential for the metaverse in particular is going to be similarly transformative, not only in terms of an economic value, but in terms of the way people actually do business and interact together. And Denzel, are you going to come down? Where is he? Having a sandwich? 5 minutes. Can't believe you stay shy. Apologies for this. Normally you can't get them off the stage rather than the other way around. Okay, so while we're just waiting for them to get sorted out on the sound side up there, the other question I was interested to ask you is, how many of you actually own an NFT? Okay, so again, about 30, 40% of you. And how many have actually bought a cryptocurrency outside of an NFT? Great, so a similar sort of number. So there's a core group here that clearly are getting engaged, and there's majority, though, interestingly, are looking at the area, presumably, and trying to understand the relevance for them or for their business in terms of what they're doing on an ongoing basis. Okay, the other thing I was interested to know is that last year, ZLive ran a similar sort of thing. The event, they managed to put it on incredibly within 60 days. It was held here. How many of you were here last year? 1, 2. Okay, so I think that's indicative of how the market is actually changing and altering. And what we're seeing is not only established brands coming in, but a much greater depth in terms of people getting involved, because there's much more exposure to the subject and to the topic on an ongoing basis. Now, one of the things that my company does, we actually write a weekly analysis looking at how, where, and why blockchain technology and digital assets are being used. And I'd like to give you a little example of one particular case. There's a lot of people talking about sort of ESG as an example, environmental, social, corporate governance. And we came across a great example. There's a company called SC Johnson. Can anyone give me a product that company produces? And you got any idea? You've heard of SC Johnson. You heard of Glade air fresheners? Cherry Blossom boot polish for your shoes? So it's a big American company. And what they wanted to do was to actually commit a sum of money to encourage people to recycle. So what they did is team up with a company called Plastic Bank. And Plastic Bank and SC Johnson actually gave people money for picking up carry bags full of plastic. The trouble was that Dad typically came home from work and said, okay, what have you been doing today, kids? Oh, I've earned some money. Oh, let's have it. Went back down to the local pub or whatever. And they said, well, that isn't really what we wanted to do. So they realized that the actual kids typically had a mobile phone. And I'm talking about places like Indonesia, I'm talking about Egypt, Thailand, places whereby incomes are relatively low. And so what they did was say, okay, we're not going to give you cash. We're going to give you the equivalent of a loyalty point or a token or a credit. And you can then take that money and you can go and buy books, clothes, food, medicine, what have you. And that project's been running about 4 or 5 years now. They have recycled an incredible 20 million kilograms of plastic. That's the equivalent of 1 billion plastic bottles. Now, I use that as an example because it's nothing about speculation of making money from a token that may go up, down, or sideways, but it's showing how the technology can be used for good. And that's been an example of how, in SC Johnson's case, they wanted to make an impact, but probably far more importantly, it's actually helped clean up villages and beaches and the like in countries where the income is very, very low, and the facilities just historically haven't been there. So what we try and do in this publication called Digital Bytes, which if you want to receive a copy, then it's free for people to read and look at, is trying to find commercial examples of how and where the technology is being used. So if I go back to Tom, our sound guy, and I was saying, well, okay, so what are you interested in? Because bear in mind, he couldn't understand what we're necessarily talking about today. And I said, he said football. I said, well, okay, the Premier League here in the UK have raised 420 million by issuing a series of NFTs. So this is an example, again, of how a very well and actually a financially strong institution or entity, organization, the Premier League, is able to use their physical attributes, their physical content, and create a digital example or representation of that. But this whole area of, if you like, NFTs and digitization, there has been a huge focus to date purely on, if you like, the crypto side, which from an institutional background, and fortunately or unfortunately, that's where I came from sort of the mutual fund industry, so managing money in your pension or your ISA, historically, they've shunned that as an asset class. But what we're now seeing is that your money that you have in a mutual fund is now coming into this digital world. Now, the way it's being done is essentially having companies like JP Morgan, like Franklin Templeton, Alliance Bernstein, and most recently a company called Aberdeen, which was the result of a merger of an asset management company called Aberdeen Asset Management and Standard Life, a very old-fashioned Scottish life insurance company. And what they're doing is wrapping their mutual funds digitally. Now, what that means for people like yourself is that at the moment, if you owned an Aberdeen property fund, for example, and you say, well, I'd like to go and sell the fund now at, say, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, sorry, the dealing time is 11 o'clock. So you've now got to wait till tomorrow. And actually, the price of that Aberdeen fund is calculated by, no surprise, Aberdeen. Alternatively, once it has a digital wrapper, you'll be able to sell that fund, in theory, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and instead of the price being calculated by the asset manager, the price will be actually dictated to by the market. So what that means is that you're going to have greater access to buy and sell mutual funds. And you're probably sitting saying, well, hang on, Johnny, I don't trade mutual funds. Mutual funds aren't designed to be traded. But what it means, though, is that once you've digitized the actual asset class, you can then start using smart contracts and automated dealing and the like. Now, that has a big impact on you because it means you can start reducing the costs and expenses of your fund, which means that your fund should actually perform better. And potentially, if you listen to JP Morgan, who are threatening, and in their words, we're bringing trillions to the DeFi sector, potentially you could take your savings and actually conduct some form of stock lending, or in the crypto world, it's called yield farming. So you may well be able to earn a small interest rate, 1, 2, 3%, based on the assets that you already own. So if you've got a pension fund of maybe £100,000, £200,000, because you're being forced to save your money into a pension, potentially you could see yourself, your pension fund growing by an extra, £1,000, £2,000, £3,000 a year, based on the money you've already got. And it's these transformational benefits that people have spoken about, but they're now beginning to actually happen. And as we heard earlier on from Matt Hancock, there is a genuine desire and interest into some parts of the jurisdictions, some governments, to actually grab hold of this. And finally, I'd like to leave you with a closing thought. Most of you possibly qualify for being called something called a digital nomad. Have any of you heard, can you just put quick hands up, have you heard of that expression? As I thought, quite a few of you. Okay, so in March 2021, so last March, there were 21 digital visas. So you could go to Portugal, you could set up your crypto company, and any sales that you made, there was no capital gains tax to pay. You could actually have a digital visa, and you'd have a lower rate of tax. About 6 weeks ago, Spain followed the lead and said, if you come and live in Spain, we'll actually cut your income tax from 25% to 15% for the next 4 years. So forget Brexit, what you can and cannot do. You could apply for a digital visa, go and live in Spain. If nothing else, the weather's a lot better than here in Blighty, but that's a different issue. And you'd actually pay less tax. Now, at the moment, there's something in the order of 38 million digital visas, according to the World Bank, in the world. They claim by 2035 there will be 1 billion. So people like you that literally can work from anywhere, and by the look of things, some of you are working at the moment or sending a message to their loved ones, you could actually go to a country and work from that place. And if you look at the statistics, a digital nomad at the moment is earning on average $110,000 a year. So we escalate that up, and there's 1 billion digital nomads paying, just say 10% tax. That's $10 trillion a year of income tax. And I would suggest that is one of the main reasons why we're actually seeing governments and people like Matt Hancock, who spoke earlier on, taking this seriously. Because the old days of jurisdictions, borders, to some extent are breaking down. You can sit there with your computer and you can pretend to be anywhere you like in the country, anywhere you like in the world. And therefore, governments trying to impose rules and regulations, it's going to prove to be very, very difficult. And the previous panel were talking and mentioned about the DAO, and I know we'll be having some more people on later on this afternoon talking about DAOs, but I'd argue that at one level DAOs are nothing new. A DAO is very, very like a cooperative. All of us together are interested in IT. We all are putting our minds and brains and money together to create, let's say, a platform. That's what happened sort of, 200, 300, 400, 500 years ago. That's what happened before the Dutch came along and invented something called joint stock company. Joint stock companies are the sort of companies that many of you will have already set up for your own businesses. They're the basis of companies that are quoted on stock exchanges. They have directors, they have shareholders. Whereas in a cooperative, it's actually built for the community, by the community. But because all the rule regulations of how that DAO is created are transparent and codified, arguably, they're much, much more secure. They're not reliant on one or two, the directors suddenly decide they're going to invest in this or suddenly decide to go and do that. And we've all seen the number of scams in the traditional world. Well, a lot of these have come from joint stock companies. And so we're seeing proposals now to reduce the cap on bankers' bonuses. Well, there are no bonuses typically in a DAO. So once again, we're seeing a potential challenge, taking the idea, and a lot of what goes in this space isn't new. If you look at it, it comes from somewhere. And we're taking the idea there of potentially a cooperative, and we're bringing it into the new world. Oh my goodness, where have you been? Up there. Okay, well, I'll hand you over to Denzel, who's going to be talking about the Phygital, fashion, and the Metaverse. Thank you.
Yeah, so hey everyone, hope everyone's having an amazing day. Terribly sorry about the delay, just some technical issues always happens in these sorts of events. So yeah, I'm Dels, I'm a Web3 user experience and protocol designer, founder at Astra, which is a new layer of Phygital expression backed by companies like Epic Games, Meta, and more. So, 2020 during lockdown, we started thinking to ourselves, what if shopping was like gaming? Everyone's stuck at home, it's pretty depressing, you can't go to stores with your friends, and we're thinking like, shopping currently is single player, you shop by yourself, but then whenever you want to shop, you want to ask your friends, oh, do you like this outfit, do you like this combination? What if we could build a shopping experience that was just like gaming? And so we dug deeper, and we stumbled upon what we call this meta-commerce opportunity. It's pretty much non-skeuomorphic, which means it's kind of like real life, but not like real life. And then it's also a gamified way of shopping, where everything is 3D first, so starting pretty much an NFT first supply chain. And then you can wear this asset on your avatar, or also in real life as real clothes. The evidence we found was $6 billion market size of fashion in the metaverse. About 70% of virtual store visitors actually making a purchase, and 75% of Gen Z always, love to buy things in games. So we came up with Astra. We defined Astra as a new layer of Phygital expression, where you can play games with friends, buy digital fashion for your avatar, and wear in real life as real clothes. We're proud to say we won the public vote at the Metaverse Summit in Paris. We started off in 2021, and we're building right through 2020 before the Metaverse gained full hype. We put out this store during London Fashion Week. We had just about 394 users, great feedback, but it was very skeuomorphic. It was like a store that you could visit on the internet. It was just like most of the things you see out there right now. Nothing different, nothing cool. And we thought what if we're building this with gaming technology? It's on Unreal Engine. What if we could actually make it like this shooter, and you could battle with friends and actually win something? So it's taking us closer to this combination of shopping and gaming is like, you're playing with friends, but then if you get the high score, you win a really cool prize. And, we got like 850 gameplay sessions in just under 2 hours. And this guy got this bag for his girlfriend, and she was really, really excited about it. So we thought, okay, we're getting closer to product market fit. And then right now we've raised just a little over $1 million. We've grown our community to 20K. You can follow us on social media at Welcome to Astra. Done about 950 demo tests, and you can see our demo live now on playastra.com. And so how Astra works is, you start off in your cyberspace, which is your home in the metaverse. You get the chance to customize your avatar. And when you have your avatar, you can then visit different cities. Like the city we started with is the fashion city. You can join the fashion city. And then from the fashion city, you come in there and it's like giving you an objective. The objective here, we don't have any deals with Selfridge. I'm just going to clear this up. But sort of you have this objective go into a store, style your avatar, and then if you get the high score, you win that prize in real life. So you see it's a multiplayer experience where you have your avatar in an environment. You can walk into a store, and in this case, sort of like a Selfridge store. While you're in there, we've come up with this cool way of trying on outfits, which is sort of you have your avatar, you can fire at the outfit, and it automatically changes. So this is she's wearing a hoodie now, and then she can switch to this other outfit, which could be by any brand. And so it's sort of this way of reducing the user experience, which is usually 5 steps before you buy something, to 3. You walk into a store, you fire at an outfit, and you check out, your tokens go down, and you're wearing this really cool outfit. Then the fun begins. Now you battle against other people, and if you get the high score, then you win the prize in real life. So what we've done here is this non-skeuomorphic way of gamifying retail, where people can actually battle and then win prizes in real life. And we'll be very happy to talk to anyone in fashion or VCs or anyone about taking this to the next level, because this is indeed a very sticky metaverse product use case, and we'd love to take this to the next level. In terms of our team, we consider ourselves as pretty much on a mission to bring diversity to the metaverse. We've been doing this since 2020, and we're supported by companies like University of Cambridge, Epic Games, NVIDIA, Tech Nation, Meta, and Polygon. Everything we do is in-house, and it's been incredibly difficult but rewarding journey for all of us. What we see as the differentiation here is, we can have personalized avatars, NFT assets, high-res graphics, as you can see, utility token, social games, and also what we describe as meta-commerce. This combination we currently do not see on the market, and it gives us this sort of drive to create something new, unique, and innovative. I'd love to talk to anybody about what we're raising now to get to the next stage. We do this thing where we have a daily unlock for the token, so it doesn't lead to any weird price action. Everyone gets the tokens on their own day in a different way. And the raise will enable us to build a large library of customizable virtual stores, like a backend where any fashion brand can easily plug into Astra, mint their designs on-chain, and have it instantly in the store that other people can play to compete and win. Grow our number of real-life brand partnerships, launch and integrate our utility token, and build a really cool community of amazing fashion people. And on the other hand, the revenue comes from NFT game assets, avatars, Phygital fashion, allocation on the token fund, and also cyberspaces, which is sort of like land in the metaverse. But instead of giving people land to speculate with, it comes with instant utility. So for personal use, it could be your home in the metaverse, or for a fashion brand, it could be your store where you sell things. Roadmap for us right now is, closing our raise, then, building this backend for meta-commerce brands, and then moving on to the next stage where we then launch the token and then grow our community and everything else. So yeah, I don't know if anyone has any questions, but thank you so much for listening to me despite the technical challenges. If anyone has any questions, I'd love to, just answer and speak about this. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. That's a great question. So we use pixel streaming. Pixel streaming using a tool called Furious. So it enables us to embed these you know. But the truth of the matter is, like, in 2022, if you don't have good internet, you can't even get on Zoom. So you do need, like, the good quality internet to, like, access what we're building. But we go on at that level of, like, you need the same amount of internet quality to get on Zoom, to get on Astra. So that's pretty much how we're going about it right now. Yeah. Anyone got any other questions? Yeah, hi. Yeah, absolutely. So we did start speaking first to, like, you know, the bigger brands, but then we noticed, like, this cold feet. You know, they always want to see smaller brands going. So when we speak to, like, the smaller streetwear independent brands, they're really excited. And we right now have a waiting list of about 120 of these smaller brands. And we think if we can, like, prove that, you know, and get, like, traction with that, then it's much easier to, like, onboard, like, the bigger brands. So that's our strategy towards doing this. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, amazing. I'm just going to be around, and the black guy with the black outfit, and I'd love to speak to you. Thank you so much, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Tezos. That was great. Okay, so we're just waiting for the PowerPoint to load on the next presentation, which is we're looking at decentralization. Before we invite our next speaker, Paddy Down, can someone be brave enough to just stand up or tell me, what do you think of as decentralization? What does it mean to you? What do you think it means? When people say decentralization, what are they talking about? Distributed systems. What's a system? What do you mean, system? It's a distributed economy. Okay. And if it isn't decentralized, what do you think it tends to be then? Centralized. Okay, so I'd just like to share with you for 2 minutes something about the economy, which at one level sounds dreadfully dull, but it's going to impact potentially the whole world. And without being too dramatic about it, I'd like to take you on a little history trip very quickly, because this is relevant to decentralization and potentially what's coming next, in our opinion. What today is the world reserve currency? And the US dollar has been the world reserve currency for about 104 years. Before the US dollar, what was it? And before pound sterling, which was the next reserve currency? Nope. Oh, come on. What happened in 1815? Yep, French franc. What was before the French franc? Dutch guilder. What happened before the Dutch guilder? It was Spanish peseta. And what happened before the Spanish peseta? It was the Portuguese escudo, back in 1454. Now, if you just bear with me a minute, you can't Google this because I've been trying to look something up earlier on, so you just have to take my word for it. Those World Bank reserve currencies lasted on average for 94 years. The US dollar's been around as the world reserve currency for around about 104 years. Believe it or not, back in 1863, there were 5,000 different US dollars issued by banks, cooperatives that I was mentioning earlier on, issued by states. Many of them were just a complete scam. And that's when the Fed came in and set up the US dollar. Now, what we're seeing at the moment is basically extreme inflationary pressures, because we've ended up in a situation whereby it's a sort of entitlement society and we're just giving handouts and bailouts. And it doesn't matter. You know, I was talking to the chap who's coming on later on. I'm sure he won't mind me telling you. He's a big ugly bug. He looks like a lumberjack to me. He's got a beard somewhere down here. And Alistair was telling me, beard on the block, that he's just bought a property in France, 25-year fixed-rate mortgage for 1.6%. Now, long-term, economically, having free money in effect has a consequence. And the consequence we're now seeing is inflation. So my question to you, and the reason this all comes back to decentralization, is because what we're seeing is the money has been flooded into the world economy. And this isn't just something in Europe, it's something which has actually happened across the world. And because of that, we're seeing now inflationary pressures coming through, and the official headline figure of inflation in the States is running at around about 8.5%. They put interest rates up last night by 0.75%. For those who haven't heard, we put interest rates up here by a stupid 0.5% today. What the hell is that going to do? Nothing. So what we're going to have to see is interest rates go back up to possibly 10%. Now, unfortunately, I'm a bit of an old fart, as you can probably tell. I used to own a house in London, or a flat in London. I owned that flat in London for 8 years. I lost money on it. 8 years in London, in Putney, a so-called nice part of London. So we may well have to get used to, we've got quite a nasty shock coming up, and the outcome of that could be a new world reserve currency. And this is where it comes back to a centralized system, because at the moment there doesn't seem to be another nation that's going to take over from the US dollar. The previous incumbents of that title typically had been knocked out because of a war. I mentioned the Napoleonic Wars in 1815. That's how pound sterling then became the de facto currency. Effectively, World War II bankrupted the UK, and the US dollar became the world reserve currency. So it looks like that we need to understand more about decentralization, and that's what Paddy's here to do, because hopefully your presentation now works. Thanks very much indeed. Paddy.
Not Paddy. Hi, everyone.
Oh, you've jumped. We've jumped to Mason.
Yeah, we've done a bit of a switcheroo, so I'm actually Mason, but I'll try and talk a bit about decentralization anyway. It's a topic that's a favorite of mine. Great. Should we load up the slides? Cool. So we're going to be talking about designing a Web3 strategy. A little bit of background about me. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at the Tezos Foundation. Prior to that, I was at Google, where I led some of the cloud business in retail banking, and before that, Palantir. So I have a pretty good wealth of experience in digital transformation, if not a bit less specifically in the blockchain space. But there's going to be a bunch of parallels here, so hopefully it will be a good talk, come what may. A little bit about Tezos before we start. So the Tezos Foundation is there to promote the adoption of the Tezos blockchain. The Tezos blockchain is a layer 1 protocol. It's renowned for being the pioneer of proof of stake. We've probably heard a lot about that with all the press around the merge that recently happened. And one of the other key elements of the Tezos blockchain is that it has on-chain governance, which means it doesn't fork. And you might have heard about that a little bit in the merge too. So in the event of a technology upgrade, it works a little bit like a DAO, and it's much more seamless, and we just get the upgrades kind of built right in. It's let us update much faster. And without further ado, we can go a little bit into how you build a Web3 strategy. Cool, so the first thing I think we have to address is, what is the point of a blockchain? And I don't mean this as some sort of like existential question of like, should we even have a decentralized means of payment across the internet? No. Well, yeah, I mean, there's loads and loads of pros to a blockchain, for sure, right? And censorship resistance is definitely one of them, like no doubt, right? Huh? There's a few more. We'll take some Q&A after and we can battle it out, but I reckon there's more than just that. But what I want everyone to ask themselves when they're thinking about their strategy is, what's the relevance to me, to my business, and to my use case? And the reason why that's really important is, if you don't do that, you're going to fall into one of two traps that I see all the time. The first is you just jump on the bandwagon. Web3 is cool, you want to be part of the zeitgeist, so you're just going to build something. And that something is not particularly meaningful to what you do. And the other trap you can fall in is you find something that is a valuable proposition for your business, that your idea makes sense, it's going to be meaningful, but it never really needed the blockchain in the first place. And so you're wasting time, effort, and money. So I think that's the first question we have to ask ourselves, and we build from there. So it kind of comes into the next question of like, okay, if we've got to find a use case that's compelling, meaningful, makes a difference, and is actually leveraging Web3, what is a blockchain? And I kind of think, I'm sure everyone in this room has a sense of it, but like the simplest and most condensed definition I can give is that it's a censorship resistant, decentralized database that's immutable in history and appendable in time, right? So not that special. But from that small difference of being a centralized versus a decentralized database and not having to trust a single party to run it, you get a lot of power. You get digital scarcity. You get digital ownership. You get digital identity. So you need to think about these kind of core tenets. If you're building a walled garden ecosystem that nobody can really get into and nobody can really get out of, and you're selling NFTs, like, it's not a blockchain. It doesn't matter that you run on the blockchain. So you've got to think about how do we actually really get into this space in a meaningful way, and we don't just touch it at a surface level. The next step you're going to have to think about is building a Web3 team. And I think we're kind of at the stage of innovation that I've seen right now where it's not mainstream adoption. We are still early, despite what the Bitcoin maximalists will tell you. And in that, you're still going to need a team that's capable of entrepreneurship. That's no different from an innovation team you might have for Web 2. You're going to need some people to lead the business use cases. You're going to need some designers, some developers. And that's where the one bit of advice I can give you actually goes. You'll be surprised how many blockchain projects are actually 90% Web 2 projects, right? If you are building an incredible metaverse, and I mean that in the sense of like something like we saw in a couple of presentations back, like beautiful GUI, you can walk around and experience the world. Yeah, there's blockchain in that, for sure, but I promise you 95% of the development work is not on-chain. So that's one breath of fresh air you can take away, is that you probably have a lot of the resources internally to build these things. The next gotcha you need to watch out for is beware anyone who's too enthusiastic, right? When I was in cloud sales, I guarantee you, I never went to a single digital transformation team at a bank where someone jumped up on the table and started chanting, GCP, GCP. And there's good reason for that. It would be utterly stupid. This is about technology, all right? And I think the tribalism that's around this space is actually not helpful. You need to take a clear breath. You need to think about it. You need to build for technology. And if you're looking at community, you need to look at community from the perspective of the creator economy, not from the perspective of loud voices online, holding large wallets that don't really contribute to the ecosystem. So that's my other piece of advice there. Build your teams for passion, but not overt enthusiasm. How do you pick a chain? That's the next question we're going to have to look at. Easy answer, go Tezos, clearly. Why not? But if you want to get a little bit more in depth about it, we spoke about some of the things that make a blockchain, and we spoke about how you make that meaningful to your project. And so when you're picking a chain, bear those things in mind. You might want to care about the decentralization, and we're going to have a talk on that next, but some things that I would look for could be anything from, is there a multi-sig that controls this entire chain? If there is it really a blockchain? Is it really decentralized enough to be one? I mean, it can be in principle, but I think that decentralization is very important. You know, are all of the native tokens held by a few insiders? And is the technology going to fit your needs? Does it have a roadmap for scalability? And I think at the very end of that, you might ask yourself, how many active wallets are there on the network? But again, this is going to come back to this Web 2 versus Web 3 paradigm. Pick any majorly successful Web 2 company. They probably have more users than there are blockchain wallets out there. And that's worth bearing in mind, right? This isn't a game of join the biggest ecosystem. This is a game of find the best technology. Though obviously everyone likes a big ecosystem. Cool. The next question I often get, because it's kind of the hot topic at the time, is where is the metaverse? And I've literally been asked this. More commonly I get asked, when is the metaverse going to happen? And I think this is a bit of a misconception I wanted to touch on, since between NFTs and metaverses, that's probably going to be the bulk of projects I see from established institutions. Truth is, the metaverse is probably already here, and it's going to take the form of a pseudo-metaverse. So, I mean, who here has a Twitter account? Oh, that's good. Last time I did this, no one put their hand up, and I was like, well, I mean, you're all a bunch of liars. You probably do, but that was a pretty good turnout. Okay, so then you're part of a pseudo-metaverse. You know, you have a digital identity. It might be the mirror of your actual identity, but it doesn't have to be. You communicate, you absorb content, you share content, you can send payments, files, and I think everyone's kind of waiting for something that looks a little bit like Minecraft, the VR headset. And the reality of what we're actually going to get is multiple different instances of metaverses, a multi-metaverse, if you will, where some of them are pseudo. It could just be Facebook entering this domain, and some of them are going to be very much like a Minecraft, the VR headset. And what's actually going to connect them, and why blockchain's even relevant to this discussion, is interoperability between them. You're going to want to take things that you own, digital assets that are yours, and move them between the different dimensions. So that's the best explanation I can give of where it is and when it's happening. We haven't seen a winner come out in this space yet in terms of like the Metaverse VR experience, but we are starting to see a paradigm that I can start to have my NFT, and I can take my NFT that represents my digital identity, and I can use that across different forums. I can get access to Discord. So that's the kind of direction it's going, and you can already start to get in on that. Cool. How to not get left behind. Firstly, don't worry. You probably haven't. There's still a lot of time left in this space. Everyone disagrees about how far we are along a Moore's hype cycle or an innovation curve, or if we've crossed the chasm yet. I don't know, but I think it is early. I think there's a lot of room to do stuff still. But I would say that every single established company right now should have a skunks work that is looking into the technology. Like, if you're not running a validator and you don't have a very specific regulatory reason why you potentially can't, you probably should be. Like, get your feet wet. Start playing with the technology. Start building this core competency in your business now. There's no reason not to do that. And then in terms of rushing to the use case, I think it's more important that you take the time to actually build something meaningful than it is to rush head into it. I mean, you take a AAA brand that wants to go the route of NFTs for consumer engagement. Good use case. Makes sense. I've seen it work. But if you rush it and you do it really, really poorly, you'll set yourself back further than if you spent another 2 years in development. So I do think this is a game of having a good strategy, not a game of rushing to the finish line. And despite all of the hype and craze, take your time and build something meaningful. Cool. Speaking of meaningful applications, I thought I'd run through a quick case study. I didn't get permission to do this, but I'll speak very highly of them, so I'm sure they won't mind. So the Gap, they decided that they would like to take a foray into the NFT space. So they reached out to one of our centers of excellence here in the UK called Trilotech, and they discussed this is roughly what they wanted to do. They had a rough vision of how they wanted to go about it. It was quite simple early on. It was an NFT hoodie collectible, and they were going to collaborate with an artist to do that. They weren't sure what the utility exactly would be or exactly how it would be done, but they took their time. We worked with them, and as a result, they ended up launching a very, very successful original NFT drop that people liked. So then they start thinking like, okay, how can we get more involved? How can we do more? How can we go to the phase 2? How can we get more involved in the community? So they took that initial team they had, they started to put more effort into the direction they were going, and they started to engage the community. And this is where I talk about having a creator economy as one of the most important things. You got to look at out there and say like, okay, in this chain, are there going to be artists who already know how to make NFTs that can like join in and create cool designs and contribute to this thing? Yep, turns out there were. Fantastic. So they did another NFT drop that went really well. And eventually this started to lead to where I talk about interoperability in the metaverse. I'm not sure how many of you have heard of Dogami. It's actually the petaverse, which I think is significantly more compelling than the metaverse if we know how Web 2 went. So I'm quite excited about that one. And because of the massive success they'd had and the collaboration they had across the ecosystem and looking to other opportunities, it's now a hoodie that you can own for your dog in the petaverse. And I think that's just a really good example of, and it seems trivial, but it's a lot of fun, and I think it's a good use case. But it's a really good example of saying, look, we're going to do something small. We're going to think meaningfully about like how that's going to be a differentiator and how it's not just going to be a cash grab and how we're going to go about this and the price point. And we're going to think about a long-term objective here, not just a bit of quick revenue. And we're going to build something. And when we build something, if it's successful, we're going to engage more with the community and we're going to build more. And if that's successful, we're going to start building in interoperability and start working with other players. And that's one of the things that the blockchain's going to do. It's going to give you this digital ownership that can build that connectivity. And I think that's roughly how you go about a strategy in a little under 10 minutes and a bit of time for Q&A. So thank you. I'm Mason Edwards. Any questions? You can also follow me on Twitter if you like. Fire away. Do you have a mic? Should we give you a mic?
You talk about a blockchain with on-chain governance, where the stakeholders can vote and change things within the protocol. Surely that's oxymoronic. Surely a protocol should just work. It should be trustless and permissionless and not change forever, so people are comfortable with it.
Yeah, but then the technology would never upgrade. So that would be like Ethereum saying, like, hey, we're proof of work forever, which we realize now is not an optimal way to do things. So I think like we're not at the phase right now where you can say, I'm going to build a blockchain, and I'm going to know exactly how, in the next 30 years, this thing is going to operate, and I'm going to make it immutable from that perspective. Like, the technology will never update. It will never get more efficient. It will never get better. So it's about you either fork or you have on-chain governance.
But that isn't necessarily true either. I mean, there's plenty of protocols out there that run the internet that haven't changed for 50 years. TCP, IP, UDP.
Yeah, well, I don't know about you, but I prefer USB-C to USB. I mean, you can build consecutively, so I agree, right? You can definitely do that. Like, so you can look at like some of the like Lightning networks that exist, for example. But the problem with doing that is that you are building an ever larger stack of tortoises all the way down, and one issue at the bottom collapses the whole pyramid. So I think this is kind of just like a difference in the paradigm. I think technology has to upgrade. I think if we don't do that and we just accept what we have, then yeah, it can work for a very long period of time, but you're not going to get the expansion of use cases that we see today. Any other questions? Cool. Oh, sorry. Okay, I overran, but we can take questions after and just come find me. Thanks, everyone.
Mason, thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Sorry to cut across there, but we're running a bit of time, courtesy of me rambling on while we wait for the PowerPoint presentations to get loaded. So our next presentation is Paddy, who's actually going to be talking about decentralization. And this is actually quite an important topic because it is at the core of many of the topics we're actually looking at over the next couple of days. And I think one of the great things that we saw there from Mason was a real live example of a major brand and how they're using it. But Paddy, I'd like you to explain. I know you're a geek. I know that you didn't want to be here today because your boss said you've got to go and speak. So you're a CTO, you're going to talk UX, you're going to talk... Can you make it simple for us so we understand what you're saying?
I'll try.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Paddy. Thank you.
Okay, hello. Hello. Very interesting chat from Mason earlier. So I am going to delve into decentralization in a blockchain world. You know, what is it? Why do we need it? How do you spell it? You know, that sort of thing. So, do you ever wonder what it is that we could achieve? Do you ever think to yourself, you know, how high could we fly? Do you ever want to know if we are going to achieve what it is that we can achieve? Because when you think about it, everything starts with freedom. We have to be free if we are going to achieve what I refer to as our final form. What is humanity's final form? Well, freedom requires censorship resistance. If you can be censored, then you are not free. If somebody can stop you from saying something to somebody, then you don't have freedom of speech. If somebody can stop you from sending your money, your value to somebody else, then you don't have monetary freedom. So if you want to be free, no one can censor what it is that you want to do. Freedom is a right. It's not a privilege. It's something that we have to have. It's something that we should have. It's a must-have, not a nice-to-have. Now, censorship resistance requires decentralization. Why is this? This is because centralized systems are so easy to attack. Whenever you have a system, it doesn't matter if 99% of it is decentralized. If 1% of it is centralized, then that is the point where the attack takes place. that is the place where whoever it is that wants to censor you will focus their attack. So censorship resistance requires decentralization. And the only known way of achieving this currently is through decentralization. Because if we were capable of doing it, we would have done it by now. And currently there are no systems, BB, before Bitcoin, before blockchain, that allowed us this ability. Now, 12 years ago, when we tried to do this, we simply didn't have the technology. There was no way for us to come to consensus in a decentralized environment. This was the problem. This was the issue that we couldn't get past. And then along comes Satoshi, and he says, actually, here's a system, here's some technology, and what it lets you do is it means that we can come to consensus in a decentralized way. What it does is it means we don't need to have a focal point. We don't need to have a central party that we send all our information, all our wishes, all our results to, who can then disseminate that information. That was a really, that was impossible, BB. That was impossible before blockchain. And so if you want to do a system that operates in a censorship-resistant way, you have to use a blockchain. They're very slow, they're very clunky, they're very expensive, but they do this one thing, and they do this thing that nothing else can do. And so if you want to have the decentralization, so that we can have the censorship resistance, so that we can be free, you have to use a blockchain. That's what it's for, and that's why we need the decentralization. Let's do a thought experiment. I call this CentraChain. It's a completely centralized blockchain. Basically, it runs in EVM. I remove the blocks. Whenever you send me a transaction, I instantly process it. I don't wait. I don't go through all the pain. I don't go through all the, the complexity that we have to go through to get a blockchain to work. I just run the whole thing on one big bad boy server, and I let you all access it. Yeah? Why would I do that? It's 1,000 times faster. More. It's 1,000 times cheaper. I'm basically getting 1,000,000x, getting 1,000,000 times throughput by removing this element of decentralization, by saying, look, don't worry about coming to consensus in a decentralized way. How fast can you run this EVM? Can we use all the tech that people have built? All the wonderful applications that have been built on Ethereum, all the Solidity programs, all the AMMs, all the staking protocols, all of that. If you didn't have to go through, frankly, the nightmare of using a blockchain, then you could get a lot more done, and it would be a lot cheaper. As Mason said, you need to be sure that you're using your blockchain for the right reason. If you're not using it for the one purpose that it is good for, then you shouldn't be using it. This is the truth about blockchains. This is what I'm seeing in the current space as becoming less important. People just throw anything onto a blockchain because they think blockchain. But actually, when you think about whether it's the sort of application that you should be running on a blockchain, 99% of the time, that's not the case. So actually, when people say blockchains work in a decentralized environment, what they should be saying is that blockchains only work in a decentralized environment. There's simply no point running a centralized blockchain. Non-alcoholic beer, decaffeinated coffee, centralized blockchain. There's simply no point to these things. Yeah? You have to have the decentralization so that I can have the censorship resistance so that we can be free. And if you're not going to do it for that reason, and if you're not going to need that ability, then you certainly shouldn't be using a blockchain. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. A system is only as decentralized as its most centralized component. Centralization is incredibly efficient. It is incredibly pernicious. If there is a crack of centralization in your system, it will grow. It encompasses the whole spectrum. Not only is it who runs the chain and who uses the chain, who develops the chain, who comes up with what's going to be happening to it. I feel that this is pertinent at the moment, having witnessed what's gone on. You know, one of the greatest technical feats of blockchain history has occurred in the last couple of weeks. Ethereum managed to change the engine of a moving car. Mind blowing. You know, from a technical point of view, I'm a techie, blows my mind what they managed to do. Should they have done that? Am I happy they did it? Am I impressed with the technical know-how required to do it? Yes. But how many of us who, you know, were Ethereans now feel that the chain has given up the game, you know, switched to a consensus model that, you know, loses its monetary premium, the proof of stake versus proof of work? Decentralization is part of everything that you do. Every single bit of your blockchain needs to be decentralized, from the people who run it, to the people who manage it, to the people who develop it. I would take issue with the fact that you can't predict what is going to be needed for the next 20 or 30 years. The truth is that the internet, probably the greatest piece of decentralized technology that we have come up with to date, runs on protocols that were written 50 years ago. The base layer of the internet is UDP. That hasn't changed for 50 years. On top of that, we built TCP. That hasn't changed for 45 years. On top of that, we built HTTP. On top of HTTP, we built the www. Now, did the people who came up with UDP envisage a world with a www? Of course not. So actually what you need to do is you need to come up with robust protocols, and in my opinion, they need to be finished. They have to be finished for this system to be decentralized. You can stamp a protocol and say, this is it, this is the protocol, get on with it. And once you know what the limitations of the system are, you can work around them. You can build on top of them. And we are actually objectively seeing that happen. We have lots of chains out there, lots of very interesting things going on. And people are now building layers on top of these base layers. Side chains on top of side chains, pools. I mean, I consider Coinbase a layer too. It's centralized. Have more people lost money who looked after their own coins, or have more people lost money who stayed with Coinbase? Quite an interesting question. People seem to completely disregard these. You know, you can build a centralized system on top of a decentralized architecture. You cannot build a decentralized system on top of centralized architecture. Each higher layer inherits the security of the lower layers. So your bottom layer, your layer one, the base of all of the things that are going to be going on, has to be decentralized. If your base layer is centralized, your blockchain's broken. It's simply not able to do what it's meant to do. You know, when you think about what is a blockchain for, it's not transactions per second. Okay, Visa's pretty good at that. It's not convenience, because it's pretty hard to beat contactless payments, frankly. And it's not actually smart contracts either, because the entire Ethereum network is less powerful than my single AWS server. Those aren't the reasons we use blockchain. The only reason we use blockchain is because it does the one thing that nothing else can do, and that is to offer us censorship resistance, which is derived from its decentralization, which enables us all to be free, which is frankly the end game of all of this. That's why all of us are here. So, thanks for listening about decentralization. I actually work as the lead dev, CTO in a layer one protocol called Minima. And what that tries to do is it tries to put decentralization at the top of all of our requirements. If there's anything that you can add to a chain, if it affects decentralization, if it removes any of that decentralization, it is discarded. The only thing that matters is if your chain is decentralized. I consider decentralization to be a Boolean. True or false, 0, 1. It either is decentralized or it isn't. We are slowly seeing this play out in front of us in all the chains that are out there. If a single organization, if a single entity, if a single user, if 20 devs disappeared tomorrow, would that affect the chain of choice that you use? Because if that is the case, then there's something wrong with the chain. It's obviously not decentralized. There's obviously an attack vector. There's obviously something there that centralizes control. So when coming up with Minima, just a few points about it, we had to think, well, we need everybody to run everything. Every single user has to do the same thing as every single other user, has to be involved in the same way. Every single user not only has to check all of the transactions, they have to be intimately involved in the construction of the chain. And so you say, well, I can't run this on a Kubernetes cluster a la Polkadot. I can't even run this on a server because nobody's got servers. I can't even reasonably expect you to have a laptop. You know, we're talking India, we're talking China, we're talking all these other countries. So the only device that I can expect you to have is your mobile phone. And so Minima has been written from the ground up as a mobile native blockchain. What this means is that it's as easy to install as going to the Play Store and downloading it. You can download it from the GitHub, you can share it from the application itself. And every single user does everything. So now that you've got it running on a system that everybody has access to, hindsight is 20/20. With the benefit of hindsight, you can look back on the battlefield of blockchains and you can cherry pick some very, very nice technology that simply can't be crowbarred into the current chains. So how do you store these huge databases? How am I going to fit a blockchain database on a phone? There's terabytes. There's ways of doing it. Instead of the paradigm which we currently have, where the user stores everything. The miner stores all of the transactions, and you send a transaction, and then they verify whether it's good or not. Why not flip that on its head? Why not say, you, the user, can look after your coins. I'll look after mine. You can look after yours. And when you send the transaction, you can add a mathematical proof of the existence and the validity of those coins. And what that does is it's pretty nice because it's a lossless system. So we have exactly the same amount of data in the system, but only the data that is pertinent to you is kept by you. So now we have a system that runs on a piece of hardware that you all have access to. We've removed the nightmare of having to store all of this data. And I guess the final real kicker of Minima, which is a nice feature, is that you can't have a competition running the network. Every single miner-centric chain, every single stake-centric chain relies on this competition between a certain select set of users who fight with each other to build blocks to get paid. We're incredibly efficient competitors. We are top predator. We're very good at that. And what happens is that you centralize. We see this objectively everywhere, all the time.
Clearly, thank you very much, Perry.
Thank you, yeah.
If you take the clicker, that's great. Thank you. He was doing so well, wasn't he? And he just loves talking about his technology. I'd like to just, though, share two very, very simple things with you. And maybe it'll help. What is a blockchain? I would describe it as an Excel spreadsheet on steroids. Stop. It's a database which is very, very secure and safe. Number two, and this is probably the most important thing, and it's something we write about week in, week out in Digital Bytes. If you can take one message about blockchain, and that is it gives you transparency. Greater transparency leads to greater trust, and that's one of the powerful benefits behind it. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce Thomas to come on stage for a next session, looking at how, please come on, looking at how NFTs are being used in the gaming sector. So, Thomas, over to you. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi there. I'm Thomas Huckster from Raptor PR. I'm a director, and we work primarily with video games industry and Web3 gaming brands. This is the panel on integrating NFTs into gaming and the potential benefits and applications of that technology. If you guys could introduce yourselves, that would be awesome.
Don't leave. Back. No one cares about games.
Yeah. Totally break. All right, so my name is Gleb. I am a co-founder and a CEO of Game Trade. We are a Web3, I guess, marketplace and ecosystem for like Web3 games. And currently we just finished like the technical aspect of things, and it's like our first public appearance, I guess. So yeah, I'm happy to talk about Web3 gaming here. Cool.
Hi, I'm Ian Hambleton. I'm CEO of Emergent Games. We're making Resurgence, which is a AAA MMO RPG, free-to-play, that's launching quite a long time in the future. But we have lots of different drops and things along the way.
Yeah, some of you may have seen me on me talking about the Metaverse. That's because I'm the co-founder of Chain Guardians and Cryptoverse. I was part of the panel, but somehow my beautiful face has escaped the screen. I don't know how that's happened. But anyway, yeah, so Chain Guardians is, well, it's got a multitude of different kind of decentralized gamification opportunities, from the world's first NFT mining platform, enabling users to stake their NFTs, both in terms of like NFTs from outside of our gaming ecosystem as well as inside as well. We have an RPG, which is set to be play and earn. And also like the ability to stake NFTs to earn fractionalized tokens, stake them to earn NFTs, and loads of other kind of cool stuff like that.
Hi, I'm Alex Alamri. I'm an NHS surgeon by day. I came here just to heckle Matt Hancock. Yeah, no, but I missed Mr. Hancock, so shame. I'm co-founder and CEO of... co-founder and CEO of Hundreds and Thousands, which is an indie devolver digital, and that's the hope. But we're a small indie game studio focused on Web3.
I'm Bucks, and I'm a fangirl of Alex, it would appear. I work for Gala. Up here it says Gala Games. You may or may not have heard of us. We're a US-based company, but we're really global, as you can see from me sat here. And actually, we're not just games, we're music and film, and we're bringing entertainment into the new world. But today, I'm going to talk about games with these lovely gentlemen.
Yeah, and I think actually, so Sarah may have to shoot off at some point. So if we start with
You're
you,
a very
Sarah.
long way away, Tom, just so you know.
Sorry, say that again?
I can barely hear you, you're so
really?
far away. This is the biggest panel I've ever done.
It is a massive oversubscribed panel, but that's, yeah, the interest in NFTs in gaming is clearly huge. So starting with you, Sarah, if you don't mind, I guess, giving us, as somebody who's been in the industry a little while, giving us a kind of the lowdown on where you think we are with kind of Web3 gaming and NFTs in gaming, and what the kind of lessons of the past kind of 12 to 18 months have been.
I think the summary is, have you enjoyed a Web3 game? Because I suspect the answer is no. So first of all, we realize that games probably should be fun, otherwise they shouldn't really be called games. Then we realize that if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is play to earn. That's a disaster. Because what happened was people juiced the economy so badly, and we talk about faucets and sinks, you know, American company, right? So tokens flowing into a system need a way to go out of the system for those tokens to have value. And we learned some of those lessons the hard way as well. So what have we learned? That, you know, we don't really want to talk about blockchain. I don't really want to talk about NFTs. I want to talk about content ownership, I want to talk about experience, and I want to talk about fun. And if you do those three things and you can deliver a good game, gamers will come and the industry will continue to flourish. And I think that's what we've realized is, if we want to be big, we've got to be better. That's it. Very simple.
Thank you. That's really interesting. And it'd be great to hear actually from each of the three guys in the middle, I guess, separately on their point of view as creators of games, you know, some more established, some more kind of newer or more indie, you know, what you see as the benefits of NFTs are and Web3 technology in general for game creators. You know, does it help with funding games? Does it help with building a community? Does it help with that kind of ownership that Sarah was talking about? Maybe starting with Alex.
Thank you. And I think you hit the nail on the head absolutely there, boiling down everything to experience and fun and just taking away the words blockchain. And I think you'll find that a lot of people will flock to it. But with regards to this question, from a small indie creator's perspective, NFTs are a very double-edged sword. You have to really maintain a fine line between a pre-sale of your product, which everybody wrinkles their nose at and nobody really likes, because really that's the old model. That's the pre-order your Call of Duty game 3 months in advance, queue up on the street or online, and then get your game and play it. We've done that over a year and a half ago in GameFi, the beginnings of GameFi. The play-to-earn ecosystems came up, they crashed, they burned, and now those of us building in a bear market are left to tidy up the pieces and deal with the carnage and fallout from that. Now, when you talk about, you mentioned creativity, experience, and fun, as a small indie game studio, when people say indie, they should think quirky, cool, colorful, fun, independent. It's what's on the tin, right? Now, the NFTs and gamer ownership of their assets or their content means that you have the ability to pull your community tighter into you as a small company or as a small development team. And it means that it makes a company that feels like a family-run business still feel like family. We've been practicing this with our main NFT project and IP, Creepy Creams, over the past year, where we focused on not mass marketing, not getting Discord bots, and just kind of making the community feel more like a tight-knit family. And that means that they hold on to their NFTs and they value their NFTs because they feel a close connection to them. They don't buy them to flip them, they buy them because I love that one, and I love those augments, and I love that armor, and I love this. And even if the floor price is tanking, and we have to talk about floor prices, they hold on. They don't care because they have bought into an idea. And I think that's a really important part of what NFTs can bring to smaller gaming companies. Buying a gun skin on Call of Duty, there's nothing personal about that. Everybody else on the server has got one. But when you have a unique NFT that represents you as a person, that links you to a small independent company, I think that's some connection that you truly cannot replicate. That's my take.
So what was the question again?
As a developer of games in general, what would you say are the benefits for game creators?
I mean, the idea of what the benefits of an NFT should be for a game creator is, from my perspective, probably the wrong question. I think it should be, what are the benefits of the NFT for the user, and driving the kind of the value of that NFT back to the users, whether it's games, whether it's a piece of art NFT, a social kind of utility. But I think for me, and just to kind of touch on like what Sarah said, I completely agree with everything she said, and I think that the kind of the key fundamental issue with at the moment that with regards to NFTs is that people are probably putting a lot of emphasis onto speculative purchase of them rather than utility, and I think that has come unstuck a little bit because there's just been so many sort of PFP projects flying around, and I think that as developers, what it has hopefully made most developers realise that using and utilizing NFTs in their ecosystems is that the fundamental importance, and specifically with regards to games, is utility. And I think that that's, you know, the beauty of what benefits users is the utility. How can they use that asset?
And Ian, thinking of, you know, benefits for users, so you've worked on various kind of Web2 kind of metaverse projects with IP, like Peak Blinders. Why did you choose to kind of get to work into Web3 gaming, and what do you think the benefits are for players?
So yeah, so the background on our studio, we're about 65 developers. Most of us are from PlayStation and Sumo and Codemasters and various games. And we've brought together a team in Web3. Some of the guys, weirdly, today are at EGX, which is another conference for gaming over there. One day these two worlds will collide and we'll all be together. I think it's really exciting, this space. I think GameFi, it's like probably the biggest subject going on in Web3. And the reason is people get it. People get that basically if in Fortnite you could buy a skin and you could not just give your money to Epic, you could have it back and you could trade it, and if it became valuable, that I totally believe in decentralized ownership and decentralized gaming. I don't really care about crypto and I don't really care about even NFTs, but I do believe in the philosophy of people having shared ownership. So for us, our core philosophy is like game first, like no one will play your game if it's not fun. Ownership will be a secondary driver, but you have to make an amazing game. So we're focused on making amazing games that are fun. But there is something really cute about this world, because if you align the interests of content creators, us here, and audiences, and they play your game for 20 hours or 50 hours or 100 hours, and they have shared ownership, they will talk about you forever. And they will love it. And I think that is why this space is really exciting, interesting to work in. I think there's loads of innovations too that we haven't even started to talk about. So that's why I'm excited about it, if you're in it for the right reasons, which is to make great games.
And Gleb, to put you on the spot here, if there are all these benefits and potential benefits for gamers, why do you think there has, you know, maybe it's a vocal minority, maybe it's the majority, but why do you think there's been a hostile reaction in lots of quarters from gamers?
I mean, as a gamer myself, like, we lived through microtransactions, we lived through loot boxes, and now people are talking about NFTs as if it's one of those things, and it makes sense. The NFT industry overall is like very young in terms of like gaming, and as any other like young industry, there'll be a lot of scam projects, there'll be a lot of, you know, like quick cash grab projects, and this is why I guess the reputation of the technology itself is, you know, like if you think of NFTs, typical gamer will say, yeah, it's a Ponzi scheme, it's a pyramid scheme, it's a scam, it's like a quick cash grab, just like loot boxes. Big developers want to screw us over. That's why the whole, if I'm correct, Ubisoft tried to do something similar with their digits, I think. Yeah, they call it digits. Their whole turnover was $2,000 and the project flopped. That's because gamers didn't like the technology and they didn't like how the big companies use this technology and how they promoted this technology. What people talked about here is important. The main product should be the game. It should be something that you enjoy and you play repetitively. It should be a good like gameplay loop, something you enjoy. Take CSGO, for example. Millions of people play CSGO. And skins is just a side thing, you know. People can buy skins, they don't have to buy skins, they don't have to open the loot boxes, but they, you know, those who enjoy, they enjoy. Some just enjoy the game without skins, some enjoy game with skins. Everybody is different. And imagine a game like CSGO where the gameplay loop is fun and repetitive and you can play, you know, hundreds of hours, and the NFT is just as a side technology which provides a real ownership. That's what's important, I think. Important part is not focusing on NFTs as like the main thing and something like, you know, you can earn. Play-to-earn model is not sustainable and it's pretty much dead. So people should think of how to, I guess, integrate NFTs into other game ecosystems and how it could be beneficial. And that's a big task for, I guess, game developers. Yeah.
Very nice, thank you. Sarah, as somebody who's, I guess if I understand correctly, kind of taking more of an ecosystem approach to blockchain gaming and NFTs, with interoperability of potentially of assets and things like that, how do you see, as Gleb said, there is an established market for in-game items, for example, but typically it's unsanctioned on a black market and kind of forbidden by the platform owner. So how do you see NFTs solving that, and how do you avoid, I guess, a Gala or an Animoca potentially becoming just another closed platform?
It's a really good question, and you mentioned my favorite word, which is interoperable. So whether I don't know why you guys are here specifically. You might be here because you're massive gamers. You might be here because you're blockchain enthusiasts, or you might have that little bit of anarchy inside you that says, why do these companies grow so big and take so much and leave me with very little? I want my own data, I want my own power. Maybe that's why you're here. I think the key is, with whatever reason you're here for, whether it's because you enjoy playing games, whether it's because you want to listen to music, or you believe, I was talking to Paul earlier, who was on the stage, you believe that there's a better way to do fashion. Because blockchain as a system has never really hit the mass market yet. And the reason it's never really hit the mass market, and why my mum doesn't know what it is because it's not interesting. It's been very, very practical, and you had a politician or an ex-politician, I'm not sure, on here earlier. And even in my world, when we were talking about blockchain before, it was finance and insurance and security. And like, nobody's ever going to get out of bed and like, woohoo, we're going to revolutionize banking, unless you're a consultant, in which case you're absolutely going to get out of bed and want to revolutionize banking. So gaming has given us this platform and this ability to actually let people understand what this means without all the bullshit, without all the hype, without all the... We're not solving world hunger. We're not building rockets like Elon. We're literally putting games on the blockchain. And we're saying, because they're on the blockchain and because there's NFTs, the only thing they're doing is they're verifying that you own this specific thing and it's yours. And what's interesting with gaming specifically, because I know that's what we're talking about, stay on topic, Bucks, is with NFTs, they can be dynamic. So say, for example, you have a sword in a game. And that sword, after many hours of you grinding, figures out how to kill a dragon. That sword knows that it killed a dragon. That's interesting. Bearing in mind there's only 100 swords in this particular game title that's ever killed a dragon. And that means when that sword sees another dragon, it knows what to do. Now, do you think somebody that does have money in the free-to-play market makes 98% of its income from less than 3% of its player base? So just think on that for a minute. When somebody wants to up a level, they can go and buy that sword off of you and say, hey, I want that item. So it allows, there is the beautiful, altruistic communities coming together, actually having an opinion on a game. Gala's got 28 games in development, and I'm certainly going to be talking to these chaps, that we're supporting. They own all their own IP, they're in complete creative control, and they're building in front of the community, not behind closed doors. And that means they're building these player bases before they even get to alpha, before they get to beta, before they get to full release. So we've got a huge and a long way to go, but the whole point of, if we want to talk about NFTs, is about the creativity they unlock, about the content ownership they give players, and about the fact that developers for once can get paid rather than a couple of key, big, overbearing corporations taking all the money from them, because that's not okay, and I've had enough. So put that on music, put that on film, put that on any creative industry you like. We're coming for you. We're coming.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I know you have to shoot off. We're running a little bit behind. Thank you so much.
She didn't drop the mic. Should have dropped the mic off.
Oh, yeah. Well, you've got your own mic now. You can be happy. And I think the correct term is disgraced politician, by the way, but it's still current. So, Robbie, thinking of what Sarah just said about the value that NFTs add to gamers, what we've seen previously with other notable projects is potentially inability to stop people kind of cashing out returns from a game or selling an item and taking that value out of the ecosystem. So how do you think we can prevent that?
How do I what, sorry?
Sorry?
How do I what?
How do you as a Web3 game or an NFT game prevent users kind of, regardless of fun or not, I guess, seeing it as a way to generate returns and then removing that value into fiat money or another token, for example?
Well, I think it's quite a big question, because I guess if you look at I think most people in the audience will probably heard of the flagship blockchain gaming project, which was Astra. It was obviously became like a unicorn, had huge backing and so on. And then lately we've seen quite a few incidents occur with regards to Astra, and specifically around, let's say, the centralization of their chain, a 51% attack. It's nothing new. That's been happening for quite some time. And that's what happens when you essentially set up an ecosystem around centralized principles. Or that's the risk you run. It's not obviously necessarily going to definitely happen. So I think in terms of, it's about mindset. The reason that projects will look to keep the value in the ecosystem is obvious to optimize revenue flow. It's to ensure that the system is sustainable and that it's not going to fail. So if you've got a play to earn model, then any value that leaves that ecosystem is not good. However, I think it really depends on where your philosophy is as a company. Are you embracing the model of at the very top you've got the owners of the company, the owners of the ecosystem, they set the rules, and then the players are on the bottom, and they're the ones that are kind of have to subscribe to the rules that you put in place within your ecosystem? Or are you embracing decentralization, and are you inverting that model? And actually it's the players at the top, and actually the players are the ones that are governing, and those are the part of a DAO or otherwise, and the ones at the bottom are actually the actual creators, the founders, the developers, and they are taking that feedback and they are funneling that towards decentralization. So for ourselves at Chain Guardians, I think we set the stall very early. We created an NFT mining platform. It enabled essentially any partner gaming ecosystem to add their NFTs onto the platform and stake them in order to earn other rewards. Those rewards could be their tokens, those rewards could be our tokens, and there was like a chance of you earning any of these tokens. Why I'm saying that? Because that's a decentralized principle. You can use NFTs where there's no direct value to our platform. You haven't necessarily purchased an NFT from Chain Guardians, but you still might extract value from that. And that's a decentralized ideology. The issue with that is that we found is that actually most projects in the space, even when we were kind of going to them and offering this as an opportunity, didn't want that. They wanted centralization. They came to us and they went, how can I take this IP that you have with this NFT mining platform and just take it for my own NFTs and just reward the owners of my NFTs in our ecosystem? And we're like, well, you can't. You're not doing that because it's completely against the principles of decentralization. So first of all, it's a case of making sure that we as the creators, we as the founders of the projects are coming from a mindset of user first and not revenue or founder first.
Very interesting, thank you. I'll open this one up, I guess, to the floor, as it were. In creating a sustainable, NFT or Web3 economy, you're building a game. Does every single item in the game need to be an NFT? Does the fabric of the game, the land in the game, need to be an NFT? Or how do you see that working?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the million-dollar question, right? In terms of building in tokenomics into a Web3 game. And I think that most companies and most projects will try, that's sprinting. Making a real-world economy in a video game, that's more than sprinting, that's flying. Because we can't get an economy right in real life. So we've got esteemed members of parliament here, so I'm sorry. But, if we can't get it right in real life, and it's subject to black swan events and all these other problems, why do you think that somebody who is not an economist or not part of the Ministry of Finance for a country would be able to do that? I think it's hubris. Now, there's also the second point of, if we have a whole genre and we have a whole generation of players, Gen Z, whatever, players like my co-founder Tom and me, who grew up on Super Mario, Zelda, Final Fantasy, Counter-Strike, who didn't know about the blockchain, didn't care about the blockchain, didn't even really microtransact that much. We're trying to get all of these people to not just like the blockchain and like NFTs, but use them and buy them and then buy into your game. So that's more than double-edged. That's setting yourself up for failure. So the way that we're trying to do things at hundreds and thousands is be very, very subtle. And in fact, some may say deceptive. The blockchain is not a core part of what we do for games. The fact that we here, sitting as a panel of so-called experts on gaming and the blockchain, I say so-called because it's a very young niche that we're in, right? So we sit here and we talk about it, and we say things like game first. The fact that we have to talk about the concept of game first when we're making video games shows you exactly what is wrong and what we need to turn back on. And last year's bull run really, really damaged everybody's view on not just GameFi, but the blockchain and NFTs. What we have to do as gaming partners, collaborators, companies, is really, really slowly and delicately bring that trust back. And that's really hard. That's like being a minister of parliament. So, we need to take that very, very slowly. And if that means we don't even build the blockchain into our games at the very beginning, then that's what we need to do. If that means bringing a player base in and accepting that we plan that in 6 months' time, we're going to introduce Web3 functionality to our player base, and accept that 80% of those players will leave and not want to play our game, we may need to take that. And we may need to take that in our stride and say that small 20% of traditional gamers that we onboarded, we can now use those as evangelists for our community and hopefully build it up that way. You're not going to be able to get Ubisoft to come in and say, yeah, we're going to fund your game, we're going to help you make it, we're going to market it for you, and it's going to be under the Ubisoft umbrella. It's just not going to happen.
Thank you. We've just got a couple of minutes left. So I wanted to hear, thinking of what Alex just said about how to introduce those mechanics or those tokenomics, whatever it is. We talk a lot about onboarding gamers to Web3. What do you think is the best way to do that? Should it be, invisible? Should it be custodial wallets? Should we be educating people about how to use Web3 technology? How do you see that?
So I think one of the big problems that we have currently with Web3 games is the onboarding is a total nightmare. Axie last year, you had to put down £500 or $500 to play it, and you didn't know if you're going to lose it instantly. It's just a nightmare. We take a lot of our inputs from what's happening in free-to-play and freemium. I think, what we're trying to do is make it like a seamless experience, completely frictionless. The reason we're saying free-to-play is we're confident that they'll connect to the blockchain later because they'll want to take ownership. But really, it's simple, sort of open your bucket as high as wide as it can at the top, get loads of players in, get them loving the game, remind them over time that they can choose to own a wallet. That's like the gift that keeps giving, right? You play it for 20 hours, you get told, if you connect your wallet, there's probably $50 of NFTs here that you can do. You go for another 2 weeks, right? So I think that's really our approach, is like take a lot of influence from what's been good in freemium and free to play, and then bring in blockchain and make that an amazing payoff for people.
Awesome. And Gleb, anything to add there? You've got a minute to give a hot take.
I'll try. So I think one important aspect as well would be transparency. Like, you need to understand opinions of all people that like coming to your platform, your game, doesn't matter. You need to understand why the haters are hating, you need to understand why lovers are loving, and you need to have an open dialogue with them and try to present your ideas well. And, you know, kind of, like, if people hate NFTs, you need to listen to what they have to say, and then, like, you know, bring your opinion, bring your solution forward to them. Another aspect, everybody already mentioned it, is you need to make a good game for people to play it. If you don't make a good game, no one will play it. Like, okay, there will be people trying to, you know, like before, okay, last year, people would be like playing play-to-earn games, but they weren't playing for the sake of playing, they were playing for the sake of earning, and earning is a task, and it turns the whole thing into a job, and it gets boring, and then people, you know, don't enjoy it anymore. And I mean, the whole like play-to-earn model is not very sustainable, so people, like, you know, don't earn much from it later on, and they just leave. You need to have a good, repetitive gameplay loop in the game for people to be interested. And you need to be transparent with the players about what you're doing in the game. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you everybody for turning out, and thank you to all our experts here today. I think that's us. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Right, so hang on. Before you all disappear out the back, we've got something a little bit interesting. You go to some of these events and conferences, and they always want to make it interactive. So the only thing I ask, I don't want anyone going hom or anything like that, but we've got one of our sponsors put together a brief video, which I think you'll find quite interesting. Get you in the zone, get a little bit chilled, and ready for our next panel, where we've got, well, I will come to the next panel in a minute, but if you just bear with us, and I think you'll enjoy this video. It's about a minute, and we'll then come back in a second for the next panel session. Thank you.
Then squeeze every muscle you can squeeze for a moment. Hold it if you can, and create tension from your nose to your toes and anywhere in between. Then let your breath and the squeezing go. And let go of anything else that needs to be released. Breathe it away and feel lighter without it. Welcome that moment of space.
Okay, so, well, hope you enjoyed that. If you'd like to check out the meditation space, I think they're doing a bit of sort of tantric yoga down there, so make sure you perhaps got your jacket off and shoes before you start dancing around, but it's downstairs in the basement afterwards. So our next panel is actually being moderated by an international freelance journalist, no less. So Gillian, if I invite you on to explain, you know, how NFTs, music, and good stuff like that. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, Johnny. He said that I flew in on my witch's broom. Perhaps I did. So today we're going to have a really nice panel. There's been some very amazing panels today, but this is like real world. This is not vaporware. This is here and now, and it's bringing the power back to the artist with musical NFTs. So if I can welcome my guests on, take a chair wherever, and I'm going to just ask them to briefly introduce who they are, and then we're going to get into the business of what they do and what you can do with them as well. So Christina, you're on my right. We'll start off with you if you want to introduce yourself.
All right, I'm in the hot seat. Hi everyone, I'm Christina Beltramini. I work for Lens Protocol. We are a decentralized social media protocol. How this relates to music is we are built for creators and with the purpose of empowering creators, and artists being, you know, some of the most important creators in our creator economy. Previously, I was at TikTok for 2 years in their music team, saw that rise and the importance that 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 platform played in shaping artists' career. And I've been involved personally in a number of music NFT projects as an advisor and an investor, Opulus, music royalties, catalog, and mint songs.
Thank you very much, Christina. And one thing to note, Christina's ex-TikTok, so she knows how Web 2 works and how Web 3 is going to work. So Andreas, I'm going to pronounce your surname wrong, is it Bigelt?
Yeah, exactly, Andreas Bigelt. Yeah.
Bigelt. And you're from another block. If you briefly just say who you are?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm Andreas, and I'm head of community and growth at another blog. And we're working to collateralize music streaming rights and make it possible for fans to invest in their favorite songs. So yeah, I mean, and I've been into the crypto space for quite some time. I mean, it's always that flexing, you know, like you say how many years you've been in it, but I'll leave that for later. Yeah.
That's going to be very interesting. Royalties, which is something that artists don't get enough of. So again, it's a hot topic.
For sure.
Then next we have an artist, a singer, Alex Roth. Do you want to say a little bit about yourself first, please?
Yeah, my name is Alex Roth. I'm a composer, guitarist, producer, not a singer actually, and interdisciplinary collaborator, and I've been playing in bands and touring and composing music for a whole range of projects for the last sort of 15 years or so. The two projects that I've entered Web3 in are my Super Sigil moniker, which is my solo electronic music project, which I'm releasing the debut album of as a virtual world, powered by NFTs. And the other project is called Xyla, and that's my multidisciplinary label for experimental arts across all mediums. So those are the two things that I've been exploring Web3 through.
Brilliant. And you launched your label last night, so we're going to talk a bit about that and how people can get involved. So very exciting. Yeah. Thank you indeed, Alex. Now, the two gentlemen at the end both work with Dancing Seahorse, who's headline sponsor here of the Zebu Live. Chris, Joyce, first, do you want to explain your role or the company?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm assuming congratulations to the ones that have been sat here since this morning. Obviously, me and Alex have already done an introduction, so yeah, it's going really well so far today. I've spoken to a lot of you behind the scenes, but for those who are new today, I'm Creative Director and Web3 Strategist of Dancing Seahorse. I think the elements that we want to focus on for what we're building now into the future is a brand that helps support upcoming artists. I think that's where we're going to have some good conversations today, and also how we're changing the ticketing game in the music industry as well.
Brilliant. And Alex Nahai, if you want to finish off the line.
Sure, great to be here. I'm Alex Nahai, I'm the CEO of Dancing Seahorse, and as Chris mentioned, we're a music-related NFT project. Really one of our main missions is being able to bring fans as close as possible to music experiences in a way that hasn't been done before. So we're excited about this, yeah.
Brilliant. So we're going to talk about real things that are happening. And I want to start, I know that Dancing Seahorse is supporting up-and-coming artists, but you're also supporting fans through the ticketing. Can you explain just a little bit how that will work and what, because everybody here is a fan of music, maybe not everybody here is an artist. So how does your ticketing business work, please? Or how will it work?
Yeah, so one of our long-term goals of Dancing Seahorse is to change the whole ticket industry altogether. I think anyone that have been to a lot of conferences will know that we've always believed that a lot of things will be NFTs in the future, and ticketing is one of the most logical solutions for that. I don't know if Zebu Live will thank me for saying this, but I think there was a few ticketing problems on the door this morning, and we know that NFTs are going to be one of the main solutions to all kind of events. So as Darren, our head of strategy, was talking about earlier, we're actually building NFT music industry marketplace only. Alex can probably talk about some of his connections in a minute with some of the largest ticket banks in the world globally. And we hope to turn all event tickets into NFTs that are bought, sold, and trade on our marketplace.
Excellent. So let's talk then about, actually, back to you, Alex, if you don't mind. Alex, artist, composer. You launched your label last night. Can you tell us how it works? This is a real living, collaborative, independent label. How does it work, and how would people get involved with it?
Yeah, so we had a launch last night near Waterloo. The label is called Xyla, and it's very much about bringing artists into the Web3 space who, up until now, have had zero connection with it, probably don't even understand what it is, don't know how to get set up with their wallets and all of this. because I recognized when I entered the space a couple of years back, there was a lack of like musical and artistic diversity. Like I said, I've been making music and involved in lots of different interdisciplinary projects for a decade and a half. I know lots of artists. Some of them are interested in this space, some of them aren't. But when I sort of got into NFTs and Web3, it seemed like there was a lack of diversity. So the label Xyla is all about bringing people that I think are doing great work into this space and helping them to understand what's useful about it for them, what kind of new models exist to get their work out into the world. So last night we presented the work from our first season. It's called Scene 1, and it was visual art and a live music set and film screenings, all of which will be available as NFTs. But at the moment we're kind of straddling traditional distribution platforms with NFTs and so on.
And I'd like to commend you, Alex, because I know that you help a lot of those artists put up their wallet, create their wallet and things that people in this industry understand. People who, on the outside, they're going, oh, what is that? So you're a bit like the Andreas Antonopoulos, but with wallets and artists, so very interesting. So Christina, Lens Protocol, I was speaking with your colleague, Siri. There's an issue, maybe it's not there anymore, the booth, it was down, but she was anyway, earlier in the basement, and explaining about, tell me how you work with artists and how you flip that paradigm so that it's not like the TikTok, where TikTok makes all the money and the artists don't.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, Lens Protocol is built for creators. And the idea is that you can own your connections with your fans and your social graph, as well as any content that you post online. And why that's important for musicians in particular is because, I personally think they're the most disenfranchised of all the creator class. They don't own the data from their ticketing, which is why I'm sure it's part of Chris's strategy with Dancing Seahorse. And they don't, own all the data for the streaming or their relationships with their fans, right? And so how do you determine who your 100 fans are if you don't have that data? How do you nurture those relationships? And so the point of Lens is to empower artists. We are a decentralized social media protocol, and so you will have multiple applications built on top of Lens. And so if I'm an artist, I can see who's streaming my music on Lens Protocol that's also engaging with me on social, and be able to have the power of analytics that I haven't been able to previously, and really take that further. So it's not about numbers, it's not about likes, it's not about streams, it's really about authentic relationships and being able to monetize, those fans that are most important to you.
Oh, I think it's amazing. You're creating the dream that Kevin Kelly wrote about in Wired. To be a successful artist, you only need 1,000 true fans, and you can monetize them in a nice way. They're going to pay for your stuff, but your analytics and your platform is going to do that. It's pretty cool. So Andreas, then over to you. Royalties. Explains how do artists normally get paid royalties, and how are you changing it?
So previously it has been a very centralized business, music investments and especially catalog investments. So we've seen actors such as Warner Music, Hypnosis and so on and so forth buy entire catalogs from musicians, usually after they become really big. And that might make the artist less interested in what actually happens to the catalog, and that could in the long run as well make the fans less interested in the actual artist. So it's like we're creating a way where the top fans of music creators are able to invest through the blockchain by holding one of our NFTs, and then for the first time ever, it's possible to have such small shares. So if you do it in this fractionalized way, you could actually have 0.002% of a song that is streaming 350 million streams. So it's like it finally makes sense, and it's technically possible to do it. It wasn't before. It was a mess before. To send that kind of money to all these kind of different bank accounts, it would be an administrative hell, I would say. So, yeah.
That is really cool. So it's crowdfunding with the fans. They can help them build the music, and they get part of the royalties. And you say technology, it's blockchain and crypto tokens allows that to happen. So that's amazing. That's very exciting. So Alex number 1 or 2, I'm not quite sure which way you want to do it. How do NFTs work in Dancing Horses? Because this is where we're using the NFTs and the blockchain technology. How are you using NFTs in your project?
Well, as far as Dancing Seahorse is concerned, it is an NFT project. So basically the way that it would work is a fan could buy one of the NFTs, and then what comes with that is utility that we really want to be amazing for the fans. So we want them to be able to access, our activations that are going to be happening worldwide, whether those be suites in concerts that are pre-existing, VIP suites, or activations in concerts that we ourselves are going to put on, as we have a long history of experience in the music business and the concert business, or whether it's being able to join us at music festivals where we're going to be building a large structure. It's going to have a 2-story activation. We're working on that right now. Or backstage passes, meet and greets with the artists. There's a whole universe of ways that fans can connect with artists, and we just want to make them as accessible as possible to fans. Through this, we consider it to be like an exclusive membership now for access to artists and music events.
So utility is a huge piece. You preempted my next sort of question about what do you get. So you, Alex, have a huge experience in the music business. You've worked with major stars, major producers and festivals. So you're going to use your knowledge to help your up-and-coming artists to figure out what to do. Because, if someone wants to sing, they're not necessarily a promotions expert or anything like that. So what type of things are you helping them to do in that regard?
Yeah, look, we're going to use our knowledge. We're also going to use our connections. So we're right now in discussions with 2 of the largest concert promoters in the world, for example, to access their global ticket banks or global suite banks. So no matter where somebody lives, if they are a token holder of the Dancing Seahorse token, they can have access to concerts in their area that they might want to see, or even VIP suites in their area. We are in negotiations. Well, we actually have 3 major artists who are token holders right now. They're happy to be involved with the community. But as that list expands, they can also become directly involved in terms of if we put on contests for our token holders, a contest to meet the artist, or raffles, or just being able to play a concert that we put on. For example, right now we're talking to the Microsoft Theater in Los Angeles about a 7,000-person capacity concert that would be put on and sponsored by Dancing Seahorse. I can't say who the artists are that we're discussing right now, but as part of the deal that they come and play our concert, they also have to interact with our token holders in some kind of meaningful way. So, like I said, the opportunities here are vast, and if you're somebody that's worked in the music business for a long time, you would have had a kind of special access to artists and to these experiences that the everyday person maybe doesn't get to have, and we're trying to change that through this NFT.
Very interesting, and what you're bringing as well as your network. That's pretty cool too as well. So Christina, maybe to ask you, with the artists coming onto the Lens protocol, how do you support them? Alex is bringing his vast experience from the music industry. What type of things will you be doing for your artists?
Yeah, so Lens protocol is based on NFTs and modularity. And so anything can be an NFT. Music is all about context, which I think is the most important place to start. And, on Lens Protocol, we just make it super easy for an artist to have those connections with their fans on social media and to be able to take those fans within applications. And one example we did recently, 3 weeks ago, is with, I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the Song Camp community, but we dropped some music NFTs with them on Lens. And these NFTs weren't polished one-of-ones that were minted on catalog. These NFTs were audio recordings from a concert that they had with their fans. And so they were only 40-second snippets, and those that were eligible to mint them were people that went and had followed these artists on Lens at this performance. And so they were actually able to earn a form of memorabilia and digital memorabilia on Lens. And so the idea is artists make money from many sources. A lot of fandom is contextual, and so being able to bring those fans with you as part of the journey through other forms other than music is how we're doing it on Lens Protocol.
That's brilliant. So you're helping artists who might not recognize that they have more than just the song that's valuable to the fan, which is really cool.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I want to buy a photo of Blondish eating ice cream, right? And that's important to me as a fan. On Instagram, she wouldn't be able to monetize it, but she doesn't know the value of that because Instagram's probably servicing ads against it, and she doesn't realize. But if this was something to be on the open market, you could really test fandom and the value of these cultural assets behind an artist outside of just their music.
Wow, so cool. So Alex Roth again. So tell me, you mentioned at the start you're kind of bridging the gap between traditional musicians and artists and Web3. Can you tell me what the differences, the main differences you see are there, and the main impediments that are stopping people from moving into Web3?
Yeah, it's just technical hurdles, really. Even the idea of setting up a crypto wallet to have access to all of these tools and platforms is a hurdle for many artist friends of mine. And that's why I've been kind of helping them to set that up. Also, there's a lot of media narrative that's turned people off over the last year and a half. They might see headlines about scams, or they might see a kind of artwork that doesn't resonate with them and think that it's all like that and that therefore there's no space for what they're doing. But usually when I've spent a bit of time speaking to these people and explaining what I'm doing in the space, they're like, oh, okay, I can relate to that. So for me, it comes down to personal experience and sharing what I'm excited about because it's more relatable to other artists, and then they can start to see their way into it. So it's the combination of those things: technical hurdles, media narrative, and just feeling like, for whatever reason, it's not for them.
I suppose to being an artist yourself, it actually gives your friends and other would-be artists a comfort level because they know that you know what you're talking about because you've been there, you've walked in those shoes. So you raised another point too as well, technical nous and stuff like that. Maybe Andreas, do you want to talk to how do we educate people? Because I mean, like your idea of crowdfunding to support an artist, to give people royalties in return. So hopefully, if they help market the track as well, they'll get more money. You know, it's a whole like a nice circle. How do we help that education process, and how do we get people to know that these things are out there?
So the thing is, I mean, our long-term goal is obviously also to onboard people that are more in Web 2 rather than Web 3. But to be completely fair, I must say that now in the beginning, it's super important also to actually get out there, get your name out there, and make sure that people are aware of us doing this successfully. And that's the reason why we're coming together with like big artists such as Rehab, Laidback Luke, and the next drop, it's actually The Weeknd as well. We'll be minting it now in like half an hour or something, so I'll have to run off stage because I want to snatch one myself. But we have had a really positive reception, and we're growing a lot in numbers, and people are being super active on Discord, and that's the thing. Before we can start onboarding Web 2 people, I think it's important to get a good hold with the Web 3 community. And then, actually, I think that the Web 3 degens, as they call themselves, will be able to, just out of pure ideological belief, to help out onboarding the Web 2 people as well. So we'll utilize our actual community to do it. And then, of course, educational videos and material up on our YouTube, where we're also already trying to establish ourselves as thought leaders by doing interviews with other Web3 projects, educating the community about other interesting projects, mainly in the Web3 music space as well.
Oh, yes, please, sorry.
I've got a point to add on this about, making sure that these artists and like the Web3 community is on board, because there's a lot of franchise risk. And I look at this even similar to the early days of TikTok. Did we get the biggest artists immediately? No, because the value proposition wasn't proven for them yet. And so I think it is extremely important to have these use cases with Web3 artists, such as Alex, that are experimenters, that can go and really showcase the value, because that helps onboard down the road. But you can't bring a huge artist that hasn't done anything in the space. We've seen a lot of backlash, about cash grabs. And so it is really important, and, Alex and more independent artists to start testing and experimenting and showcasing.
That's really cool. I know I worked on a project last year on the Wax blockchain, and it was a young rapper, and he sold, I think over a weekend, he dropped an album, and he got $5,000 from the sales of the NFTs on the Wax blockchain, which was huge because he was only a young rapper, and if he'd had as many streams on Spotify, he'd get like a cup of tea or something like that. So it's very important to see those small things. Maybe Chris, to ask you, what are the dangers perhaps of having big names come in the land grab that Christina spoke about? How do we get around that and make sure that's a genuine way to interact with fans and not just to take money off them?
Well, following on from your interesting point, education is such a big thing. So we've got 3 levels of education that we're kind of rolling out at Dancing Seahorse. The first one is from the investor shareholder point of view, bringing new money into this space, understanding the investment and the long-term opportunity. The second is obviously the artist as well. I think everyone's seen big artists or celebrities, they kind of have a really negative impact on drops because people assume that it's just a cash grab from the artist perspective. One of the reasons of setting up our agency was to become more of a trustworthy kind of brand in this space. And that's where I said earlier on the chat, we actually turned down so many projects because we understood that they were just in it for the cash grab. So part of Dancing Seahorse for all the artists is running proper strategy sessions and onboarding the artists into Web3. And then the third level is the fan as well. Obviously, there's quite a small crypto community at the moment in terms of the global scale compared to the music industry. So we're going to be running more and more events to tie people together. So what I kind of touched on earlier was how we're onboarding new artists into this space. And a lot of people have kind of asked how Alex has given me loads of detail as to how hard it is to break into the music industry in America. Unless you're chosen by one of the top like record label producers, it's very hard to kind of make a financially like stable kind of living for yourself. So what we're able to do as we build the community, and we already have, I think you said 3, but I'm pretty sure it's up to almost 5 kind of top level artists. We're actually going to combine that with the community. So this hasn't actually been announced yet, but our club is launching in LA on the 4th of November with Polo G headlining. It's an intimate gig for 200 people, and we're about to run a competition where the community can upvote a kind of young and up-and-coming artist, and we give them the opportunity to perform like a couple of intro songs before. So that's how we're kind of combining it all together.
Cool, and you're bringing, and also back to your earlier point about the networks, you've got the big names, which when used correctly, can be great. As I say, they're helping other people. So if people are here in the audience and there are artists who are here, how would you advise them to get into this space? Because I mean, this is a happening. This is not vaporware. Maybe Christina, you might kick off and say. So, and I know yours is a curated platform, but how do people get involved? And what do you advise people who want to get going?
Yeah, I think, like I would advise anyone in Web3, get out there, test and learn, and meet the community and get involved, get in Discords. You know, when it comes to the music space, I've seen so much velocity over the last 2 years, and even increasingly so in the bear market. And so this isn't going away. And so making sure that you're experimenting, getting that wallet. Everyone is incredibly open. Lens isn't curated. We're in beta at the moment, but we're in beta for a reason, to make sure that when we do go wider to the masses, that we have the right ecosystem. But if you're an experimenter, you can reach out to me. I can help onboard you and just start experimenting. That's the best way.
Apologies, I got the wrong end of the stick there. Sorry about that. I'm glad
we're not exclusive, we're inclusive.
You're inclusive. I'm glad you corrected me. Thank you so much. What advice would you have, Andreas? Because this is a real world, this is happening now. What would you say to somebody who wants to crowdfund for the next album, the next song? What would you advise them to do?
I would advise them to go through a trusted partner. I mean, right now we're not onboarding like smaller artists because we're establishing ourselves first. But I would say, for example, Sound.xyz is also right now going out on Twitter saying they will have also end-to-end royalty split kind of system. So I think it's all about building through this bear market really, and the true value lies in the tech that people are providing, and then of course in the longevity of projects. So I mean, just as people were mentioning cash grabs here, it's very apparent that many projects of course are cash grabs because they maybe do 1 or 2 drops then disappear. So wait before you jump into a project maybe until they have some track record. That's what I would have done. And also one of the most important things when it comes to NFTs NFTs, if you're invested in music NFTs, check out whether their team is actually doxed or not, because that means if they're official with their names and pictures, because many teams aren't. And then it's like, okay, there's something fishy here. Why aren't they, honest about who they are? So that's what we're focusing a lot on, being like official out there and doing these kinds of things as well.
I think that's a very valuable point, the doxing, because would you buy anything else in this world from an unknown person? You buy a used car from someone you don't know. Alex, again, what would you say, what advice would you give to people who want to get into this space?
I think it's really important to spend a little bit of time familiarizing yourself with what's going on and what's out there. Things are changing so quickly all the time that if you're just entering it, it can be kind of overwhelming. So I wouldn't jump into anything immediately. I would spend a bit of time mainly on Twitter or wherever people seem to be having these conversations. It does seem to be mainly Twitter and Discord. Spend a bit of time exploring what projects are out there, what artists are doing things in this space. Find something that you resonate with and reach out to that person or that project and say, how can I get into this? How did you do that? What should I do? I'm at this point. I mean, reach out to me if you're just getting into this, and I'm happy to have that conversation. Most artists in this are, because we spend so much time thinking about these things, these ideas, these tools, these strategies. And it's exciting for us to have the conversation with other people who are interested in exploring it. So by all means, reach out if you're in that position, and let's have that conversation.
Brilliant, I love that. And artists are willing to help too as well. So find someone who reflects your passion and just, pester them, stalk them, go and talk to them. Andreas, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I also want to add that one great way to start as well is through the DAO Water and Music. So they're onboarding a lot of musicians and artists onto the Web3 music space, and they're super helpful and really nice. So it's like they're a research DAO, researching what tools for musicians to use to be successful in the Web3 space, and people on there are super helpful.
I think Christina's going to add to that.
I love water and music. And funny story, Sherry Hugh, who's, she spearheads it, and this is how it can tie into Lens Protocol. I met her 5 years ago. I actually stalked her down, and then because I was reading her newsletter, we went for coffee. But imagine if I had met her then, and I was able to mint that and prove that I followed her early, and I was number 3. That could then potentially be a tradable asset. Right, and I have some clout from that. I would probably frame it at this point. So I just wanted to pitch in with that.
That's so cool. So Dancing Seahorse, gentlemen, what advice would you have for people to get into this space with you or even, alongside you?
I guess the main takeaway is don't be in a rush. I think anyone that's been in this space for a few years knows that 2 months in this space feels like 2 years. It's almost like a whirlwind. I can't tell you how crazy the last 2 years have been for us and the amount of people, celebrities, investors, sports personalities that we've spoken to, because it's just the buzzword of everyone wanting to get into this space. I think taking your time to research, like you said, speak to people. I actually think conferences are sometimes a little bit better. The last year, everyone knows projects weren't great. I was once on a Twitter space where everyone was making goblin noises, and I kind of had to ask myself why I was in this space. But we know from behind the scenes that every big technology company is putting billions and billions of pounds into this space. So we know it's going to grow, but there's no rush. It could be 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, 10 years before things really, really start to kick off and change.
Brilliant. And then Alex, at the end, I'm going to do this. You start off. Takeaways. We've on our last few minutes here. So what takeaway would you like people in the audience here to have? But very, very short ones. Short takeaways.
It's interesting because NFTs are non-fungible, and CDs and vinyls were also non-fungible. We're now, in a way, seeing a return to people valuing ownership. And I think if you're an artist who just has 1,000 fans, you should use the NFT model to be able to connect with your even albeit limited number of fans in as broad a way as possible. New content offerings, merchandise, digital merchandise, physical merchandise. We've seen Cameo and Protégé monetize even just appearances with fans. So blockchain now gives us the ability for fans to really, really go deeper with, for artists to really go deeper with connecting with their fans. And I think it's important to take note of that.
Brilliant. So Chris, 2 words, takeaway.
Thank you very much.
That's good. Alex, do you have anything you want people to perhaps...
Sorry, no, sorry. Yeah, I
Three
think
words.
it's all really exciting. I don't know how many people here today, if they've been in this space 1 month or 2 years, but we're really excited about it. I think I know a lot of people. So I come from a digital art content background. About 2 years ago, I knew lots of digital artists that weren't making it, and NFTs gave them the platform to monetize their passion and their love. And I think over the next 2 years, you're going to see that move from digital art into the music space.
Okay, Alex, a very brief takeaway for our audience.
I'll just mention that both Xyla and Super Sigil have collections that are currently minting. The Xyla one is a free membership pass to our Scene 1 that you can get that gives you access to mint our Scene 1 releases that are coming over the next few weeks. And the Super Sigil project has the first of 5 collections, which is currently minting for like 0.01 ETH. It's a spectrogram that gives you access to this whole world as it unfolds. So get in touch and mint an NFT.
Andreas, your tuppence worth?
Yeah, so for me, it has always been about bridging the real world with the crypto world. So Web3 is all about bridging assets from the real world to the digital world. So from the real world to Metaverse, for example. And shout out Bitcoin Lightning Network. I mean, that's a proof of what you can do with Web3 in practice, paying peer-to-peer. So nice, yeah.
Thank you very much. And Christina, your parting words for our audience?
I'll keep it short. Fan to artist relationships and being able to own them. An NFT and having that in your wallet is only part of the story. Owning that relationship directly with your fans is incredibly powerful.
Well, I'd like to thank my panel today. It's been very exciting, really good. Johnny's coming to take us off the thing. We have to go. But what I really want to stress, this is real world. It's happening now. And please go and approach these people afterwards and maybe make a connection, find some interest, find some advice, get a job, get something. I don't know. Thank you very much for your time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks, Gillian. Really great. Yeah, that's fine just there. Okay, so we've got a quick comfort break. If you can come back in 15 minutes, that's 5 to 5 or 17:55 or however you want to look at it. And we'll be back for another couple of closing sessions before we finish today's event. Thank you very much. So our next presentation is talking about that thorny issue of data. So Alan's going to come along and talk about data unions. And I said, well, what's that in English? And he said, data unions. So I'm as much in the dark as you, but Alan, looking forward to hearing what you've got to say on data unions and the importance of obviously storing your data. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Alan and I'm going to talk to you for a few minutes about data unions, why we need them and why you should care about them. We reckon in the next, say, 2 to 3 years that everybody in this room will be a member of at least one data union, maybe even sooner. Maybe you'll join one after this talk. But the issue we're facing is that nobody has any control over their personal data online. So all of the platforms you sign up to, whether it be social media, payments, video, whatever it is, nobody has any control or agency over the data that you create within these platforms online. These platforms use this data to train AI models, predict markets, create insights, and even sell the data, and they get value from this. And we think this is wrong, and we think that the people who create the data, who is us, should see this value instead. So we don't have any agency, ownership, or control at the moment. And the reason for that is that it's just a given when you sign up to a platform. Yeah, there's a privacy policy, but you either agree with that and get to use the platform, or you don't agree with it and you don't get to use the platform. So there's no choice here. It's just the status quo, how it happens at the moment. People are just okay with the platform having their data, using it, creating value from it. And this, in a lot of cases, your personal data is the fuel to their fire. So it may not be their main revenue stream, but it can be a significant one. The good thing about this is that the solution is pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. We need to give people choice. So we need to give people more choice when they join these platforms. Given a good option, you would never actually choose what happens now. What happens now is the worst option, essentially. So we need to give people a choice of what to do with their data. And that generally will come in the form of a different entity, so a third entity, not the platform that is you're signing up to or using, but a different option. And this option needs to be based on transparency and ownership. It can't just be a copy of the platform that you're signing up to or using who just use your data. That wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't work at all. And this is why we're using Web3, or data unions are using Web3, because ownership and transparency are built in to the fabric of a data union. So generally the value of what's created in a data union and given to its members will take place in the form of a data union's own token. So the people who use it get the token and have ownership of the union itself. Also, if you're signing up to an entity that's taking your data and potentially creating value from it, but giving the value back to you, you'll want to know where that data has been used. So we need transparency. We need to be able to track where the data has been sold to, who's buying it, and we also need to be able to opt out of, if, for instance, you wanted to join such an entity but didn't want your data going to a fossil fuel company, for example. You need to be able to opt out, you need transparency, you need to be able to see what's happening with your data if you're going to sign up to one of these entities. So data unions can be explained pretty simply in terms of a labor or trade union. Everybody knows what a labor or trade union is. They've been pretty topical over the last few months. So a data union is an organization that acts as an intermediary between its members, which is people who submit their data to the data union, and companies who want to use that data, whether it be the actual raw data or whether it be insights garnered from that data. A data union advocates for its members. That's the purpose of it. So to kind of recap on that, we have no control over data because we have no choice. But we need to create a third party, a third entity to give choice, and that entity needs to have transparency, ownership, and it needs to advocate for its members. In terms of what happens now, this is obviously a very high-level diagram, but you sign up to some sort of big tech company, your data of the actions you perform for the tech company go through that platform. They create value from it. They can sell the data, they can sell insights, and they get paid for that in some form. But you'll notice that the big green money line doesn't come back to us, the users. It stops. And this is what we need to change. And this is what a data union future looks like. A third entity that you, the user, consents to, and it all hinges on this yellow arrow. You consent, you allow the data union, you port your data over to the data union, or you allow it access to your data. The data union will essentially collate, create insights, create data sets. Obviously, everything's anonymous. And for the most part, can sell these to the same buyers that are currently buying them from the companies. The companies generally at the moment sell what's called first and third party data, which you may be familiar with. The product that a data union will sell is called zero party data. This is 100% opt-in data. And this is the direction the data market in general is using. Zero party data is data proactively shared with a brand by consumers. So to just jump ahead to a future state, this is what we are hoping choice looks like. This is to simplify everything into one graphic. If you were to sign up with a new platform and you had two choices, one was the status quo as it is now. They just have your data, they can create value from it. Or the second choice is you port the data that's created in the platform to a data union who will advocate for you, advocate for your data rights. You'll be able to monetize your data. You would almost always choose option B. And this isn't something that myself from our team or other companies in the data union space have just dreamt up and think, oh, this is a nice idea. This has been written into regulation in the EU. The Data Governance Act calls out these data intermediaries, and they'll be regulated, which is a good thing. And there's also 3 other data acts on the floor of the EU dealing with data portability and ownership for consumers. So I guess why am I telling you all of this? Well, I'm from a company called Unbanks, and we are, you might have guessed, a data union. And we're a data union specifically for your transaction data. So when you buy a coffee, sandwich, when you pay for a taxi or whatever, every transaction you make creates data. That data at the moment is sold by banks and card companies. It's all anonymized. Companies can create insights out of the data, habits of demographics, etc. So it's pretty valuable data. And we are a data union where you can port your data to, and you can monetize, you can own, have more control over what happens to that transaction data. Going back to that diagram I said before, we're the data union that sits outside of the banks, and we use open banking APIs for you to allow us, for you to give consent to us to essentially download your transaction history. We'll check every day for new transactions as they come in, and we'll anonymize the data, add it to our data sets, create insights, sell the insights, sell the data. We'll take a small fee as it comes through, and the majority of the value is passed back to the members of the data union in our native token. And that's essentially how it works. Just to give you an example of how kind of sought after, especially transaction data is, there was an article by a tech journalist in the US a few years ago where, as an experiment, he bought one banana on a card because he wanted to find out how many companies his banana purchase went to. And he did some research and he found that 7 different companies from that transaction between the POS system it hits and the bank, 7 different companies try to grab that data of that transaction for their own use. So this is very sought after data, and it's valuable data that you own and that you should be doing something with. So we're a startup. We are actually put our beta app live today, web app. It's invite only, but everybody here obviously can use code Zebu22, and you can get into it, you can sign up, and you can link your bank account, and you can start earning Unbank's tokens. Unbanks.me is the website. From there, you'll be able to actually go to the web app. We've got iOS and Android apps coming soon. They're just a bit slow getting through the app stores. And yeah, that's data unions and Unbanks. We're outside. We may have talked to you earlier on today. If not, we can chat to you tomorrow. Yeah, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. That's great. Thank you. Data unions, so there you go. Okay, so doesn't talk about NFTs per se, but think of NFTs as a digital certificate, and then think of an NFT as the information that you need when you buy and sell a car, or when you buy and sell a house. So who are the previous earners? What's the service history? Is it insured? Has it had any accidents? All that information is held on a digital certificate, stroke NFT, and you can start to see how NFTs are going to be used more and more and more. So, Pet, if you can bring on your panel, and you can tell us all about NFTs in the sports industry. Thank you. Thanks, Pet. I'll give it to one of the other guys. Oh, you can go.
Thank you. How's it going, everyone? How's it going, everyone? We're going to be talking about sports and NFTs, the crossover between those two things. This is, I guess, more broadly in terms of Web3 and sports, a marriage that's been happening for probably about 4 or 5 years now, whether it be sponsorships, fan tokens, DAOs, and so on and so forth. But today we're going to be talking about NFTs, and I'm joined by a very amazing host of people to do so. Before I introduce them, my name is Pet Barucha. I run the Sporting Crypto newsletter. I'm also the consulting head of Web3 at Copper 90. Joining me today, Brandon Mason, Crawley Town. Yeah. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everybody. Brandon Mason, professional football player for Crawley Town, which is actually owned by Wagme United, which is a Web3 ownership group as well. I'm also co-founder of a Web3 startup, which is an athletic shoe brand bringing both function and fashion to the market, which is super exciting to build, to be honest.
Amazing. Not busy at all then. We're also joined by Joanna Rindell from OneFootball.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. I'm Joanna from OneFootball. OneFootball is a sports media app. We recently launched our NFT platform where we bring digital collectibles to the football fans.
Awesome. And Tim Magnell from Capital Block Media.
Hi, I'm Tim. I'm CEO of Capital Block. We're a Web3 consulting agency and tech platform for leading sports organisations such as AS Monaco and Galatasaray and other football clubs across Europe.
Awesome. And last by no means least, Harriet Browning from Consensus.
Afternoon, everyone. Harriet Browning. So I lead the business development for the Web3 ecosystem at Consensus. And I spend my days talking to Web3 founders, creators, innovators in the space, but also increasingly Web2 platforms, luxury brands, and sports organizations who are looking to try and implement Web3 Rails as part of their business strategy. Bit on Consensus, so we're the leading blockchain software company, and we essentially provide tools, infrastructure, and products for developers to build applications on public blockchains like Ethereum, but also EVM networks like Polygon, Arbitrum, Optimism, and others. And we also are the home of the MetaMask wallet, which is the leading Web3 wallet. We've got 30 million monthly active users of that wallet, and it's really the way for most users and organizations to kind of connect to Web3 and engage in all the different areas of the Web3 economy, from NFTs, DAOs, and decentralized finance.
Amazing, thank you. I'm going to start with asking our panel about the relationship between NFTs and sport to date. So, Tim, I'll start with you. Let's talk about the positives first, because I think we could be here for a long time if we talk about the negatives only. What have you seen that's excited you to date when it comes to sports and NFTs?
I think from sports NFTs perspectives, who've done it very well to this point is your Dapper Labs, your Top Shots, your OneFootball, who've really looked at more of a league-wide approach to NFTs and really looking at those highlights, those moments, those goals, which is really what attracts most football fans or the love of football fans to football. You want to see those really, really exciting bits. And I think that's been done really, really well from, as I said, the likes of Top Shot, the likes of OneFootball. I think from a club perspective, we've still got a very, very long way to go for football fans to really engage with their clubs around NFTs. And that's actually not the fault of really the football fans. If anything, the blame lays with a football club, because there's not enough education in this space that is coming from the clubs. And I think you look at a club like Liverpool, when they did their NFT drop, albeit it was spoken about in the press that it was very, very negative, they did badly, they only sold 5%. But when you actually look under those numbers, someone, not sure who, advised them to do 171,000 NFTs in one drop. And that would be the best-selling NFT project pretty much in one go ever. Yet they still sold just over 11,000, and they still netted just over 1.2 million gross, or gross revenue 1.2. So as a positive, they brought on just over 11,000 people that hadn't been in this space. But because they didn't put education behind it, there was a real negative space. So I think, to go back to your original question, I think you're seeing some of the bigger companies from a league level really do it, and you're seeing some big companies and big sports organizations over in the States. But from a European football sports perspective, there's not a huge amount to talk about from a massive positive at the moment.
Brandon, you're nodding your head there, so I'd love to hear your thoughts first and foremost on the positive side of things when it comes to NFTs and sports.
The positive side of things, being a part of Crawley Town and the Wagby United group as well. We're actually building the first internet football team, which has been super exciting. The positive side of things is that it actually enables fans' voices to be heard. So being a player and hearing fans yelling in the crowd, normally negative things, on a good day for winning 3-0, positive things, but actually allowing fans to be involved with the club on potential decisions, which actually has happened already within Crawley Town. So one of those decisions, for example, during the transfer market, the club needed to decide on what position was needed within the football club to help take us forward. So the fans actually had a say in that decision, which was super cool. And they were really grateful for that opportunity as well, because without that platform, through NFTs and what the Wagby United ownership group did, their voices would just be unheard. So the fact of, that possibility is now being enabled through Wagby United is really positive.
I definitely want to ask some questions about being a player and seeing all this stuff fly through the gates so quickly, because from my perspective, I've spoken to a lot of agents, a lot of friends of players, and at the kind of peak euphoric part of this cycle, they were being offered kind of 7 to 10 deals a week, which sounds crazy, but it's the reality of it. And I'm sure we'll talk about that throughout this panel. But Joanna, we'd love to hear your thoughts as well. Obviously, OneFootball really involved in this space in a big, big way. Where have the positives come from over the last few years?
I think from for us, having been in the, or being still a sort of Web 2 application for football fans, really, the positive things that we hope to see is really to bring more engagement to the fans. So definitely allowing the fans to be more a part of the football experience. So by owning the digital collectibles, we give them more ownership. And also, I know this is something that Tim has also been talking about before, but like everything that you can connect as well, like the added value you can give to a user, also owning not only a digital collectible, but let's say, you know, you get tickets to a game, you get merchandise, you get a jersey, like it can also be so much more engagement than even like beyond the digital collectible. So the digital collectible can really enable the fans to, get so much more out of the experience.
And from yourself?
So I think, look, creating a Web3 strategy around NFTs especially for Web2 companies is really not easy. And like landing that strategy, I really just like applaud every company that's gone down that road, because I think we have to acknowledge that we're very early in this space. And at the moment, a lot of what is happening is really experimental and trying to figure out what the technology is that you need, you know, what you should be building, and then testing that thesis out with your fans and seeing what they enjoy and what they don't enjoy, and then taking that feedback and taking it on. So I think, you know, there are negatives, but all of this is really part of a big learning process, and we're really very much at the beginning of it.
And speaking of learning, I guess, over that kind of same period of time, what are some of the, I guess, more negative things that we've seen, but more importantly, things that we should be learning from as an industry, I guess, between sports and NFTs?
Sure. So I think there are many ways to kind of answer this question, and lots of things we can look at. I think, you know, firstly, starting with the kind of obvious things around education and onboarding of fans into this experience. It's entirely new for them as well. So clearly a lot of work is still to be done, and there's a lot of friction still, you know, downloading a wallet, you know, converting your fiat to crypto, transferring that to your wallet, purchasing your NFT, all the kind of anxiousness and the moments that go through that around, you know, are you going to get rug pulled? Is it a scam? You know, it's terrifying, I think, for the everyday mainstream user. So we need to do more to build better products and tools to remove a lot of the frictions and make it easier for the onboarding process for fans. I think, you know, that's an obvious learning that we can take away. And then I think, you know, to look at it from a different angle, how do we better support brands, sporting brands, sports organizations in how they build their strategy, and understanding the value proposition of Web3 and what a fan experience looks like. And I think you know, there's been so much activity over the last couple of years, so much money and hype in this space. It's inevitable that a lot of brands, sports organizations want to kind of capture that value. But a lot of them look at it through a kind of commercialization of IP playbook that they're familiar with, but that doesn't always work and translate well into Web3. And so I think another learning is like, okay, you know, maybe we need to think more about building a fan-first experience and take guidance from what our fans and the feedback we're getting from our fans.
I think that's so well said on the IP point especially. I think rights holders have sometimes misunderstood just how this is going to work and where the value adds. And I think value extraction is basically the only thing that's tried to be done by a lot of these club sports organizations. And I think, Tim, to your point, a lot of them have gotten some bad advice. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on maybe the negatives and where that side of things can improve as well.
Yeah, I think fundamentally football clubs are very much around money. We know that they're driven by revenue. We know that they have to earn revenue. They are businesses at the end of the day. But I think from an NFT perspective and from a Web3 perspective, when we look at really where NFTs came from, when we look even back into the old days when the OGs were buying CryptoPunks, when they first came out, people were buying that not because it was a CryptoPunk, because if you actually look at the art, they're not buying it for the high quality of the art, they're buying it because they believed in that technology, in blockchain technology, and they wanted to own that. And so then what football clubs have there, and then it so happened that then CryptoPunks and apes went on to be the value that they were and make millionaires overnight. But so what the football clubs then did is they see that there's all that money and they're going, let me take that strategy and let me just implement that to football fans. But then that was a strategy for crypto tech enthusiasts. That doesn't work for football fans. So I think the football clubs, as Harriet's just said, I think the football clubs need to really understand why they're going to do that. And that should really be the question that they're asking first. Why are we going to do it? Because if revenue and working with a third party is your number one basis, especially if you take a mid-tier football club, then the revenue that they may get from the third party is fine as a club perspective, but then the pressure that puts on that third party to sell those NFTs when there's not a huge demand for NFTs in the marketplace at the moment, it almost makes it impossible for that for that third party to survive. So I think clubs need to really ask that question, why? And then how do we build this community from the ground up? Because we're talking to a digital-centric, younger demographic. It's not going to be everyone, and that's okay, but let's work our way up, let's understand why, and that's really the advice that clubs should be taking. And if they focus on revenue, they take that revenue from a third party, then the third party's focused on revenue, saying, I need to sell 1,000 NFTs, and if you have a club that's got an average of 1 million fan base, the truth of that matter is you'd be lucky if 1,000 of them will go and buy an NFT drop. And that's fundamentally a big issue.
I think, exactly. I mean, understanding your fan segmentation or your audience segmentation. So are you trying to do this drop specifically for crypto natives who love to collect things that are, technologically innovative or creative? And that's super hard to land as well, because crypto native, Web3 people, they don't want to have a rinse repeat of an NFT drop. Once something's been done, they want to see the next creative, innovative way of doing an NFT drop. And so copying those kind of methods doesn't work out so well. And then if you're kind of appealing to your real fans, your authentic fans, well, then you've got to offer them an authentic experience. And so that kind of crypto approach might not work well for them. So I think that's like a huge important thing. And the other thing I would also say is like understanding what is an awareness asset, and when you want to kind of create a sponsorship deal or commercialization of your IP around awareness assets versus creating like a fan experience. And the type of NFT drop that you might do, I think tagging NFTs into awareness assets is a bit of a dangerous road, because fans ultimately don't want to feel like they're part of a commercialization deal. And it's how you ultimately leave your fans feeling that, stays with them.
Yeah, really well said from both of you. I think there is a lot to be done there. I think from a research perspective, from an actual target audience perspective, like who are you trying to sell to? Do you even need to sell these things? What use cases are they going to allow to the fan that weren't able to be done before? Do you need to use blockchain technology? I think all of these questions, sometimes when I look at some of these projects, haven't been answered appropriately. But I want to move to ask you, Joanna, when you've had some of these conversations with sports teams, how have they been like over the last, 3 to 6 months when the market's been a bit more depressed, both Web3 broadly, but particularly in the NFT volume side of things? Is it hard to try and temper those expectations sometimes? And what have you been trying to say to encourage those conversations?
That's an excellent question. So when we have been in talks, everyone knows, for example, that we just recently released for everyone to know, our first drop is the Serie A drop. So I'll take the Italian league as an example. It was really interesting to experience that there are definitely those clubs that are much more educated already in the field. There are definitely a lot of education also to be done towards them. it's not so much that they expect huge, maybe, revenue shares to get back, but I mean, still just to kind of set these expectations, and I think also for them to really realize that sometimes, there might be a revenue share to get and sometimes not, a little bit to, or coming back to what Tim also said, like as the third party that, of course, releases the NFTs, there is a revenue to, that to be made for us, but also then for the clubs and so on, and really to educate them in like how much is to be expected is still, it's an education to be made, and really to put expectation management, because I think also for them, because to me really, and sports digital is so much more than just a quick turnaround in cash, and to really get the clubs to understand that the bigger value behind there, like this is a long-term like game to be won, and like it's a long-term thing to engage all of the fans and so on. It's really not like a quick buck to be made, and really to educate them in that and set the right expectations is, it needs education.
Yeah, I've had a lot of conversations with people in the sports world where they've said, well, Beeple sold this piece of work for $69 million. Like, how do we do that? And Brandon, how hard is it to temper expectations there, maybe not as a player, but in what you're doing outside of Crawley? Like when you're talking to people and the kind of dollar signs are flashing in their eyes, how hard is it to kind of explain, educate, and also kind of temper those?
Well, in my opinion, I just think that if you can create undeniable value to the fans, consumer, that then makes that process a lot easier. But at the moment, across the market, I believe that there isn't enough value demonstrated. So people generally look at NFTs and crypto in a bad light because they see that as, this is potentially just a route to quick money. Whereas if you can create value which actually betters people's experiences in football clubs, in stadiums, etc., I think that process, people would actually want to take that on. But at the moment, it's quite negative. So for brands like mine that I'm building at the moment, we're working on creating utility-based product. So that would actually allow people to be incentivized to start moving and being able to earn tokens. So yeah, value is probably the main thing that needs to be pushed into the market.
Yeah, I think when I speak to sports brands, teams, I try and give the example of social media. Some teams were early to it, some were late, some football associations, sports organizations were early and late to it. But by and all, most of them spend a lot of money on marketing via social media. And I think trying to flip the switch there and say, actually for you as a Web2 brand encroaching into this space or trying to kind of make a splash in this space, I think it's also an investment thing. I think the kind of value you create can only be done if appropriate revenue and resources are kind of like pushed towards some of these like strategies. And I think a lot of these teams have, as you were saying before, looked at some of the money that has been made elsewhere and said, we want that and we want to invest and do as little as possible to get there, which I think that kind of perspective will completely change in the future. And I think speaking of the future, that's the kind of topic we'll round up on. So Tim, what are you most excited about in the next, let's say, 18 to 24 months when it comes to NFTs in sport, and why?
I'm most excited, well, hopefully if clubs start to listen to your newsletter, other people on the panel, and actually listen to advice that is being put out there, because as we've just touched on, there's a lot of people in this space that have been advising a lot of clubs and what have you, not necessarily with the best interest of at heart, and we've heard it throughout the day about quick buck and all around money. And so I think if the clubs can start to understand that this needs to be a resources that is built up internally and then worked with your OneFootball, your Consensus, with whoever it may be, but have the fan at heart, then I think we can really create a bond between football clubs and the fans that hasn't been there before. And I think we can create better content, closer content, and we can really drive Web3 and NFTs into creating this really, really strong relationship. So I think I'm most excited to see these clubs start hopefully listening to the advice that they're getting, and then bringing it in-house and having a lot of these NFT Web3 products going through their own channels. They have a community that will do anything for them. They will buy any of their products that they put out on sale. So they need to start utilizing those channels and start talking to those channels. And I'm most excited to see clubs. We don't know where this is going to go. We all want to see this grow. And it could be 1 year, as someone said earlier. It could be 10 years. We don't know when this huge, huge mass adoption is going to happen. I believe it will happen, and I fundamentally am all in on Web3 and NFTs, which is why I have a company that is in this space. But the football fans still have got a little bit of a way to go. And I think when we start changing that narrative, and then we start using the club's channels to bring them in and then educate them and talk to them like fans and not like customers, then we will really see this growth, and that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of friction from football fans when it comes to NFTs. And to be honest with you, I think it's probably correct that friction isn't there for no reason. I do think that, one of those bits of friction being the environmental concerns and now kind of allayed slightly, which is a positive. But I think there are still a lot of football fans that think they're getting ripped off, think that NFTs and crypto are a scam. And I think it might be a generational thing, right? There's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done from sports organizations and teams to kind of educate and convince that this is a good thing for them as well as the club. But at the same time, you see all those headlines and stories that babies think that newspapers are broken iPads, and potentially the newer generation of fans are those that clubs and associations and leagues should be targeting early on. But I'd love to hear your thoughts, Joanna, on the kind of future, like the next 2 to 3 years. What are you most excited by?
In the next 2 to 3 years, I'm actually really excited about seeing, hopefully, which I do believe, more like fan adoption and definitely sort of, I don't know, I'm somehow excited to be there when we start cracking it, like when we start building a product or like when we actually crack that code of what does the product need to look like for it to be able to be easily adopted by the fans, to like what is it that we still need to innovate in order for the whole space not to be so scary anymore. Like how does that all need to look like? Because I'm 100% sure that someone will crack that and someone will like come up with these easy to adopt tools. And of course we're already very far with like the credit cards and so on. Like it's already easier to buy. You don't have to transfer your crypto into one wallet and then so on necessarily anymore. But still, I'm excited to see where we're going in that space.
Nice. And Brandon, just in 30 seconds, because I'm being pressured to finish up, what are you excited by?
Yeah, I'm super excited about fans being able to, and sport as a whole, people being on board into sport, whether that's moving, getting involved into your local football club and stuff like that. I strongly believe that Web3 can be the bridge for people to be onboarded to that process. And as I mentioned before, that comes with value and being heard. I've heard my dad, most of my games, yelling at the top of his voice, so he'd be an early adopter in Web3, hopefully. But yeah, value, if we can do that through product, which our brand will deliver, allowing people to actually functionally move better and look good at the same time, whilst being incentivized to potentially earn tokens as well, are all things that we're going to incorporate and we're super excited about as well.
I guess right now, probably most excited about Brandon's Crawley Town FC kit with the chromey squiggle on the front. That's the kind of awareness asset that I like. So I want to know where I can get hold of one of those. But in the broader space, I think loyalty and reward programs is the strongest value prop for NFTs in Web3 with sports. And so social membership, DAOs, and clubs really kind of, looking at that. And I think, what I always say to clubs is start with a free NFT. Give something to your community, and in time, you'll see them give back. So there we go.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone who's watched and listened today, and thanks to our panelists, and thanks, Zebu, for having us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pet. So, fascinating. We spend hours watching sport. Sounds like we're going to be getting engaged a little bit more in a digital fashion. So, our next panel, you're going to love this lady. Karina spent a year in the commercial world. One of her last employers was that drinks company called Bacardi. And her role there was to actually help them look at the future and future trends, what's happening and going on. She's got some real snazzy white boots, almost like Wellies, and it's code red, because talking about how Web3 can actually help climate change and looking at the different ways from a technical digital point of view, it can actually make an impact into obviously a very serious matter which seems to be impacting right across the world. So, Karina, if you can bring your panel on and tell us more, please. And check out these boots, aren't they brilliant?
Hello, hello. Awesome. This panel almost didn't happen. You would be going home early. All right, are we already here? Okay, so I'm Karina. Hi. I left behind 17 plus years in the world of corporate in order to fight climate change. And now I'm at Central St. Martin's, where I'm doing an MA and researching how a digital object can affect physical change. And I'm doing that as an artist behind Las Palmas Doradas. Next month at Freeze Sculpture Park, you can experience virtual sculpture in partnership with Mirage AR over there. And I'm also a founder and community builder behind Emergence with Gen Z on the end, which is a climate community focused on taking people away from screens and into nature. And today, I'm super excited to be guiding a climate conversations with fellow brilliant agents of change. Please introduce yourselves.
So I'm Stephen Bizzaio. I spent maybe 10 to 12 years working in coffee, trying to find the best way to manage coffee from where we consume it and where it grows. And we found that it's a long path, and getting people to actually care about something that's a long way away is difficult. And it became more about the money, so I leave working coffee to try and help nonprofits near where I was buying coffee. And predominantly that's all near the ocean, not solely, but often. And so I started just taking pictures for nonprofits, and that helped a lot. It was a really good way to get them awareness and get them a little bit of funding. I'll just move on.
Hi, hello. I'm Kalpana. I'm a few different things. I'm a technologist, I'm a climate activist, but I'm also an ecosystematics educator. I'm the founder of Nowadays on Earth, which is a social enterprise advocating for contact with nature in the digital age and growing environmental justice through different means. Currently, we're working on tech policy and green equity in urban spaces and getting people within cities to connect with nature and using different digital innovative technologies to get that to happen. So.
Hi everyone, my name is Christina. I'm one of the founders of a company called Dovo Earth. I'm a lawyer by trade, but also I'm a very proud descendant of a farming family, and this leads very nicely into what our product does. We've built an audit trail which eliminates the need of intermediaries within the carbon market spaces, whilst at the same time enables and helps the farmers to sell those carbon credits that they create within their spaces. And we have created a voluntary carbon market space for those individuals where we create digital NFTs, and actually all the proceeds goes to the farmers. So it's really great to be here, and I'm looking forward to sticking in the conversation.
Hi everyone, my name is Radoslav Dragov. I'm head of validation for the Open Forest Protocol. The Open Forest Protocol allows anyone, anywhere to gain value from their land by planting trees, submit data about their project and get it communally verified on a blockchain. And on my previous job, I was head of the European Blockchain Research Division of IDC, which is a consulting company, and I work with a bunch of large organizations, including the European Commission, and really glad to be here.
Awesome. All right, let's begin. So the mainstream narrative about Web3 and environmental impact has been squarely about energy consumption. You've heard the stories, and you also may have heard the good news last week. The merge happened, finally. Ethereum overnight reduced its electricity use by 99.99%. And apparently they were using 0.25% of all world's energy consumption, so that's pretty good. They also reduced their carbon emissions by 99.98%, according to the Crypto Carbon Ratings Institute. So that's amazing. It only took them a couple of years, which may seem like eternity in the crypto world, but if you look at the real world, this is extremely fast, extremely efficient, and it did the job. So the blockchain community has something to celebrate, one can say. However, it's not all about energy use, it's also about emissions. And the story is, or the sad reality is that the emissions have been steadily climbing despite conversations about net zero, countries making sweeping statements, companies making all sorts of promises and whatnot. So the reality is, slightly different, which means there's a great need for more and more climate solutions. And today we're going to chat about how Web3 is trying to deliver on some of those solutions, empowering communities, unlocking climate financing, and doing more regenerative good for the planet and the people. Exciting? Come on, some energy, guys. Thanks. All right. So my first question is for Rado. So Rado, please tell us, what problem are we trying to solve, and how is Web3 trying to do that?
Thank you. Well, the big problem is climate change, and I come from Web3, and going into climate change, well, at first the problem seems overwhelming because we not only have to cut our CO2 emissions, but we also have to draw down carbon from the atmosphere. And the best way to do so is by planting more trees. Now, there's a mechanism, a market mechanism that incentivizes planting more trees, which in essence is companies pay for other people around the world to plant trees, and in exchange they get carbon credits, which can be used to offset their carbon footprint. But this mechanism hasn't produced the necessary results. We have to plant 1 trillion trees by 2030. And the main problem is, I would say the main bottleneck is the lack of accessible MRV. And I don't want to hit you with acronyms at this stage in the day, but MRV means measurement, reporting, and verification. And in very simple terms is, if you have a reforestation project and you want to access a value from that project that could be in the form of carbon credits, then you need to send a third party that goes on the ground, collects data, verifies the information, and then certifies the results. Currently, with the legacy system, this is very painful. This is slow, bureaucratic process, not to mention very expensive, which means that only very few, the largest of large projects, can get access to MRV, which leaves the majority of landowners in the world with no ways to access value from their land by restoring it. And we at the Open Forest Protocol decided to leverage new technology, not just Web3, but also satellite imagery, and make the whole process much more accessible to, again, as I said in the beginning, allow anyone, anywhere who wants to replant their land to get value out of it. And with us, there are no size limits and there are no fees. So you can just get started. In fact, if you have a couple of hectares, doesn't matter anywhere, you can just download our app. When you reforest the land, then you start submitting data about this reforestation project on a regular basis. And that information goes through a decentralized network of validators. Now, these are not the blockchain validators that you know. These are very specialized companies. We have satellite companies, reforestry companies, environmental organizations, which their job is to audit that data and make sure that it's correct, so they can either reject or certify that data. And the great thing is, using Web3 is the whole process is transparent and publicly available. So by creating this decentralized system of validators, we've in essence democratized the access to MRV. And to put it in blockchain terms, planting trees and using OFP is a bit like mining for Bitcoin, but in this case you're mining the air for carbon, which is actually a valuable commodity. So you're getting a steady stream of income and you're restoring the land. So in this case, both the people and the environment wins.
Thank you. I love that OFP brings power to the people and drives fiscal resilience. So climate, as I'm sure you've heard, is a very, very complex topic. We'll need a lawyer. So my next question is for Christina. Given your legal background, can you please tell us about what solutions Web3 is trying to bring to the legacy system that has been permeating for decades now?
Sure, I'm going to try to answer that because the reality is that there's no right or wrong answer at this stage of where the carbon space is as a whole. Just looking firstly within the Web3 space and thinking about why it was created, it was to break boundaries, it was to break business models, it was to create new ones. We've all heard that. When we've looked at how the carbon market spaces operate nowadays, we've seen a massive problem. Although it's fairly new-ish industry, it's still so bad because we have the intermediaries. And as very recently the Salesforce head of sustainability said, there's no trust, there's no transparency within the carbon market spaces. And if we look as to how the actual industry works, we have those intermediaries which are sat in the middle, and they are going to the big corporations and they're saying, hey, you need to offset your carbon offsets, because very often the regulation says so, specifically in the States nowadays, and it's coming to Europe, but not there yet. The same intermediaries then go back to suppliers and say, okay, so we're going to sell you carbon credits. The problem there is that the supply side ends up getting probably around 40% of the proceeds that the big corporations are paying for the carbon credits. And instead of actually helping them, they're profiting from the service, so-called service that they're providing. A recent study of McKinsey says that by 2030, on the lower end, the carbon markets have the ability to get to 3 billion. And on the higher end, that can get up to 50 billion. So we have a massive market opportunity there for those intermediaries. And you can see why it's so important for them to actually be controlling those trades. And looking at that whole system and how broken it is, we decided that we need to break it. We need to utilize and innovate and use technology. And yes, it is exciting, the Web3 space, but also it's very new, so all of us are learning. And in a similar fashion that Rado just described, we are breaking down the barriers when it comes to following the so-called global protocols stemming from companies like the Gold Standard and Vera, because at the end of the day, they're also for-profit organizations, organizations which are creating their standards based on their rules and also taking profits for the standards that they've created from those different organizations and projects. So with what we've created, we're actually removing the intermediaries, we're removing that complexity, and we're allowing for, in our specific case, the farmers have that 100% money being sent straight to them and no fees being charged on the intermediaries. We also have the visibility, the transparency. We utilize that based on the technology that we use. So at any moment in time within our audit trail, you can see when a project has been verified, what are the policies that they've abided by. So the supplier is very transparent and visible, but also the person or the entity that wants to purchase those credits have the choice to choose who they want to purchase it from and who do they want to support. So I think this is a very important step. And the last piece around this is around the actual credits of retirement of carbon, which is a massive problem nowadays. A lot of businesses, and especially in the Web3 space nowadays, are taking advantage of the fact that you can use the carbon credit as a utility and actually trade it, but not retire it. So although we are trying to avoid the double spend problem and we're making sure that carbon credits are retired, in reality, when we're looking into projects which are not retiring those carbon credits, they're doing exactly the same thing as the Web2 projects are doing. So we're trying to change that. It's a slow process, but at the same time, very exciting and yeah, very hopeful for the future.
And it also sounds like there's a lot of opportunity, because I heard that all the carbon credits created after between 97 and 2020 are going to be retired. So that's actually provide a very big gap in the market, and demand is there, but we need to figure out the mechanism. Well, moving away and towards a more abstract concept of humans and technology, I have a question for Kalpana. Is it possible that every human and technological endeavor can have a positive environmental impact, and how?
It's a very big question, but I'm going to actually start with the word impact there. Because for so many years, our kind of society, especially in the global north, has been hypnotized by the concept of carbon emissions, and the narrative has been largely controlled by fossil fuel industries. BP actually coined the phrase, your individual carbon footprint, to shift the blame from corporations to individuals. And the bigger question is, how can we put pressure on the corporations and actually make them take responsibility so that they're not just trading, which is like mind-blowing, and that they're actually retiring the credits. It's actually the wealthiest 10% of the industries that are creating 50% of the world's carbon emissions, which is a ridiculous number if you think about it. So if they're continuously just trading off their credits, what are they thinking about the future for the planet? So I think from a macro to micro level, we need to shift out from the perspective of, how can we do less harm to how can we do more good? And that can actually have a more regenerative impact in our actions and, create a just and livable world. So, from individuals, as an individual, and also as an extension of the individual, which are our creations, our technologies, I think for me, it's a resounding yes. I think we can have and should have a positive environmental impact. It's about what narrative we're choosing to believe and how can we create new ones that actually will benefit not just our future and our current generation, but your children, your kids, your nieces, your family, your community. So bringing this out to a much more worldwide perspective and really bringing communities into a kinship relationship rather than thinking about the individual self and your individual carbon footprint or your organization's, your company's individual carbon footprint, because it's all interconnected. If climate justice and intersectionality teaches us anything, is that nothing exists in silos. And like you said, people are trading, people are reducing. So if we work as a network, I think we're able to actually create that impact that we want to see.
Thank you. And the positive messaging is key here, because people tend to turn away from negative stories and scary futures, and instead they need more positive, regenerative narratives.
For sure. I think the media with climate doomism has a lot of that narrative as well to hold to. So I think we need to kind of think about the stories that we're telling the world and telling ourselves.
Thank you. Well, going back to communities and sticking with that story, Steve, you've done some incredible work around coffee and Polynesian communities and ocean work specifically. And ocean and balance of the oceans is very important for the overall environmental balance, one can say. Can you remind us of how you used Web3 tools and technology to empower communities and what kind of effects that had?
So photography for good is not a new concept. It's been around for at least 30 years. And when I first did it, I was supposed to work in Uganda with a refugee camp. And we raised somewhere between $30,000 and $50,000. I don't actually remember how much we raised, but it went through the nonprofit equivalent of like a GoFundMe. And by the time everything was said and done, we had $2,000 to spend, and we couldn't understand where all the money went. It was almost all gone, and we could barely do what we were trying to do. And I had to partner up with the local university to try and get some kind of at least transportation to be saved. And in exchange for my photography of their little project, which was actually coffee related, they're in a place called Mityana. And the coffee that they were growing, I didn't know as much about it at the time, and so I just took some pictures of them as they requested, and then they posted it to their social media, and then coincidentally through their social media, a buyer found them. And the buyer was interested because they saw that I had sprayed something that was, or not I had, but they had been spraying something out of the plants that was white, powdery looking stuff, and they wanted to make sure that this bio-certification that was what they were claiming they had was actually what it said it was. So they called, saw the images, and then bought something like 180,000 kilos worth of coffee because of imagery. And just the imagery alone actually made a sale, but then the money that we raised to do nonprofit work was basically gone. And then Web3 all of a sudden says, any money that goes through this interaction, every transaction is up on whichever explorer you want to look at. If it's on Ethereum, you'll find it immediately, right? And the objective is then to take that money and say, if you gave me half an Ethereum for this project, I used a quarter of it to pay for a boat to go to where I'm going. And that's the objective for Polynesia too, because my backers in this case are Americans. I live in Europe, and they're French Polynesians, and now we have 3 fully different currencies that have very different needs, and through Web3 I can demonstrate that a third went to my American compatriots, and then a third went to myself, and then a third went to this nonprofit that's effectively hosting an event to raise awareness for sea turtles in Moorea and the Gambier Islands. Like, this is the objective, is that now what I'm doing is transparent and clear, and it's not the same as, I promise I'm going to spend your money helping the community and then disappear, like a lot of photography for nonprofits and photography for good type efforts do. And Web3 really, really enables transparency and coincidentally oversight now, because a lot of the same certifications that you see in coffee, like rainforest certification and bio certification from before, exist in these, quote, marine protected areas that we hear about all the time that sound great, but marine protected areas are awful far from where we live out here. So having some kind of imagery demonstrating that they are protected is enormously valuable, and Web3 makes that easier.
Thank you. This also reminds me of one of the stats I read, that for every $1 that goes through a charity project, 90% goes to admin and only 10% goes to the actual cause. So what you're telling me is Web3 can empower, and enable communities to receive the full physical benefits. So going back to communities and farmers, so continuing with this, bringing Web3 to the people. Christina, tell us about the importance of partnerships and approaches to engaging with these farming communities, and is it difficult to educate them? What is the journey of bringing them into this new technology?
Well, to be frank with you, you don't need to educate farmers how to farm. This is what they do, this is what they've done their whole lives. You don't actually need to educate farmers what blockchain is and what technology does. The only thing that you need to do is explain them and show them what the benefit is of the product that you're building and how that's going to impact them and help them. I'm not saying that that's an easy thing, because the thing with farmers is that you need to gain their trust, and that's a very difficult one when you see someone from technology business going over there and trying to convince them that they're going to get some money for the work that they're already doing. So for them, in their heads, it's almost free money, and they can't grasp the possibility and the reality of it. And it's almost the network effect type of thing with the farming communities that we're seeing since we've went live with our platform and the marketplace since December last year. The first farmers took like 3 months in general to have the conversations, persuade them, make sure that we're not going to steal their land, because some of them were actually worried that we're going to steal their land. And following to that, there was the ripple effect, the domino effect, where other farmers saw the benefit, they spoke to each other, and then they start coming slowly and understanding how they can actually benefit from our platform. And this is the most favorite story that I'm probably going to remember for the rest of my life. There was a very cute farming couple, and they had a very small farming land. It's within Europe, but only 2 acres. And in total, the whole benefit for them, the whole monetary benefit for them was around £700. So for us, £700 is nothing, I mean, generally speaking. But for them, when I've called them and I said, look, you've sold all your carbon, we're going to transfer the money to your bank account, they were so happy. The wife started crying, and when I've met with them a few months later, both of the husband and the wife farming family were hugging me and crying, and they were so happy that they've received the £700, which they knew that they're going to allocate to fix their fence and plant some new trees, and there was some money allocated for the pets that they have. So it's just beautiful to see that social impact, because it's not just about the money. It's not even about, at this point in time, how can we improve things. It's about the human aspect of things and how can we utilize technology in a very simple way to help those communities.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that story. And this kind of community resilience and community support is what's key, and what for me Web3 has that promise. We just need to dial it up more. On that note, the Rado Open Forest Protocol mainnet launch was a couple months ago. Congratulations. How did that go? What is the result? Have you seen real world impact yet? And what is in the pipeline?
Sure. Yeah, we had our launch 2 months ago, so we don't have the stories that you shared, but we have 35 reforestation projects from all over the world, and a lot of projects in the pipeline. We have projects that are a couple of hectares big, some that are tens of thousands of hectares. And as it's strange as it may sound, we're really proud of the small and medium-sized projects, because if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't have started in the first place. And just to remind you, in the legacy approach, you usually need a massive tract of land, usually over 1,000 hectares, in order to get started with reforestation. But yeah, with us, there's no minimal limit. And yeah, we're already seeing an impact. A lot of the land that is being reforested as we speak would have been barren otherwise. And most of our projects come from developing countries. We have about 4 or 5 projects with indigenous people, and seeing how these people can access a steady stream of income is, I would say, is the most gratifying part of the job. And as for the future, well, there are a lot of opportunities that we see. Right now, we're only doing reforestation, afforestation, but there are a lot of other activities that can benefit the environment and that have a market for, and that need measurement and verification. So things like conservation, biodiversity, and mangroves. I know you especially are a big fan of mangroves. we can build those verticals on top of the existing OFP platform, but the great thing is it doesn't have to be only OFP. It could be, we welcome all entrepreneurs who are passionate about the environment to create these solutions and use our core validation engine. So I would say, as for the future, this more collaborative, open approach is the way forward, not only for OFP, but for other Web3 projects that aim to do social good.
Radical collaboration. That's the name of the game for the future. Well, with the final question for Kalpana is, if removing ourselves from communities and zooming back in on ourselves as individuals, how can we, so each one of us leaving this room, what can we think about to have a better relationship, more connected relationship with nature and technology?
I'll say 3 things. One is just as an individual, make sure you push corporations to place people and planet over profits. Also, within Web3 and NFT technologies, we all love data and numbers, but don't forget that you are interacting with living entities that have a life force within them, and you should connect to that, because you're not just helping, X amount of 1,000 communities around the world. You are helping to grow living trees, living creatures that are all connected to a much bigger ecosystem that you're also a part of. And then my last sort of tip would be to connect to your local community, but also your non-human community. So try to connect to the green spaces that are around you, the trees, the biodiversity, the soil. It's all really a deep part of this network that is helping to build for a flourishing future, and we need to think about how we can give nature a voice within that.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel that having more awareness about what's around you and kind of paying attention to it is key. Like, for example, watering some of the plants that are drying out during a heat wave, something very simple you can do, and hug a tree. Well, that's it from all the questions, so I think we might be able to wrap up here. Thank you, everyone, for coming. If anybody has any questions, please come talk to us. If you know any landowners, please come talk to us. And hug a tree. Do you have any questions? Or do we have time for questions? Anybody have a question?
Small questions? Okay.
I'm sorry. Andrew, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for this topic. I like some video, photo I make. If you wanna, I can send after, if you'd like. Let's speak about how you would like to engage audience by marketing instrument, because I work with marketing Web3, and I'm interested in like your ideas, how you will engage audience for like which type of marketing or message for think about climate, for think about this topic. Maybe it's my question. Thank you.
Anybody wants to start? Thank you. I mean, I have a lot of ideas, and some of the things, in my experience, I started doing a lot of this work because I personally saw this natural degradation, and seeing pictures of it, being in it, like talking to local people about what's going on and why. That was extremely shocking when I did that. In the city, you don't see anything. You see news and stats, and you're like, oh, there's someone flooding over there and fire over here. But if you are placed in that environment, or it's the familiar environments that you like that are suffering, then you become emotionally moved. And my answer, as also a marketer myself, my answer is you gotta connect with people at the heart, you know? To make behavior change, you gotta ignite their imaginations, and that happens through very emotional visuals and stories and narratives, in my opinion.
Hello. I have a question. My question is a little bit in response to kind of what you just said and your 3 points that you outlined. Because the trouble with this subject, and I'm fascinated by this subject, but the trouble with it is I feel like there are many contradictions at play. So, for example, your first point, is the individual putting pressure on corporations to not put profits first. But in essence, that's business is for profit, and so that will never happen, and in a sense. And so you have non-profit, hence the name, and so it's a little contradiction. Then the other one is this idea around technology and the fact that we're racing towards the metaverse, and then your third point, which was going out to nature, which I think is actually the #1 thing that people can do, which is just connect to nature. Hugging trees might get you hit on the street, but anyway. And so my question is, and then in response to your point about the narratives and positive narratives, etc., and you mentioned the doom and gloom, and I'm trying to connect all of these points that you've said to get to my final question, and you said it, Stephen, in your opening around getting people to care about something that's perceived to be so far away, right, is difficult. So then the question for you all is, what role do you think incentive systems play, which is, for me, is economics 101, is like in helping people understand or get involved in this space? Because I would argue that positive images of people hugging trees is not going to make the average Joe give a shit, pardon my French. And so, being a DeFi native here in crypto, and I'm passionate about that space, how do we pay people to care?
I can try to answer it just very briefly. Well, one is, what is money on a dead planet? That would be my first kind of thought. Not to doom and gloom, but I think there's these 2 coinciding narratives that are running along, and we need to realize that they're actually the same narrative, and it's about how we tell this story to ourselves. The fact that technology and our progress it doesn't mean that it's against nature, it's actually for nature. And the deepest form of technology is within a lot of natural processes that we can find. So connecting to the space, there's this term, actually, you might like it, it's called technobiophilia, which means that the technologies that we create have a natural tendency to be for nature, because as humans, that is the space where we thrive the most. So for me, it's about reshifting that narrative into how can we as humans progress within this kind of technological innovations while still loving and holding space for nature. I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything to that.
I would just say that in terms of incentives, having market incentives is a very powerful tool, because you can rely on the goodwill of people, and that kind of starts the whole market-driven mechanism. But when you set the right incentives in place, I think you can get tremendous results. And of course, these results can be aimed for something that's detrimental and something that's beneficial. So I don't think we should look at it at such a critical lens, having market incentives. I'm specifically talking about trading carbon, for example, and there are many let's say, problems with this industry, but I don't think we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think we should reform it. I think we should set the right safeguards in place so it doesn't turn into perverse incentives. So that's what I think. Okay.
Yeah.
One person agrees.
You're sending me home?
Okay. This guy gets it, or girl, I don't know.
They're kicking us off stage.
Let's talk after.
Yeah, you guys can head back up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can take it with you, actually.
Yeah, so with that, thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. Really appreciate it. Shout out to all the live streamers tuning in, all the Metaverse users tuning in as well. Really appreciate that. This has been a team effort from the Zebu Live and Zebu Digital team. Please thank the team if you see them. Yes, give it up. Woo! Yep. Thank you, thank you. Yep, we have a design team, social team, PR team. We have just so many people, hands on deck, helping out with this event, putting it together. The co-founders of Zebu being huge supports. The events team, Marina, Chakan, Zena, Louise. I could go on and on. There's 40 plus people that have helped with this event, and thank you so much to them. Thank you so much for the support, for you all being here today. It's really, really awesome to see, and hopefully you enjoyed. Please share your feedback if you have any. We'd love to hear it, so we can improve for next time. With that, we're going to wrap up here, and we're going to go to Percy's in Kensington, right down the street. We have an after party there. You can use your badge to get in. Please do not misplace your badge. I will harp on you. I will not like it. You will not be my friends. So do not lose your badge. You can get in everywhere with it. With that, come back again tomorrow. We're starting again the stream at 10 a.m. BST. And we're going to be talking about crypto, DeFi, institutions, regulation, adoption. And I'm so excited to have Stanny from Aave back. He actually had a fire during the presentation virtual stream last year. So excited to have him back in person. So excited for the legendary Stephen Bartlett, huge, inspiring entrepreneur, such a visionary in the space, coming from the Web 2 world into Web 3. Can't wait for that. My guy Nikita from Forbes is going to get to interview him, and it's going to be awesome. So with that, thank you again. Coco, tomorrow night, we're going to party it out, and we're going to have a great time. Thank you so much for joining us, and see you tomorrow. Wag me.